U7834 U4 ed1 U53C8 U6446 U51 FA U4 E86 U4 ed6 U90. A3 U8001 U5927 U7684 U63E U5934 of 0C U671D U77 40 U4E09 U4 EBA U6325 U4 E86 U6325 U624B of 0C U8D70 U 8 FDB U4 E86 U53E6 U5916 U4 E00 U95 F4 U8C6A U534E U5305 U53A2 U3002 U4 E00 U8 FDB U95E8 of 0C U62 FF U7834 U4 ed1 U5C31 U6B20 3 U559C U7684 U7 ed9 U4 E86 U7F2A U62C9 U4 E00 U62 F3 U3002 U201C U53EF U4E5 U554A of 0C U8FD9 U624D U77 ed U77 ed U534A U5929 U7684 U65F6 U95F4 of 0C U5C31 U7 ed9 U 6211 U62C9 U56D U6765 U4E86 U4E24 U767E U591A U4 EBA of 0C U770B U4E0D U51FA U4F60 U8FD8 U6709 U8FD9 U80FD U529B of 01 U201D U62FF U7834 U4 ed1 U9762 U9732 U559C U8272 U7680 for U8BF4 U9053 U3002 U539F U672C U8FD8 U6328 U4E86 U4E00 U62F3 U6709 U4E9B U7D27 U5F20 U7684 U7F2A U62C9 U542C U540E U70 7AC U95F4 U4E5F U7B11 U4E86 U8D77 U6765 U3002 U201C U8FD9 U4E9B U90FD U662F U9C7C U4EBA U8857 U5403 U4E0D U4E0A U996D U7684 U5144 U5F1F of 0C U6211 U4E 00 U62DB U624B of 0C U558A U4E86 U4E00 U53E5 U7BA1 U 996D of 0C U5C31 U5168 U6765 U4E86 U3002 U201D U7F2A U62C9 U6447 U4E86 U6447 U5934 U8BF4 U9053 U3002 U201C U8FD8 U662F U8981 U9760 U4F60 U7684 U540D U50 934 F0C U5F53 U542C U8BF4 U662F U6700 U65B0 U5D1B U8D77 U7684 U96C4 U72E U00B7 U62FF U7834 U4Ed1 U62DB U6536 U5C0F U5F1F F0C U4E00 U4E2A U4E2A U8E0A U8DC3 U62A5 U540D F01 U201D U7F2A U62C9 U606D U7EF4 U9053 U3002 U7ECF U5386 U4E86 U6628 U5929 U7684 U4E00 U570 3A U53AE U6740 F0C U7F2A U62C9 U53EF U4E0D U6562 U 5728 U62FF U7834 U4Ed1 U9762 U524D U6446 U8C31 U3002 U201C U54C8 U54C8 F0C U4E0D U7528 U8C26 U865A F0C U8B5 U662F U4F60 U7684 U529F U52B3 F0C U4E0D U4F1A U4E8F U5F85 U4F60 U7684 F0C U7B49 U8D26 U4E0A U60 709 U94 B1 U4E86 F0C U6211 U5956 U52 B1 U4F60 U4E00 U5343 U4E07 U8D1D U5229 F01 U201D U62FF U7834 U4Ed1 U8BF4 U9053 U3002 U56DB U4EBA U53C8 U606D U7EF4 U4E00 U4F1A U513F U3002 Chapter 851 Attack on Napoleon. Napoleon's eyes flashed with disdain. When he saw the big man charging towards him with a knife, he showed no signs of cowardice. He rushed forward directly. Clang! Two knives intertwined. In an instant, a huge force came from the sword. The big man's heart was beating wildly. The huge force caused the long knife in his hand to break into two pieces. His wrists trembled slightly. How is this possible? The big man looked at Napoleon in fear as he looked at the broken knife in his hand. Nothing is impossible, go to hell. Napoleon swung his sword directly, and the bodies were separated instantly. The big man completely collapsed at the street entrance and refused to close his eyes. Napoleon's face was soaked in blood. Under the illumination of the light, it looks particularly penetrating. On the opposite side, after seeing their boss die, their morale instantly collapsed. Boss, he's dead, run quickly, the other party is a monster. When the younger brother saw the boss dead, he dropped his weapon and ran away. Collapsed instantly. Napoleon stood in the middle of the street, being admired by countless younger brothers and stars. The movements here are seen by nearby residents. Napoleon saw this and immediately came out. From now on, I, Napoleon, have the final say on this street. Napoleon's somewhat childish voice echoed throughout the streets. Reached the ears of all residents. Arrogant. Very arrogant. This thought came to everyone's mind when they saw Napoleon for the first time. Oni, who was standing on the roof of the bar, was not happy at all when she saw her son's great display. So similar, so similar. They are indeed members of the Rockefeller family. They are of the same blood. Oni's face was a little complicated. At the other end of the street, there is a clock tower. Hody Jones held the telescope and looked at the arrogant Napoleon and immediately put down the telescope. Arrogant. Domineering. Is this still a child? Hody Jones turned to look at the younger brothers around him and asked. The younger brother didn't dare to speak. A few days ago, Hody Jones planned to directly destroy the opponent. But when he calmed down, he thought that the account book was in the other party's hands and the handle fell into Napoleon's hands. If the other party was defeated, wouldn't he lose his wife and lose his troops? He held back for the time being and kept an eye on Napoleon's movements. See if it works for him. But after seeing what happened today, Hody Jones completely gave up soliciting. He must be killed and the secret disappear completely. Come on, whoever kills that brat will have the final say on that territory. Hody Jones looked at the men beside him and ordered. In an instant, many people began to breathe heavily after hearing Hody Jones's promise. The boss of the two streets really spent a lot of money. Yes, boss. Many people are already planning to take their younger brothers with them. Hody Jones is gone. A gloomy look on his face. In his opinion, a 5-year-old child could just survive 2 streets by relying on the brute strength of his blood. It's not worth his attention at all. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had his own handle. He didn't even want to look. The others looked at Napoleon with greed in their eyes. Quietly retreat and prepare for the next battle. After Napoleon took over 1 street, his power suddenly expanded to 2 streets. In an instant, everyone around him was in danger. There are even many small forces who directly plan to join this newly rising gang. Napoleon was delighted. Looking at the 8 million Baileys in his hand, he smiled from ear to ear. This gang accumulated 8 million by collecting protection fees, which just solved the Lion Gang's lack of funds. Napoleon had no intention of touching the gold. In his opinion, it is better to keep some trump cards in hand. The 60 million gold is the capital for him to make a comeback in case of failure in the future. But it can't be used casually. Mulat, you divide the 3 million equally, and use the rest to buy some weapons. I estimate that tonight's actions will frighten some people, and they will not sit still and wait to be killed. Napoleon said. It's the boss. Murat and the other 3 happily took the bonus and replied with a smile. It's getting late. I'll go back and take a nap. If anything happens, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Napoleon yawned, turned and walked towards the bar. Today the bar is not only the headquarters of the Lions, but also the residence of Napoleon and his mother. Anyway, there is no shortage of anything there. The next day, Napoleon, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a noise. What happened? Napoleon frowned. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in his territory would not want to live. The most important thing is that his mother is here. Anyone who disturbs his mother will die. Napoleon walked out angrily. The breath instantly ignited the whole chest. Who is it? Napoleon walked out angrily. But when I was about to step out of the room, the hair on Napoleon's body stood up, and a sense of danger lingered in Napoleon's heart. At the same time, a picture of falling in a cave emerged in his mind. Taking a closer look, it was me. Napoleon subconsciously took back his steps. Snapped. A crisp gunshot sounded. Quickly crossed in front of Napoleon. It instantly broke through the door next to Napoleon. Napoleon quickly turned around and looked. The bullet hit the doorframe. It was so powerful that it shot through the doorframe. Napoleon broke into a cold sweat behind his back. Staring blankly at the doorframe. He almost died. Damn it. There was a shout and curse in the hall. There was some annoyance in his tone. Napoleon reacted immediately and looked viciously at the fishman holding a pistol below. You want to kill me? Napoleon jumped down from the building and rushed directly to the man. The speed was so fast that the man didn't even react before he was picked up by Napoleon. Let me go. The fishman's face turned red as he was being pinched by Napoleon. Almost out of breath. Let go, or Boss Hody Jones won't let you go. The man was being carried by Napoleon, but he was not afraid at all. Because standing behind him was the boss of Fishman Street, Hody Jones. He has more than 10,000 subordinates. Hody Jones, right? Well, I didn't trouble him. He came to me first. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Napoleon was furious. He threw the man away. There happened to be a collision angle. The angle of the collision impaled the man directly. Nailed on the wall. Blood slowly flowed down the wall. This scene made many people stupid. He instantly reacted to the gunfire just now. Quick, surround them. Murat directed his men to surround the people brought by the other party and control them. These people were restrained by the violence Napoleon had just shown and did not dare to move at all. There were about 200 people, but very few resisted. Boss. Murat walked up to Napoleon, who looked gloomy. Any idea where Hody Jones is? Napoleon turned to ask. Murat's breath was stagnant. What was he going to do? Murat shook his head subconsciously. Hody Jones's location is not that easy to find out. Chapter 852 Crazy Hody Jones. Since we don't know, let's force him out. He can only be a thief for 1,000 days, and there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. If he is not dealt with, I will feel uneasy. Go and spread that account. Within 1 day, I will let the entire Fishman Island know that the mermaid is Hody Jones. Napoleon said coldly. Sitting on the sofa, murderous intent filled the air. Murat opened his mouth. Wouldn't this be a ripoff? The other party has more than 10,000 younger brothers. With more than 200 of them now, how could they defeat them? Okay? Napoleon turned to look at the stunned Murat, looking a little unhappy. For a moment, Murat was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Yes, yes. I'm going now. Murat acted quickly. I dare not delay or persuade at all. Now Napoleon, after 2 battles, his power is getting stronger and stronger. He is obviously only a 5-year-old child. Why is he so murderous? And very violent. What exactly is this for? Napoleon sat on the sofa without saying a word, silently clenching his fists. Suddenly he felt that someone was looking at him. Napoleon subconsciously raised his head and saw his mother's disappointed eyes. This made Napoleon even more irritable, and his fists clenched. The murderous intention in his body was no longer under control. Soon. The outside world is in chaos. All gang forces were shocked when they received the ledger printed by the Lion Gang. The various transactions above have given countless gangs a new understanding of Hody Jones. At the same time, it also opened up my mind. Yes, why can't I do it if Hody Jones can do it? That guy Hody Jones is really a genius. Many vicious gangs have also begun to engage in human trafficking business. At the same time, the officials of Fishman Island also received the news. Bastard, how could there be such a scum? Catch me, I must catch this Hody Jones. After Neptune received the report from his men, he was so angry that he jumped up and down anxiously. There is such a scum in his Fishman Island, he deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed. After Princess Odoheim read it, she was so shocked by the transactions in the ledger that she began to cry. Weep for our fellow man above. King, this Hody Jones is not easy to deal with. Not to mention his own strength, he is very strong. He also has more than 10,000 fishmen who are not weak. From my point of view, it is better to ask the Rockefeller Kingdom to help. Otherwise, just rely on the fish. The guards on the human island are probably too weak. The minister suggested, looking at the king. Neptune was instantly discouraged upon hearing this. Neptune originally asked Caesar to train a group of usable combat forces, but they all followed Tiger. Otherwise, why would Fishman Island be like this? Oh, we have to trouble the Rockefeller family again. I'm going to call Mr. Caesar now. The World Expo in the Rockefeller Kingdom is about to end. Neptune called and began asking for backup. And in the outside world. Because of the ledgers spread by the Lion Gang, more and more people know about the shady deeds Hody Jones is doing secretly. They all yelled at him. But he only dared to curse behind his back. But I dare not scold him in person. But that's not all it's done to Hody Jones. His younger brother, who had more than 10,000 yuan, didn't believe it after seeing this account book. But after looking at the various transactions above, they couldn't help but not believe it. Some were even transported by them. Although they didn't know it at the time, they were considered accomplices. This is seriously inconsistent with the character Hody Jones has created in the past. It directly caused the character of Hody Jones to collapse. Many younger brothers have already left him. And he himself also knew the news. In a dark private room, Hody Jones's veins popped out and his fingers turned white from pinching. Looking at the ledger in his hand. Damn Jeff, damn Napoleon. If there's anyone Hody Jones hates the most right now, it's only Jeff. This guy actually still hides this skill, making him directly become the public enemy of Fishman Island. Boss, let's go quickly. We can't stay on Fishman Island anymore. Many brothers have left us. In fact, the Dragon King Palace has even planned to take action against us. The deputy said with an anxious look. He was the one leading the charge in this matter. Once Hody Jones fell, he would be the next one. At this time, he was more anxious than anyone else. So what about the Dragon King's palace, am I afraid? Hody Jones said disdainfully. My boss, our people in the Dragon King's palace have spread the word. Neptune has invited the Rockefeller Kingdom to resolve this matter. We have no chance of winning. The deputy was still trying to persuade him earnestly. But as soon as Hody Jones heard about the Rockefeller Kingdom, he became furious. The eyes are blood red. Why do you want a human to interfere in the affairs of our Fishman Island? Neptune is a coward. Hody Jones yelled. For a moment, the deputy was so frightened that he trembled. But Hody Jones quickly set his sights on the deputy. He reached out and pinched the deputy directly. It's all you, just because you let me cooperate with those human traffickers, otherwise why would such things happen? It's all because of you. Hody Jones' big hand pinched the deputy. The deputy's eyes were frightened and his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Red to purple. Keep your feet off the ground. Finally, his neck crooked and he fell to the ground. Bang. Hody Jones sat on the couch. He was breathing heavily and had a murderous gaze on his body. Kid, it's all because of you that you ruined everything for me, and I'm going to ruin you too. Hody Jones stood up. He took out his trident and walked out of the door. Boss. Some loyal men stood outside the door, looking at Hody Jones with weapons in hand. Target the Lion Gang, kill everyone. Hody Jones picked up the trident and led the men who were still following him towards the headquarters of the Lion Gang. Hody Jones didn't choose to hide. Instead, he walked swaggering in the middle of the street, surrounded by hundreds of subordinates, looking around fiercely. Run. Hody Jones is coming. The surrounding fishmen panicked and ran away after seeing Hody Jones. Seeing this scene, Hody Jones' hatred for Napoleon grew even more in his eyes. It was Napoleon who ruined everything for him. The entire journey was speechless. A large group of people arrived at the Lion Bar. There was no one to stop me along the way. Even the guards of Fishman Island gave way after seeing Hody Jones. Such is the power of Hody Jones. Bang. Hody Jones stood at the door of the Lion Bar, his trident banging heavily on the stone slab. Looking at Napoleon, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Napoleon was now sitting in a large chair. It seemed as if he had been waiting for Hody Jones to come. Sitting quietly at the door. Kid, you ruined everything for me. Hody Jones looked at Napoleon and said coldly. The more he looked at Napoleon, the stronger the killing intent in Hody Jones's heart. He is obviously a fishman, so why does he look so human? Where are his sharp teeth? Are murlocs without sharp teeth still murlocs? Chapter 853 The Awakening of Overlord Color and Dominance. Napoleon looked at the menacing Hody Jones and stood up without speaking. In his right hand he held a watermelon knife. He looked at the young great white shark man. I heard that he was only 18 years old, so he was considered extraordinary, and then looked at the ragtag group of people behind him. I thought you would run away in despair, but I didn't expect you to have some courage. Napoleon said, looking at Hody Jones. Run? I, Hody Jones, will never run. I will only kill you, then go to the Dragon King's palace, and then rule the entire Fishman Island. Hody Jones said, looking at Napoleon. Perhaps I would also like to thank you. If you hadn't made me lose everything, I might have used gentle means to win over this country. I don't know how many years it will take. Now I have no scruples. Hody Jones looked at Napoleon and said, a smile actually appeared on his face. Napoleon looked stunned. Looking at Hody Jones. I didn't expect your ambition to be so big. It seems that the entire Fishman Island has been deceived by you. Napoleon gripped the hilt of his knife. Ha ha ha, it's useless to say all this. I just want you to die, and everyone behind you, and your bitch mother. Hody Jones said ferociously. Asshole. Napoleon's blood pressure instantly soared, and he immediately became furious. He immediately rushed forward with a knife. You shouldn't insult my mother, roared Napoleon. The knife struck Hody Jones. Hody Jones raised his trident to block. Instantly I felt the strange force coming from my arm. No wonder so many people say you are a monster. Even an adult fishman cannot stop this power. Hody Jones took a step back. Also, I'm not insulting your mother, but it's the fact that falling in love with a human is a shame for fish people. Humans and fish people can never be together. Hody Jones raised his trident and swept across. Napoleon ducked for cover. You have nothing to do with my family's affairs. Napoleon was completely furious. He directly grabbed Sanji Street and controlled it firmly. He raised his right hand high and swung it towards Hody Jones. Swish! The sword flashed. The sharp blade directly cut through Hody Jones' collar. Hody Jones was so startled that he broke into a cold sweat. Looking at the scratches on his chest. This kid. Evil door. Hody Jones finally faced the kid in front of him. Don't be deceived by his appearance. There is such a powerful power in this small body. Hody Jones quickly let go of the trident and took 3 steps back to steady himself. Napoleon took Hody Jones's trident and swung it around, and found that it was quite handy. Just throw down the watermelon knife with some gaps. He took the trident and attacked Hody Jones. Murloc karate hit the water. Hody Jones clasped his hands towards Napoleon and released a powerful water ball from his hands. Quickly rushed to Napoleon. Napoleon was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the water polo. Subconsciously he raised his trident to block. The water ball carried huge force and directly knocked Napoleon back several meters. See, the attack is effective. Mloculent karate umiteko. Hody Jones punched to compress the moisture in the surrounding environment, causing a powerful shock wave to appear around him, hitting Napoleon layer by layer. Napoleon was so depressed that he could not lift his head for the time being. You little brat, you only have this little ability, and you still want to imitate others and become the boss. Hody Jones saw this and rushed forward. A punch was thrown. Knocked Napoleon away directly. Pat. Napoleon fell to the floor. Without the interference of the surrounding shock waves, he stood up immediately. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. He rushed forward directly. He waved the trident in his hand, raised it high, and lowered it towards Hody Jones' head. Clang! Hody Jones raised his arm to block. There was a metallic clang. I saw a blade extending out of the dorsal fin of Hody Jones's arm. Flashing with cold light. Zansame. Hody Jones swung his trident away and waved his arm directly, creating a deep scar on Napoleon's chest. Napoleon was instantly knocked down and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his chest. Trembling all over. Napoleon. Oni, who was standing on the top of the building, saw this scene and instantly exclaimed. Hody Jones glanced upward. Then he looked at Napoleon. This is your mother, a bastard like you, a scum of fishmen. Hody Jones sneered. Napoleon was lying on the ground and raised his head instantly after hearing Hody Jones's sarcasm. The fierce light in his eyes instantly made Hody Jones break into a cold sweat. But he reacted quickly. I was instantly angry. He raised his right foot and stepped on Napoleon's head. He wanted to trample under his feet the little brat who had ruined him. But as soon as his foot landed, he immediately felt a huge force firmly blocking his foot. Hody Jones tilted his head and glanced down. Napoleon's fierce eyes looked directly at Hody Jones, and his right hand firmly pressed against Hody Jones's foot. You shouldn't insult my mother. Napoleon looked at Hody Jones word by word. A monstrous momentum suddenly broke out from Napoleon. Boom. The powerful momentum directly knocked Hody Jones away. Napoleon slowly stood up, the blood on his chest had stopped. Red and black lightning flashed all around. Eyes scarlet. The muscles in both arms bulge. Overlord color and domineering energy awakens. The scarlet-red domineering color rises to the sky. It instantly enveloped half of the Fishman Island. Countless fishmen fell to the ground and fainted after being enveloped by this aura. What? People who saw this scene were stunned. The 3 of them lay on the ground and gritted their teeth. Even if their teeth were bleeding, they had to force themselves not to faint. Looking at Napoleon standing in the center of the crowd. King. Murat said. This scene shocked the whole audience. Oni, who was standing upstairs, looked at the people who had fainted around her and felt a little at a loss. What happened? Why do you feel dizzy? Why is she okay? Hody Jones was blown away. He fell to the ground, covered in cold sweat. How is this possible? How is it possible? How can you have such domineering aura? Hody Jones shouted as he looked at Napoleon in disbelief. The hundreds of younger brothers he brought over fell to the ground. There were countless fishmen lying around. This scene reminded him of the scene more than 10 years ago when a man also defeated tens of thousands of people in an instant with just his aura. He was less than 5 years old at the time. Is this a domineering spirit? It's really an intoxicating power. Napoleon looked at his hands. At this moment, he only felt full of strength. And just when Napoleon's domineering awakening spread to half of the Fishman Island. Outside Fishman Island, a giant dragon swims in the deep sea. The body suddenly froze. Overlord and domineering. Caesar felt the familiar aura of Roronoa and said a little uncertainly. Chapter 854 Napoleon, Son of the Ocean. No, something must have happened on Fishman Island. Caesar swam quickly towards the Fishman Island. What Caesar didn't notice was that the surrounding Neptunes also felt this aura. What's going on? Are there two kings? The super-large Neptune species use their unique method of communication to keep each other uncertain. Several super-large sea kings looked at each other, their eyes involuntarily looking towards the Fishman Island. Why don't you go and take a look? One of the super-large sea kings looked at his companion. Forget it, the king didn't summon us. The older sea king shook his huge fish head. Two kings have appeared in one era, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for us, the sea kings. The old sea king muttered. His eyes turned. Dragon King Palace. Neptune and Princess Odoheim looked to the east of Fishman Island. Is that Overlord's domineering energy? Who is releasing Overlord's domineering energy? Neptune asked, pointing his trembling hand toward the east. The other ministers also watched in fear. Angry, I feel endless anger. Princess Odoheim said, covering her chest with both hands. What she saw and heard told her that there was an extremely suppressed anger there. Quick, send someone to check. King Neptune said in a panic, even forgetting that most of the guards around him had fainted. Where is Caesar? Go and invite the Rockefeller Kingdom. Neptune said in a panic. Suddenly confused. And at the door of the bar, Napoleon stood up, trident in hand. Step by step, he walked towards Hody Jones. The domineering aura on his body surged out. The pressure made Hody Jones break out in cold sweat and his legs trembled. This is impossible. How can you have such domineering aura? It must be fake, it must be fake. Hody Jones looked at Napoleon and kept mumbling. Hody Jones, you have to pay for what you just said. Napoleon looked at Hody Jones with blazing eyes and raised his trident high. No, how could I lose? Kid, I won't lose. Hody Jones took out a kit from his arms. In an instant, he poured pills from the bag and stuffed them into his mouth. In an instant, Hody Jones's body changed. His muscles bulged, the veins on his arms bulged, his body grew taller, his pupils shrank, and his eyes were blood red. You forced me to do this. Hody Jones roared. Zan same. Hody Jones instantly jumped up and jumped on top of Napoleon, the blade on his arm pointed directly at Napoleon. Clang. Napoleon blocked with a crossbar. Boom. Napoleon was knocked away by Hody Jones's surge of force. A house was destroyed in an instant. You brought this on yourself. Hody Jones didn't stop and rushed directly into the ruins, grabbed Napoleon and threw him away from Fishman Island. Swish. Napoleon's body uncontrollably passed through the membrane above Fishman Island and directly entered the sea. Instantly surrounded by water from all directions. Napoleon subconsciously held his breath. This was his first real trip to the sea. But the next second, I felt the intimacy with the sea in my body. It seemed like he didn't need to breathe. And just then, Hody Jones swam over. He is like a ferocious great white shark in the sea. He dived directly over. Napoleon immediately turned away. Hody Jones missed. But when Hody Jones saw this, he grabbed his hands fiercely, as if he had grabbed something, and the surrounding seawater gathered in his palms. Mloculent Jujutsu water heart sharks. Countless sharks condensed from the seawater were thrown out, and they pounced on Napoleon in groups. Napoleon was shocked and opened his mouth. The seawater rushed into his body, but it did not cause Napoleon any discomfort. Instead, Napoleon felt that his body's strength had been replenished. The knife marks on his chest were actually slowly recovering. But Napoleon did not notice all this. At this moment, he was trying his best to deal with the sharks rushing towards him in groups. Napoleon waved his trident in the sea, crushing sharks composed of seawater one after another. Mloculent karate yabu same. Hody Jones clasped his hands together and struck. The surrounding seawater instantly turned into arrows and shot towards Napoleon. Napoleon paid no attention. The arm was cut. The damage caused by this water arrow shocked Napoleon. Quickly evade. Hody Jones was chasing after him like crazy. Napoleon could not be given the slightest chance to breathe. Because he knew that his vicious medicine would not last long. After taking so much dangerous medicine at once, he would become weak once the effects of the medicine were over. Napoleon swayed left and right to avoid the arrows behind him. At the same time, he silently felt the affinity of the sea towards him. Wrapped in the sea, Napoleon felt in his heart the kindness of the sea to him. Being in the sea feels like coming home. The surrounding water gave Napoleon a sense of intimacy. It was as if he could control the sea water. Think of this. Napoleon while dodging Hody Jones' attack. Recall how Hody Jones manipulated the movements of seawater. His left hand slowly moved across the surrounding water. A wave of water appeared in Napoleon's hands. Is this the talent of the fishman? Napoleon looked at the water turning in his hands. In the past, he had doubts about his identity as a fishman. After all, he doesn't even have any characteristics of a fishman. Now Napoleon had no doubts. Napoleon clenched his fist fiercely. The surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling. Napoleon's left hand became a claw, as if he had grasped the surrounding sea. Then his body was violently grabbed. He grabbed the seawater with his left hand and waved it violently behind him. A large curtain of water appeared behind Napoleon. Blocked waves of water arrows. How can this be? Hody Jones seemed to know nothing from the beginning, let alone how to control the sea, but in just 10 minutes. Napoleon actually completed the fishman karate he had been training for 5 or 6 years. This. Hody Jones was horrified. At the same time, the murderous intention towards Napoleon became deeper and deeper in his heart. He must be killed. Hody Jones charged right in. But this time, Napoleon did not run away. The trident in his right hand was released. Napoleon opened his arms and quietly felt the infinity of the sea. The surrounding seawater also poured into Napoleon crazily. The moment Hody Jones rushed up, Napoleon's hands suddenly became claws. 5,000-piece karate. Napoleon clenched his fist and punched Hody Jones, who was charging forward. Hody Jones couldn't react at all, and watched helplessly as Napoleon's fist hit his face. Boom. This punch directly caused an explosion. The fist easily smashed Hody Jones's cheekbone. Moment. Hody Jones's body fell back uncontrollably. Chapter 855 The First Meeting. At the same time, the power forcibly enhanced by the vicious drug in Hody Jones's body was suddenly released. The red eyes gradually became clear. But what replaced it was deep despair. Napoleon floats in the sea, feeling the power of the sea. Is this my power? Napoleon was in disbelief. He reached out and grasped the trident. Then he held the trident in his hand and rode through the surrounding water. Touched water surrounds the trident. It's really intoxicating. Napoleon looked at the trident. He felt full of power. Murloc Karate Megalodon. The trident was entangled with water, and then slashed at Hody Jones below. A giant tooth shark formed from seawater opened its bloody mouth and bit into Hody Jones. Hody Jones's face was filled with despair. The Megalodon slammed into Hody Jones fiercely. Moment. Hody Jones felt like all his bones were broken. Lying in the sea with lifeless eyes. Napoleon walked up to Hody Jones expressionlessly. Hody Jones looked at this Napoleon who had ruined everything for him. Even if his body was unconscious and unable to move, he still stared at Napoleon fiercely. He wants to choose people to devour. Napoleon raised his trident high. Then he swung down violently. The sword flashed. The bodies were separated. The outcome has been decided. Napoleon swam to the body of Hody Jones expressionlessly. I am the only king of Fishman Street. Napoleon looked at the body of Hody Jones and gave his speech. But alas, Hody Jones couldn't hear it. Napoleon turned his head and looked at the Fishman Island under his feet. Perhaps I am still the king of Fishman Island. Napoleon thought of this and raised his trident. The surrounding seawater gathered crazily on the trident. Next moment, Princess Bai Xing of the Dragon King's palace suddenly burst into tears in her sleep. It left many servants in a hurry. The sea kings around Fishman Island simultaneously lowered their heads in Napoleon's direction. It was as if he was meeting the emperor. Napoleon felt the undulating seawater around him and regained his momentum. At this time, a tip fell on Hody Jones. Napoleon immediately reached out to catch it. Open the bag of tips. There is a solitary pill lying in the bag. Is this what Hody Jones was eating before? Napoleon murmured, holding the pill between his thumb and forefinger. This thing is quite strong. Napoleon thought of the power that Hody Jones had just burst out after taking the medicine. Looks like I'll have to study it carefully when I get back. Napoleon thought. There are not many things that can enhance your strength. He looked at the corpse beside him. Napoleon stretched out his trident and provoked Hody Jones to return to Fishman Island. But that's it. A black shadow enveloped half of the Fishman Island. At the same time, it also enveloped Napoleon. At this moment, Napoleon felt as if his heart was being pinched by something. Don't dare to take a big breath. A pressure came from above. Napoleon turned his head stiffly and looked at the black shadow above his head. I saw a huge dragon head staring at me. That huge body hovered over the entire Fishman Island. Dragon whiskers are wandering in the seawater. This person is really Caesar. The two looked at each other. Caesar looked at the human holding the trident below with some confusion. How he breathed in the sea. At the same time, why did my blood throb when I saw him? There was an uneasy feeling in my heart. It's really strange how long it's been since this feeling occurred. His eyes couldn't help but look at this overbearing and domineering boy who still had some remnants of his body. Likewise, Napoleon looked at the dragon in front of him. Where did the dragon come from in the sea? Isn't this a legendary creature? And also, why does this person give him a sense of intimacy that comes from blood? Call. The two looked at each other for a long time. Caesar took a deep breath. A lot of seawater came out. Napoleon's body was directly thrown away. It took him hundreds of meters to stabilize his figure. Just this hand. Napoleon was certain that this was an existence that he could not surpass now. Facing him would result in death. Caesar looked at the kid who was wary of him with a serious expression. It's a little complicated. I don't know what caused this feeling. He looked at the Fishman Island below. Caesar raised his dragon claw and grabbed at Napoleon. No matter who this person is, arrest him first and then talk about it. Upon seeing this, Napoleon immediately swam away. I want to escape from this giant claw. But how can his speed compare with Caesar's? Caesar captured Napoleon instantly. Napoleon struggled frantically between Caesar's claws. But how could his power compare to Caesar's? No matter what Napoleon did. The dragon's claws are like pliers, locked tightly and unable to move. The people on the Fishman Island below were already frightened. The three of them trembled as they watched the boss being arrested. When Oni saw the familiar figure above Fishman Island, she immediately covered her mouth. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. It's been 5 years, this is the first time I've seen him again in 5 years. Oni quickly wiped away her tears and immediately turned back to her room. I sat at the dressing table and dressed myself up. She didn't want him to see her haggard face. Caesar carried Napoleon towards the port of Fishman Island. King Neptune and Princess Odoheim breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the giant dragon over Fishman Island. Let's go meet our friends. King Neptune looked at Princess Odoheim and said. Okay. Princess Odoheim nodded, and then looked at Napoleon in Caesar's hands. For some reason, she seemed to see a trace of her daughter in Caesar. Maybe it's an illusion. King Neptune and Princess Odoheim came to the port with their guards to wait. After Caesar rushed into the harbor, he immediately recovered his body. The 6 to 7 meter body grasped Caesar's 1 and 7 meter body without any sense of incompatibility. King Neptune, long time no see. Caesar came over and looked at Neptune and said. He is also one of Caesar's few friends. Belongs to the type of fox and dog friends. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for several years, and this time I'm troublesome to your Rockefeller kingdom again. Neptune said embarrassedly. Every time something happens on Fishman Island, they have to go to the Rockefeller kingdom. This made him, the king of Fishman Island, a little ashamed. It's okay, this is my duty. Caesar shook his head. After the meeting, Napoleon was thrown to the ground. Is this guy the one who disturbed Fishman Island? Caesar asked. His face was a little confused. This guy looked about 12 or 13 years old. But his strength is indeed great, and it doesn't look like the strength a child should have at all. But think about the monster in the New World who destroyed the giant village at the age of 5. In such a comparison, this little power is nothing. Neptune looked at Napoleon, recalled the news reported by the guards and shook his head. Chapter 856 Father and Son? No, the one who really disturbed Fishman Island was Hody Jones. He has been killed by this little friend. Neptune looked at Napoleon and said. There was also some surprise at the same time. According to the information, this guy is still a child, only 5 years old this year, and has been living with his mother in Fishman Street. In the past few days, I have conquered a group of people and become the boss. After that it got out of hand. Taking over territory everywhere. Also offended Hody Jones. I thought Hody Jones would play him to death. Unexpectedly, he was tricked. He even died in his hands in the end. There really is no wonder in the world. What shocked Neptune the most was. This guy actually has a domineering look. He had never heard of fishmen being so domineering and domineering. Wait, this guy doesn't look like a fishman either. What the hell is this? Neptune looked at Napoleon, the expression on his face changed many times, making Napoleon curl his lips. Since you can't run away, then die generously. I'm just sorry for my mother's upbringing. I hope the 3 of them can take care of their mothers. Napoleon lowered his head in frustration. Caesar looked at Napoleon with interest. Kid, was it you who unleashed the overbearing domineering energy just now? Caesar asked, looking at Napoleon. None of your business. Napoleon said hard. Snapped. Caesar slapped him unceremoniously. It slapped Napoleon directly on the back of the head. The huge force made Napoleon stagger and almost lost his balance. Speak nicely. Caesar scolded. I don't know why, but I have a special feeling for this kid. Could it be that this guy can still affect his emotions? Another possessor of special knowledge and domineering power. Caesar glanced suspiciously at Princess Odoheim next to Neptune. Could it be that this guy is their child? Humph. Napoleon turned his head and did not look at Napoleon. Drink, you kid is quite proud. Caesar looked at Napoleon and patted him on the shoulder. Do you want to join the Rockefeller Kingdom? Caesar became interested in talents. After all, being able to awaken the domineering energy is already 1 in a million. Kill or cut into pieces, it's up to you. Napoleon sat on the ground with his arms folded, as if he would die generously. Kid, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? After hearing this, Caesar opened his eyes angrily and looked at Napoleon. Humph. Napoleon snorted coldly and ignored Caesar's shouting. Do not want. A panicked voice sounded. Caesar and Neptune looked over in surprise. Napoleon's expression changed drastically. Mom. Let's go. Napoleon quickly stood up and wanted to run towards Oni. But being held firmly by Caesar, Napoleon could only shout anxiously. Caesar, you can't kill him. Oni looked at Caesar and shouted. Huh? Why can't you kill me? You women are so unreasonable. Caesar frowned as he looked at this obviously weak woman. He is your son. Oni shouted. What did you say? Caesar and Napoleon looked back at each other at the same time. The two looked at each other. King Neptune and Princess Odoheim also looked at Caesar and Napoleon, and then at the woman just now. All eyes were on Napoleon. Napoleon, on the other hand, set his sights on Caesar. Father and son looked at each other. He is my son? He is my dad? The two father and son exclaimed at the same time, with disbelief on their faces. How could it be Napoleon? Looking at my mother's petite body, she is only 1.7 meters tall, while the big man in front of me is at least 6 or 7 meters tall. How could he be the father? Likewise, Caesar was confused. When did you have a son? Like to be a father? Blackmailers don't blackmail people like this. Miss, I admit that I am quite pretty, but you can't blackmail me like this. I don't want children yet. Caesar shook his head, looking like you were kidding me. And Oni's face turned pale when she heard that Caesar didn't want children. He is really your son. His name is Rockefeller Napoleon. Did you forget 6 years ago? Oni said tremblingly. 6 years ago? Caesar recalled, weren't those the happiest 2 years of his life? At that time, the girls around him were different every day. He doesn't remember. When Oni saw Caesar's expression, she immediately understood. You bastard. After cursing Caesar, he turned around and ran away. Mom. Napoleon stretched out his hand to stop him, but Caesar held him tightly and could not move away at all. Don't move. We need to figure this out. When did I have an extra son? Caesar lifted Napoleon up. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at Napoleon carefully. This look. It was a moment. This kid really misses him a little bit between his brows. Does he really have a son? He is still such a big son. How old are you this year? Caesar asked cautiously. None of your business. Napoleon was brought up by Caesar like this. I just feel like my whole body has been exposed and I feel uncomfortable. Hey, I have such a bad temper. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. You are the first brat. Caesar held Napoleon by the back of his collar, lifted him in front of his eyes, and said with wide eyes. Humph. Napoleon crossed his arms and turned away. Nipton, please look into this guy's information. I want to confirm it. Caesar said to Neptune, who was watching them carefully. I will handle it. Neptune patted his chest and said. Caesar thought for a moment. A hair was pulled out of Napoleon's head. Just in case, let's get it checked. In fact, Caesar didn't know what to do. I have sewn so many times, although most of them were condoms. But there are also some who don't wear condoms. You never know if you hit the target or not. Still have to believe in science. Before things are clear. This guy needs to stay by his side all the time. Let's go, you can't go anywhere with me until the matter is explained clearly. Caesar put down Napoleon and patted Napoleon's head and said. There is no heaviness in the hand. Even if you are my father, I will not recognize you. When Napoleon saw that he was out of the palm of his hand, he immediately wanted to run away. But he was quickly captured by Caesar again. Hey, kid, it seems like you can't tell the difference between a big king and a big king without giving you some clues. Caesar took out a collar directly from his arms and put it on Napoleon's neck. If you stay 100 meters away from me, this collar will generate electricity. If you don't want to suffer, then be honest. After Caesar finished speaking, he walked away minding his own business. Under the leadership of Neptune, they walked towards the Dragon King's palace. Napoleon looked at the collar around his neck and wanted to pull it off. But no matter how hard I tried, it didn't move at all. This is made of seafloor stone. Let alone a child, even a general would have difficulty escaping. Of course, this general refers to the kind who rely on devil fruit abilities to improve. Rather than a physical expert. Chapter 857 Caesar's Thoughts. Napoleon did not believe in evil. He looked at Caesar who was about to leave. I thought about my mother again. Napoleon decisively chased in the direction where his mother ran away. But just 100 meters away from Caesar. What? A scream sounded. Napoleon grabbed the collar with both hands and shouted in pain. The current on the collar paralyzed Napoleon. Napoleon half knelt on the ground, screaming wildly. But Caesar paid no attention. He was minding his own business and chatting next to Neptune. Napoleon finally couldn't hold on any longer. The electric current stimulated his body crazily. Napoleon was forced to stand up and endure the electric shock on his body. He got up and quickly followed Caesar. Yo. Kid. Why don't you stop running? Keep running. Caesar joked as he looked at the disgraced and frustrated Napoleon. Asshole. Napoleon hissed at Caesar. Caesar picked up the remote control and pressed it. The sizzling sound of electricity sounded. What? Napoleon's legs weakened instantly and he fell to the ground. Rolling wildly, screaming. Is Mr. Caesar really okay with this? Princess Odoheim looked at Napoleon's painful expression, and her sympathy instantly overflowed. Don't worry, this kid is very strong. This little electric current is nothing. The electric shocks I got when I was a kid were much worse than this. Caesar shook his head nonchalantly and said. He casually glanced at Napoleon who fell to the ground and endured pain. Now I kind of believe that you are my seed, and your recovery ability is exactly the same as mine. Although Caesar said so. But I still feel guilty. Anyone who suddenly learns that he has a son will not panic. Not to mention a playboy like Caesar. I never planned to have children. As a result, a 5-year-old son suddenly came to him. Caesar just learned basic information about Napoleon from Neptune. Learned that Napoleon was now 5 years old. This made Caesar even more panicked. If Napoleon was really his son, how should he face it? According to Neptune, this little guy suffered a lot when he was a child. Would he blame himself? How could I explain it to him? Think of this. Caesar released the button. The shock ends. Napoleon breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. If you're not dead, get up. Caesar looked at Napoleon lying on the ground like a dead dog and kicked him casually. Caesar's pride did not allow him to do anything very loving. This is exactly the same as Charlotte's character, just as bad. It's just that Charlotte is getting older, and the bad temper she had when she was young has slowly subsided. But Caesar was in his youth and his strength was unparalleled. No one could control him except Charlotte. His character became worse and worse. All I can say is that they are indeed father and son. After hearing this, Napoleon stood up with hatred on his face. His teeth were clenching. But Caesar was not impressed at all. All the way to the Dragon King's palace. Neptune had already prepared a dinner for Caesar. Seeing so many delicacies, Napoleon, who was already hungry from the war, swallowed crazily. This was the first time he had seen so many delicious foods. Thank you to Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte for your help. Because of the Rockefeller Kingdom, our Fishman Island has been spared from many disasters. Let us toast to Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte here. Neptune picked up the wine glass and made an opening statement. The surrounding ministers also raised their glasses. Haha, King Neptune is so polite. You and I are allies, and we should help each other. Caesar also raised his glass and said. Beside him, Neptune also specially arranged 2 tender mermaids to entertain Caesar. All I can say is that men understand men. Neptune was there to help Caesar with his philandering. Napoleon looked at the luxury and hypocrisy around him, as well as the cooing voices of the 2 women in front of him. Napoleon looked away. But the growling of his stomach betrayed his thoughts at this time. Caesar's hearing was so keen that he immediately noticed Napoleon's strange movements. Looking at Napoleon with a stubborn look on his face. Caesar smiled and pushed a plate of barbecue in front of Napoleon. Eat it, you're welcome. Caesar laughed. Napoleon looked at the barbecue in front of him and wanted to overturn it. But the hunger and protest in his stomach made him take action involuntarily. After taking a bite, it was as if the floodgates were opened instantly and I started eating heavily. Caesar looked at Napoleon with a smile. But when white smoke billowed out of Napoleon's head, Caesar's smile faltered. Life is returned. He actually had his life returned. Isn't this the talent of his Rockefeller family? He is truly his own son. Caesar's heart sank. I saw the injuries on Napoleon's body originally from the battle with Hody Jones, along with the intake of food. The wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Napoleon finished the barbecue and looked at the stunned Caesar. No matter what Caesar thinks. He directly grabbed all the food in front of Caesar. He ate it hungrily. The 2 mermaids next to Caesar covered their mouths in shock. Caesar looked at Napoleon with a smile. It's good to be able to eat. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Caesar sighed. After hearing Caesar's words, Napoleon turned his head and didn't bother to look at him. Neptune kept his eye on Caesar's direction. Seeing how much Caesar cared about Napoleon, he felt reassured. The banquet was more than half over. Most of Caesar's thoughts were on Napoleon. He responded to Neptune's flattery in every way. Perhaps Neptune saw that Caesar's thoughts were not at the banquet. The party ended soon. Caesar took his leave. He took Napoleon out of the Dragon King's palace. Let's go, take me to your house. Caesar said, pushing Napoleon. Napoleon was given no chance to object. Walk straight towards the address given by King Neptune. It was already dark. There weren't many people on the street. What's more, there's a big battle this afternoon. Napoleon awakened his overlord color and hockey and knocked out half of the Fishman Island. There are still many people lying unconscious on the streets. Not many people exist. The closer to the location. Caesar's heart became more and more nervous. Thinking about the woman I saw during the day. No matter what Caesar thinks. I can't even recall any memory of her. This made Caesar anxious. Somewhat uneasy. If he was really his son, how should he face that woman? Yes, even now, Caesar still doesn't want to believe that this boy who can return his life is his son. Napoleon beside him became nervous. Thinking about what my mother said during the day, is he really my father? Napoleon glanced at the tall man beside him. There are some different emotions in my heart. Soon, Caesar came to a bar. The bar was deserted, no one was there, and it seemed to be closed. Chapter 858 Confrontation. Boss. Several fishmen on guard at the door screamed in surprise when they saw Napoleon next to Caesar. After hearing this, Caesar glanced at Napoleon suspiciously. Is this kid still the boss? Napoleon ignored the calls of these younger brothers, but lowered his head. Where is the boss? Marat and 3 people suddenly rushed out of the door and shouted. Then I saw the boss standing at the door with his head lowered. His face immediately became happy. But the next moment, after seeing the collar around Napoleon's neck, Marat and the other 3 turned pale instantly. Slave collar. A fishman's nightmare. Let go of the boss. Davout instantly pulled out a knife from his back, pointed at Caesar and said. Under the cover of night, Caesar's body was taller than the street lamp, and Caesar's face could not be seen clearly. Are these your little brothers? Caesar asked, lowering his head. The streetlight shone on Caesar's face. Rockefeller Caesar, guardian of Fishman Island. Marat and the other 3 instantly recognized Caesar's identity. After all, there is a statue of Caesar at the port of Fishman Island. Okay. Napoleon nodded and let out a soft hum from his throat. Caesar heard this and went in. Marat and the other 3 did not stop him. Call your mother. Caesar walked into the bar, found a seat and sat down, waving to Napoleon. Napoleon hesitated for a moment and did not move. Why are you standing there? Go quickly. There was an unquestionable attitude in Caesar's tone. Napoleon looked at Caesar and walked towards the stairs. But before Napoleon could take a step forward, a figure walked out of the stairs. What are you doing here? Oni was wearing a fur coat and looked at Caesar below. Caesar raised his head and looked at the petite woman above him. I just want to find out, is this child mine? Caesar pointed at Napoleon and said. No, he is my son. Oni said expressionlessly. Is it? Caesar looked at Oni. The 2 looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. The younger brothers around them looked at each other. They heard something. The boss they just recognized is actually the son of Caesar, the guardian of Fishman Island? What a joke. Napoleon stood between the 2 men and looked left and right. Then he walked decisively to his mother, Oni. Upon seeing this, Oni looked at Caesar, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. A smile appeared in his eyes. As if to say, this is the son raised by my mother. Caesar paid no attention. I will investigate clearly. If he is my son, I will take him out of here. Caesar looked at Napoleon and said. After hearing this, Oni's expression changed instantly. Asshole, Napoleon is my son, I raised him, you can't do this. Oni's emotions suddenly became excited, she grabbed the armrest and shouted. The dignity and calmness just now are no longer there. The corners of Caesar's mouth rose. He has my blood in him. Caesar pointed at Napoleon and said. Although a paternity test has not been done yet, based on the various signs shown just now, Caesar was already 80% sure. Asshole. After hearing this, Oni walked down the stairs directly, ran to Caesar and wanted to scratch Caesar. Caesar grabbed Oni's hand that was scratching frantically. You crazy woman, stop it. Caesar looked helplessly at this brainless woman. Caesar, you are such a heartless man. I raised Napoleon by myself. Don't you feel any guilt in your heart? Oni cried with tears in her eyes. Caesar suddenly had a headache. Like his father, he couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Okay, I'll take you back when the time comes. Caesar said helplessly. That's pretty much it. When Oni heard this, she immediately straightened her messy clothes and sat down opposite Caesar demurely. The 2 looked at each other. A long time. When were you conceived? Caesar asked. December of the year 1502 of the Hainan calendar. When I was born, it was October 1503 of the year of the Hainan calendar. Oni looked at Caesar and said. After hearing this, Caesar immediately remembered that that year was the time of the New World War. The alliance of 3 emperors against the navy. Completely drive the navy away from the New World. What followed was a turbulent few years for pirates. A large number of pirates poured into the New World from all over the world. It directly caused the New World to be turbulent for a year or two, and it did not stabilize until 1505. Although he came to Fishman Island several times during this period, he did not stay too long and returned to the New World to clean up the pirates. Unexpectedly, he actually had a child missing during this period. He looked at Oni. Although that delicate face is covered with powder. But she still couldn't hide her haggard look. Caesar felt as if his vitality had been severely damaged. "Why don't you look for me?" Caesar blurted out, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Caesar regretted it. As predicted. The next second, the sound of crying sounded. "Don't you think I'm not looking for you? But I can't find you. I'm alone with my young Napoleon in my arms, without any friends, I've lost my job, my body is broken, and I still have to raise Napoleon. How can I find you?" Oni burst into tears. Caesar was embarrassed. "Didn't you tell anyone that this was my son in your arms?" Caesar said harshly. "I told you, but who would believe it?" Oni looked at Caesar with an angry expression. Caesar opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "Forget it, it's late at night. You should have a good rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to do." Caesar had nothing to talk about with this woman, and if he continued talking, he would probably explode. After saying that, he ignored Oni's somewhat disappointed look and left the bar. "Leave this troublesome place." He walked out of the bar and glanced behind him. No one went out to deliver. Caesar's heart also tugged. Is Napoleon his son? Caesar wasn't sure, or didn't want to believe it. Although he had already asked Tipton to test their genes. Had a paternity test. But before the identification came out, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He doesn't know why he doesn't want children. Maybe he hasn't lived enough of the life he wants. Caesar walked alone under the dim streetlights, feeling a little melancholy. Return to the residence specially built for yourself in the Dragon King's palace. Lying on the soft big bed, I couldn't sleep. I was thinking of Napoleon and Oni. What Oni said tonight. Although it is only a few words. But it is difficult for Caesar to understand the hardships involved. Because Caesar has been well clothed and well fed under Charlotte's care since he was born. I have never suffered hardship in life. So it's hard to understand, but I also know the hardship of Oni. Caesar looked at the ceiling. Suddenly he took out the phone bug. Called out. In the New World, Charlotte, who was having sex with Jillian, was suddenly startled. In the room, the phone bug's voice rang. Who could it be at this late hour? Jillian walked out of bed disheveled and straightened her clothes. Line connected. Chapter 859 Grandson? Mom. Caesar called softly. Huh? Caesar, why did you call Mom? Jillian said into the phone, then glanced sideways at Charlotte. Indicating that it was his son. Charlotte also came over. Mom, I met a woman today. Now she has a child. She said the child is mine. What should I do? Caesar looked helplessly. If it comes to fighting and killing, Caesar will not hesitate. But when it comes to relationships, don't look at the different women around him every day. But it's all just physical play. No real feelings have been touched. What? Son, do you have a son? Jillian exclaimed in disbelief after hearing this. Charlotte, who was moving next to him, also stopped in shock. He looked at Jillian with a surprised look on his face. Caesar, are you sure you're not kidding? Jillian asked with a serious face. Caesar laughed bitterly after hearing this. Mom, what are you thinking about? I haven't confirmed that he is my son yet, but I feel a little uneasy because that child looks so much like me. Caesar said hesitantly. Wait a minute, let me slow down. You said you have a child. Is it a boy or a girl? Jillian asked, scratching her head. Male. Caesar replied. How old? Jillian asked. 5 years old. Caesar said. What is your name? Jillian asked. Napoleon. Caesar said. Caesar. Jillian shouted loudly. Bring that woman back and do a paternity test then. If he is really your son, I will let you meet your father. Jillian said. Caesar laughed and cried again. He knew this would happen. Charlotte, who was beside Jillian, was stunned when she heard that Caesar's son's name was Napoleon. Caesar. Charlotte took the phone. Are you sure it's your son? Charlotte asked. I have observed that it looks very much like me when I was a child. His nose, eyes, mouth, and eyebrows are all 70% or 80% like mine. Moreover, he also has the natural return of life, and has awakened the Overlord's domineering energy. I estimate that he is probably my son. Caesar smiled bitterly and said, he didn't even know how to explain it to his father. In this case, bring Napoleon back as soon as possible for me to see. If it is true, he is the eldest grandson of my Rockefeller family. Bring him back to me as soon as possible. Charlotte ordered. Charlotte basically believed that this was Caesar's son. Just the return of a natural life is enough to convince Charlotte. Although it is rare for life to return to the world, some people have it, especially in the Navy and the world government. The natural return of life is a talent unique to the Rockefeller family. Travel through so many years. This talent for greatly increasing the physical body is unique. Only the Rockefellers were born. Everything else requires training. Even among the Rockefeller family, there are only a few people who are born pseudo and return their lives. Charlotte was basically certain that the man named Napoleon was his grandson. Charlotte was also surprised when a 5-year-old grandson suddenly appeared. Yes. Caesar nodded seriously. I will return to Kame Island after cleaning up some of the scum on Fishman Island. Caesar said. Remember to protect Napoleon, and who created this Napoleon? It really suits my liking. When Charlotte thought of Napoleon, she couldn't help but think of the influential figure in Europe in her previous life. Caesar smiled bitterly, wondering what his father was thinking. I just thought it was love for my grandson. After hanging up the phone, Caesar breathed a sigh of relief. The stone in my heart also fell to the ground. Close your eyes, it's almost dawn, take advantage of this time to sleep as long as you can. After traveling for so many days, I am tired. And on Kame Island. Caesar, this guy shows mercy every day, now it's okay, he has a 5-year-old son, and I don't know what his little girl is like. It's all your fault, she's exactly the same as you. Jillian walked back and forth, mumbling incessantly, and at the end she glared at Charlotte. After all, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I learned it all from Charlotte. Charlotte curled her lips. He's not as good at playing as Caesar. Wandering everywhere every day. I also like the mermaid on Fishman Island. I don't know what to think. Could it be that it's Caesar's fruit that's causing trouble? Yuyuguo, does it mean he likes mermaids? Charlotte began to think wildly again. Jillian knocked Charlotte's offending hand away. Notify everyone of this matter when the time comes, so that others can be prepared. Then we can welcome the grandson and give them a good impression on the mother and son. Jillian ordered. I understand, madam. But we need to teach Caesar a lesson. He has become more and more outrageous in recent years. Charlotte nodded. The next day, Caesar woke up early. He did not go to find Napoleon and his son. Instead, he got down to business. What did you hear about Neptune yesterday? There are fish and humans colluding together to traffic in humans. This is challenging the nerves of the Rockefeller family. How could Fishman Island, as a power of the Rockefeller family, allow human traffickers to appear? Yesterday, Caesar scanned the entire island and found several strange places. Go check it out today. Find some mice. Soon. Run, it's Caesar, the dragon Caesar is here. The hidden scum knew that he was exposed when he saw Caesar's appearance. They all shouted, trying to stir up chaos and take the opportunity to escape. But he underestimated Caesar. The moment he yelled, the sword flashed. A huge head fell to the ground. The momentum of the sword continued unabated and directly smashed a nearby building. Fortunately, everyone ran away and no innocent people were injured. Lord Caesar, he rescued more than 20 fishmen and mermaids, including 6 mermaids and 19 fishmen, most of whom are children. Several Murloc guards with gloomy expressions led the rescued mermaids and Murlocs to report to Caesar. Caesar looked at these fishmen who appeared in panic and nodded. Send it home and continue looking for the next place. Caesar ordered. Yes. The guards immediately arranged for people to send these fishmen home. Then follow Caesar and continue searching. These days, the entire Fishman Island was turned upside down. There is chaos everywhere. But the chaos was also brought under control. They are just the struggles of dying people. Such a big movement naturally attracted Napoleon. Napoleon looked at the soaring slash. The excitement in my heart is unbearable. The fighting factor belonging to the Rockefeller family is raging. I can't wait to join this fight. Dragon King Palace. Bastard, bastard, there are so many officials doing this kind of thing behind the scenes, they should be killed, they should be killed. King Neptune displayed the majesty of a king. Show no mercy to these scoundrels. This was also done with the help of Caesar's backing, which severely eliminated some moths. Chapter 860 Marriage. Okay, don't be angry, these people will pay the price. Princess Odoheim also looked sad, but looked at her angry husband and comforted her. She originally thought that it was the wild wolf gang that traded murlocs with humans. But I didn't expect that Caesar's cleanup would also clean up several dark forces that deal with humans. This is simply the scum of Fishman Island. Not killing is not enough to make people angry. Then comes deep worry. Some fishmen are actually able to buy and sell their own compatriots for money. Unforgivable. Then there is nothing else they dare not do. Princess Odoheim couldn't even imagine it. The world government has gone too far. There are shadows of the world government here. I heard that Napoleon met a few people wearing masks when he was cleaning up. Could they be the guards of the celestial dragons? Neptune frowned as he looked at the information reported. Odoheim also looked over. It's a pity that he died without any evidence. Neptune shook his head sadly. So what if I'm caught? Will the world government admit it? Odoheim said, frustrated. In her signature event, no one was willing to sign even if she was talking about it. After those kingdoms saw Fishman Island, they ran away like a scourge. They were not regarded as the same kind at all. He looked at them as if he were looking at a piece of merchandise. Odoheim's words silenced the hall. Everyone knows very well that the world government will never admit this matter. Neptune sighed and punched the armrest hard. Vent your dissatisfaction and your own cowardice. By the way, the result of the investigation that Caesar asked us to help with has come to light. That Napoleon is really Caesar's son. Princess Odoheim took out a paternity report and placed it in front of Neptune. Neptune took it and looked at the similarity, which was close to 95%, and his head instantly became as big as a bucket. You must know that Napoleon's mother and son's life on Fishman Island for the past 5 years has not been a good one. Neptune frowned. Especially when I heard that Napoleon's mother ran to the gate of the Dragon King's palace for help while holding the young Napoleon in her arms. As a result, he was driven away directly by the guards. Is this the weird guard? Who could believe that Caesar would have a son who wasn't even around yet? Think about how to make up for this. We on Fishman Island are also responsible. Neptune sighed and looked at everyone. The ministers kept silent. This is not something they can participate in. Odoheim looked at everyone and then at her husband. The Rockefeller family's assistance to our Fishman Island over the years is obvious to all and well known. They have saved countless mermaids and fishmen, and they are the well-deserved heroes of our Fishman Island. However, now Caesar's son is also the son of the Rockefeller family. Our eldest grandson has been wronged on our Fishman Island. How can we, the Fishman Island, sit idly by? What's more, Napoleon still has the blood of our Fishman Island, and we must not let him be hostile to us. Princess Odoheim looked at the many ministers and said slowly. I propose that the eldest grandson of the Rockefeller family marry the Princess of Fishman Island, my beloved daughter Bai Xing. This will not only enhance the close relationship between our Fishman Island and the Rockefeller family, but also deepen the friendship between the two parties. Being able to make up for the damage caused to Napoleon's family is the icing on the cake. Princess Odoheim looked at everyone and suggested. Marriage. Neptune was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. That's right, it's a marriage, allowing Bai Xing and Napoleon to set a baby date, and connecting Fishman Island with the Rockefeller family. Neptune said happily. Then Neptune lowered his head and began to think. White Star is only 3 years old now, and Napoleon is 5 years old. What a match made in heaven. Neptune raised his head and smiled. When other ministers saw this, they knew that the king and princess had made up their minds, and they all agreed. Quick, notify Mr. Caesar immediately. Neptune greeted the minister and said. The minister immediately went to look for any trace of Caesar. And after Caesar finished dealing with the last batch of human traffickers on Fishman Island, came behind Napoleon. Napoleon was startled by the sudden movement behind him. When he turned around and saw that it was Caesar, he breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that you also rescued a group of fishmen, which is very good. The slave trade will be severely punished. Caesar said, looking at Napoleon with a smile in his eyes. I want you to take care of it. Napoleon snorted and turned away. Hey, I have such a bad temper, what's your attitude? Caesar stared at Napoleon. Napoleon snorted and jumped off the roof. Looking at the stubborn Napoleon, Caesar smiled. In him Caesar saw himself as a child. It was such a wonderful time. When I was a child, I longed to grow up, and when I grew up, I wanted to go back to my childhood. Life. It's just so out of control. Caesar stood on the roof looking into the distance, wandering in his thoughts. Lord Caesar. A voice sounded. Caesar looked over. Standing below was someone who seemed to be from the Dragon King's palace, looking at his cautious appearance. Caesar listened. I remember you, the one next to Neptune. Caesar asked as he looked at the visitor. Lord Caesar, the king has invited you, and there is news about the answer you want to know. The minister said carefully with a smile on his face. Caesar frowned. Go. Caesar walked directly towards the Dragon King's palace. The minister quickly followed. All the way to the Dragon King's palace, no one dared to stop him. Unobstructed. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Neptune and Odoheim sitting at the top. Mr. Caesar, the results of what you want me to test have come out, take a look. Princess Odoheim gave the paternity test to Caesar. Caesar looked over at a glance. When you see the one with an accuracy rate of 95%. Any luck in Caesar's heart disappeared. He is really my son. Caesar murmured. Congratulations, Mr. Caesar, you have a son. Neptune saw Caesar frozen in place, thinking that Caesar was extremely excited, and quickly congratulated him. Caesar gave Neptune a complicated look. I don't want kids. Caesar hesitated for a moment and said. Forehead. Neptune was stunned. How come there are still people who don't want children? They have already given birth to children. But looking at Caesar's face, Neptune didn't know what to say. He looked at Princess Odoheim. Princess Odoheim could feel the indescribable complex emotions in Caesar. 2 points of surprise, 3 points of panic, and 5 points of being at a loss. Maybe it's time for this big boy to grow up. Princess Odoheim thought. What did Neptune want to say? But Caesar took the report and ran out. He ran wildly towards the Napoleon bar. The fishmen on the road avoided each other. All the way to the door of the bar. Caesar held the paternity report and looked at the bar, wanting to rush in, but stopped. Chapter 861 Paternity Test. Caesar didn't know how to face this mother and son. But I looked at the paternity report in my hand. Caesar still went in bravely. The bar is empty during the day. Very deserted. When they saw Caesar, the hero of Fishman Island, appearing, no one dared to make a sound. Caesar saw Napoleon drinking wine in the corner. He frowned momentarily. Are you drinking at such a young age? Caesar walked straight over, grabbed the wine from Napoleon's hand, and threw it to the ground. You are not allowed to drink alcohol if you are under 18. Caesar looked at Napoleon and said seriously. This sentence was said by Charlotte to Caesar more than 10 years ago. Now Caesar is talking to his son. Napoleon immediately became angry. Why do you care about me? Looking at the angry Napoleon. Caesar put the paternity report directly on the table. Just because you are my son. Snapped. Napoleon looked at the paternity report on the table. I'm sorry he can't read. Napoleon looked at Marat beside him and motioned for him to interpret it. When Marat saw this, he picked up the paper and saw the 4 big characters on it. Paternity testing. Marat read it word for word in front of everyone. After reading that the accuracy rate is 95%. Napoleon's face turned pale. Looking at Caesar's serious expression. He really is dad. For a moment, all the emotions appeared on Napoleon's face. I grabbed the paternity report and ran upstairs to ask my mother if it was true. Tell your mother to come back to the new world with me tomorrow. Caesar shouted as he looked at Napoleon, who was quickly leaving. Napoleon paused, then left quickly. In fact, Napoleon's mood now is complicated. He has never had a father since he was a child, and he longs for a father. But suddenly one day my father appeared. And the father was tall and mighty, a big shot. Maybe it's because this father is a scumbag. Hurt mother. Napoleon was unwilling to forgive him. But Napoleon could feel that his mother cared about his father very much. After meeting his father, his mother's mood changed day by day. There are more smiles, and the whole person looks much younger. But Napoleon felt a little uncomfortable inside. When he reached his mother's door, Napoleon stopped. Looking at the paternity report in his hand, Napoleon wanted to tear it into pieces. But when I think of the emotions my mother shows every time she talks about my father. Napoleon could clearly feel his mother's inner excitement. Napoleon sighed inwardly. Do you want to forgive him? Napoleon was in a dilemma. Have you thought about your mother? Forget it, Mom should really want to go back to Dad. Napoleon mustered up the courage to enter the room. Oni was fiddling with her cosmetics aimlessly. He held his chin up and laughed from time to time. Napoleon rarely saw his mother smile. And ever since he appeared, the smile on my mother's face has never stopped. Maybe he shouldn't be so selfish. Mom. Napoleon spoke. Oni was instantly awakened. Oni quickly turned around and saw her son with a sad face. What's wrong, son? Oni tried hard to look majestic, but no matter how she looked at her, she looked like a little woman. Napoleon did not speak, but handed over the paternity report. Oni stretched out her hand to take it and took one look at it and was stunned. He came? Oni asked. Napoleon nodded. Looking at his son's expressionless face. Oni suddenly felt distressed. Son, if you don't want to recognize me, no one can take you away from your mother. Oni looked at Napoleon and said firmly. No, Mom, he's my dad. Napoleon said with an ugly smile. He didn't want to make his mother sad. Oni looked at Napoleon's expression and smiled. Son. Oni hugged Napoleon. Napoleon struggled to get out of his mother's arms. Dad, he asked us, mother and son, to go back to Kame Island with him tomorrow. Napoleon looked at his mother and said. Real. Oni's eyes lit up. Napoleon smiled and nodded. It is true. Great, Napoleon, you will go see your grandfather soon. He is not like your father, he is a real hero. Oni said with a smile. Napoleon smiled too. Okay, you go back and get ready, and I'll get ready too, so I won't say any more. Oni immediately started to drive away. Time is limited. Napoleon smiled and walked out of the room before the door closed behind him. The smile on Napoleon's face disappeared instantly. Went downstairs. Boss. Murat and the three saw Napoleon coming out and shouted. The three of them now are very prosperous. After defeating Hody Jones, Murat and the others directly took over Hody Jones's power. From a gang of 200 people to a gang of tens of thousands. The property on the site is being taken over every day. And the defection of other gangs. But what excites the three Muras the most is their boss. Napoleon was actually a member of the Rockefeller family. He is also the son of Caesar, the eldest prince of the Rockefeller Kingdom, the guardian of Fishman Island. This belongs to soaring into the sky. Napoleon looked around. He's gone. Yes. Then he looked at Murat and the other three. The matter of the Lion Gang will be left to the three of you, with Murat taking the lead. I may disappear for a while, not on Fishman Island. Napoleon said after seeing the three of Murat. Murat and the other three were stunned after hearing this. What's wrong, boss? Murat clearly felt that the boss seemed a little unhappy. Napoleon shook his head. Obviously he didn't want to say anything more. Seeing this, Murat didn't hesitate to ask more questions. These days he also learned more or less about Napoleon. Looking at Napoleon's back, he shook his head. To be honest, he was quite envious of his boss. He has a father, a mother, and a strong family. After that, he will definitely become famous. Not like them. He has lived in a dirty Fishman street since he was a child. He has no parents and no mother. He is lonely and has no one to rely on. He survives by picking up food from trash cans. The only way to get rich is to work hard. One can imagine how miserable they were. Big brother. Davu and Rana walked up to Murat. The boss is leaving and I don't know when he will come back. Murat sighed. Yeah, I don't know if the boss will remember that there are still this group of his men on Fishman Island. Lana pursed his lips. It is estimated that he is a passerby from now on. They are destined to be people from two worlds. Murat and the other three knew this very well. After Caesar left the bar, he felt empty. I remember what my mother told me before. I took out the phone from my pocket and called my mother. The call was answered quickly. Mom. Caesar shouted, like a child who is not yet grown up. When I encounter something that makes me at a loss, I will think of my mother immediately. Son. Jillian heard the uneasiness in Caesar's voice. Chapter 862 Baby Kiss. Mom, the results are out, it's confirmed, Napoleon is my son. Caesar said helplessly. Jillian on the other end of the phone became emotional instantly after hearing this. Then what are you waiting for? Bring my grandson back quickly so we can meet him. Do you want Klein to pick you up? Jillian said excitedly. Then he quickly opened the door and went to look for Charlotte. No, I'll take Uni and Napoleon back by boat. Napoleon hasn't seen the outside world yet. I want to take him outside to make up for the guilt in my heart. Caesar refused. Okay, but you have to return quickly. Your father and I are waiting. When the news about me gets out, the entire Rockefeller family will be excited. Jillian said. Then he came to a room door, opened the door and walked in. Charlotte, we have a grandson. Ignoring Caesar on the other end of the phone, Jillian opened her arms happily, hugged Charlotte, and shouted happily. There was absolutely no concern that there were other people in the room. Fortunately, Isdeth was the only one in the room reporting on the missions of the past few days. Grandson. Charlotte was stunned and suddenly thought of Caesar. Are you sure? Charlotte asked. It's confirmed, Caesar made the call himself. Jillian handed the phone to Charlotte. Charlotte asked quickly. Caesar also replied categorically. Charlotte was very happy after hearing this. Even Isdeth, who was confused from the beginning, smiled after hearing that Caesar had a child. But after understanding the whole story, Isdeth frowned. I have a son, and I don't even know what he does for food. Isdeth's tone was obviously dissatisfied. The words fell. Charlotte and Jillian were silent after hearing this. Fortunately, the call has been hung up. Caesar did not hear Isdeth's dissatisfaction. Charlotte and Jillian looked at each other. What Caesar did this time was indeed wrong. We must give him a long memory. Charlotte said. That's right, his temper must be restrained. Jillian nodded too. So the three people immediately reached a consensus. When Caesar comes back, he must be taught a profound lesson. After Caesar hung up the phone, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. As if something bad was about to happen. Caesar shook his head. Unknowingly, we arrived at the Dragon King's palace. Lord Caesar. People passing by saw Caesar aimlessly and said hello. Caesar paid no attention to these people. He walked straight into Neptune's office. How come Mr. Caesar has time to come to my place instead of spending time with his wife and children? Neptune looked at Caesar's worried look, put down the documents in his hand, poured Caesar a cup of tea and asked. Neptune, do you think I'm a good father? Caesar asked as he looked at Neptune while holding the tea. Neptune looked at Caesar with a raised eyebrow. The two of them have lived a hard life for 5 years, but I haven't shown any signs of it. Do you think I'm a beast? Caesar's bold statement frightened Neptune. Mr. Caesar can't think like that. When no one makes a mistake, as long as they make up for it in the future, everything is still possible. Neptune refilled Caesar's cup of tea. But I feel like Napoleon doesn't need me as a father. Caesar thought of Napoleon's expression when he received the paternity test report. It was an indescribable feeling. Caesar only felt a little bit of pain in his heart. Family love is something that cannot be seen or even touched. But once it happens, it's heartbreaking. Hey. Caesar put the cup down and turned to look at Neptune. Am I being a jerk? Caesar suddenly asked. This frightened Neptune so much that his hands shook. Mr. Caesar, you are the hero of our Fishman Island, the great hero in the hearts of all fishmen, how could you think so? Neptune said quickly. King Neptune, you don't need to compliment me so much. I still know my own situation. When I think of the suffering that mother and son have suffered in the past 5 years, my heart aches. Auni is a good woman, but I'm too carefree, I'm afraid I will continue to hurt her. Caesar stared at the teacup in a daze. Mr. Caesar, I think now that you have a son, it's time to calm down. You're not too young anymore. When Neptune heard what Caesar said, he also put down his arrogance and began to persuade. Yeah, he's not young anymore, he's already 27. When my dad was as old as me, he was already supporting the whole sky, and I was just like a child, sheltered under him, always like a child who won't grow up. Caesar smiled bitterly. The tone was a little bitter. In just a few days, Caesar seemed to have grown up overnight. Every night when people were quiet, Napoleon's unyielding look appeared in his mind. The appearance of Napoleon broke Caesar's illusions. He originally thought that he could hide under his father's wings forever and live the life he wanted leisurely. And now, Caesar felt that it was time for him to share the family's pressure. In this family, Dad will always be silently guarding us from behind. Even his sister's death is silently guarding the family. It's just him, doing nothing all day long. To put it nicely, he is lazy. Neptune looked at Caesar, whose expression was constantly changing, and hesitated. Mr. Caesar, if you feel that you owe them mother and son, why not make it up to them in the next time? Even if you cannot get their forgiveness, it will make you feel better. Neptune suggested. Okay. Caesar nodded. Neptune looked at Caesar's slightly sad profile. Suddenly, I remembered what Princess Odoheim said in the morning. Mr. Caesar, I have a heartfelt request. Neptune hesitated for a moment before speaking. Caesar raised his brows and looked at Neptune, wondering what could happen to him. I also understand a little bit about Napoleon's situation. We on Fishman Island are also responsible for this. As your sons, we didn't find out in advance. This is the biggest fault. I don't even have the face to let Mr. Charlotte know about this. Yes, so I have a request. I want to marry my daughter, Princess Baixing, to Napoleon. Of course, this is a baby marriage, and we will get married when Baixing becomes an adult. What do you think? Neptune asked, looking at Caesar. Caesar suddenly woke up. Looking at Neptune. I kept complaining in my heart. This old guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually had his mind set on his son. This directly deeply binds Fishman Island and the Rockefeller family. Caesar didn't dare to decide on such a big matter. Father has to decide this matter. I can't give a reply. Of course, I agree with it from the bottom of my heart. Caesar thought for a moment and then reminded tactfully. Chapter 863, Leaving Fishman Island. Yes, after all, this matter is related to the relationship between the two families. It really needs to be carefully considered. Our Fishman Island is always waiting for you. Neptune quickly nodded in agreement. After Neptune did this, Caesar didn't want to stay any longer. I will take Uni and Napoleon back to Kame Island tomorrow. Don't worry about the safety of Fishman Island, someone will take over. Caesar looked at Neptune and said. So urgent? Neptune was stunned. Father, he can't wait any longer. Caesar smiled bitterly. Yes, after all, he is the third-generation grandson of the Rockefeller family. It is normal for Sir Charlotte to be anxious. Neptune nodded. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I still have some things to deal with. Goodbye. Caesar stood up and left the Dragon King's palace without looking back. Neptune watches Caesar leave. Wait until it disappears. Princess Odoheim walked out slowly. Princess, am I too impatient? Neptune asked, looking at Odoheim. Odoheim shook her head. Caesar really can't make the decision on this matter. We need to discuss it with Lord Charlotte. Odoheim said, looking into the distance. Tying Fishman Island to the Rockefeller family's worship was also a helpless move by Fishman Island. Without the protection of the Rockefeller family, I don't know what the current Fishman Island would be like. The advent of the Age of Discovery. This place, located at the intersection of the New World and Paradise, has become a fortress for entering and exiting the New World. Countless malicious eyes were placed on Fishman Island. Fishman Island is also very stressful. The next day, Auni dressed dignifiedly and elegantly early in the morning, with a layer of white powder on her face, trying to hide the haggard look on her face. Son, does Mom look good? Oni turned around and looked at the expressionless Napoleon with a white face and asked. Nice. Napoleon said 2 words dryly. Upon seeing this, Oni stood up and came to Napoleon's side and pinched Napoleon's face. I'm going to see Grandpa soon, be happy. Oni smiled. Napoleon nodded. During this time, Napoleon also learned something about the Rockefeller family. Today, the Rockefeller family all have their own grandfather, Rockefeller Charlotte, who worked hard alone. He is a big shot and the hero of Fishman Island. Napoleon also had some expectations. Napoleon Ernie, who looked like a little adult, didn't take it seriously. Her son has had his own opinions since he was a child. She's used to it. After a while, Uni felt that it was almost done, so she took Napoleon's hand and walked out. Caesar, who was standing at the door, was already waiting impatiently. Look at Oni coming out. It's so slow. I've been waiting here for almost an hour. Caesar looked at Oni and said speechlessly. Oni rolled her eyes. Don't you know that women have to dress up when they go out? After saying that, he ignored Caesar's furious expression and walked straight forward. Caesar is angry. But there is nothing to do. This woman is completely unreasonable. Sure enough, I couldn't explain it clearly to the woman. But now Caesar doesn't dare to do anything to Oni. Even this woman must be sacrificed. I thought I could relax on Fishman Island. As a result, this happened. From now on, Caesar will not dare to mess around. Caesar looked at Napoleon, who was expressionless behind Ernie. Son! Caesar shouted. Napoleon raised his eyelids and glanced at Caesar. Then he immediately followed Oni. Yes, this son has to take his time. Caesar shook his head. Then he followed the two of them towards the port. Many people followed. Caesar's family of 3 boarded the ship. Goodbye, boss, don't forget us. Napoleon stood on the boat, looking at the shouts of Marat and the 3 men below, and suddenly felt sad. I am leaving the Fishman Island where I have lived for 5 years. This is the place where he grew up. Suddenly I felt reluctant to give up. He knew that once he left, he would not come back for who knows how long. Seeing this, Caesar walked up behind Napoleon and patted Napoleon's shoulder with his big hand. If you want to come back in the future, I'll take you back to have a look. Caesar said. Napoleon was speechless after hearing this. Since Caesar confirmed that Napoleon was really his son, he also began to care about Napoleon. But Napoleon remained silent. So many days. Caesar had never heard Napoleon call him daddy. This made Caesar feel guilty. Especially after learning about the suffering my mother and I have endured in the past 5 years. I feel more and more uncomfortable. I want to make up for it, but I don't know where to start. Mr. Caesar, thank you for your help. Neptune came over and said. Caesar smiled after hearing this. Neptune set his sights on Napoleon again. I feel a little complicated. He didn't expect that there was actually a member of the Rockefeller family on Fishman Island, who was also Caesar's eldest son. If he had known this, Neptune would definitely not miss such a good opportunity to deepen his relationship with the Rockefeller family. But it's not too late. Marrying Shirahoshi to Napoleon can be regarded as making up for the relationship between the two parties. Neptune looked at Napoleon. Napoleon looked at Neptune in the same way. Fishman Island will always be your home. In the end, Neptune could only hold back this sentence. But it was different in Napoleon's eyes. This will always be my home and I will never forget this. Napoleon looked at Neptune and said. Neptune smiled. Okay, what I hate the most is the sadness when leaving. It's not like I won't come back. Neptune, I'm leaving. If anything happens on Fishman Island, just call me. Caesar looked at Neptune and said. Okay. Neptune smiled. The ship set sail. Because of Napoleon and Ernie on this return trip, it was naturally impossible for Caesar to fly back as before. We can only find a boat to take the couple back. Fortunately, there are many ships traveling between Fishman Island and Kame Island. Caesar was not afraid of being without ships either. After coating, set sail. Looking at the Fishman Island getting further and further away. My mood suddenly dropped. A tear fell from Napoleon's eye. This is goodbye to the past. I don't know how long it took. Napoleon stood quietly on the deck. We're going to see, do you have any ideas? Caesar asked as he walked up to Napoleon. No. Napoleon replied coldly. What tone are you talking about? I'm your father. Caesar looked dissatisfied at Napoleon's cold tone. After hearing this, Napoleon just looked at Caesar quietly. Caesar felt uncomfortable under Napoleon's gaze. Okay, I admit that I am sorry for you mother and son, but you must also give me a chance to make amends. Caesar looked at Napoleon and said. You should tell my mother this. Napoleon said this and ignored Caesar. Caesar was stunned and looked at Napoleon. He was actually educated by his son. What a failure. Ships passed through the red earth from underground. Napoleon looked a little stunned at this rather spectacular scene. Chapter 864 Father and Son. The surrounding sea water exudes fascinating colors. Fascinating him. Through a night's sail. Soon, the ship slowly rose. A ray of sunlight shone on Napoleon's face. Looking above, at the sunlight filtering through the water. Sun. Napoleon murmured. This is the dream of many fish people. Live under the sun. When he was a child, he also longed for the sun. But that's all fantasy. Now he saw the sun. Puff. Ships float on the sea. The bubble surrounding the ship shattered instantly. The sun shone directly on Napoleon's face. Somewhat glaring. Napoleon raised his arms to shield himself. But through the space between his fingers, Napoleon looked directly at the sun for the first time. It's very warm. Caesar smiled and raised his head, letting the sun shine on him. Very eye-catching. It's very warm. This is the dream of millions of fishmen on Fishman Island. Napoleon said suddenly. It seems that you have deep feelings for Fishman Island. Caesar said. After all, I also have Fishman blood. Napoleon looked at his mother who was sitting at the table with her chin in her hands. It was also the first time she faced the sun. There will be a chance. Caesar patted Napoleon on the shoulder and said. This is your first time out of Fishman Island. There are many things in the outside world that you don't understand. During these few days of journey, I will teach you some tips on living on land. Caesar looked at Napoleon expectantly and said. Of course your mother has to learn too. Caesar added. Napoleon looked at his mother and then at his father. He nodded and did not refuse. Caesar smiled, happily. Now that you have taken the first step, will it still be difficult in the future? Soon, Teacher Caesar's small class started. This was the first time that Caesar had been so active. Start talking about the world on land on the deck. Oni listened curiously like a little woman. The same is true for Napoleon, from indifference at the beginning to gradually curiosity. Listen quietly. The ship sailed slowly for a week. A lot happened this week. Napoleon landed on land for the first time and ate land food for the first time. It was also the first time to fight on the sea. And all this is under the guidance of Caesar. Napoleon's cold heart began to thaw. A week later. Because I was taking care of Aoni's health, I had to sail for more than a week to reach Kame Island. Kame Island ahead is about to dock. The sailor stood on the lookout and shouted down. Finally arrived at home. A sailor looked at the hazy island in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. This road is not safe. If the Dragon Caesar hadn't been on board, they didn't know how many people would have died on this voyage. Unknowingly, there are more and more pirates in the new world. They are all yearning for the new world. Caesar walked out of the cabin and looked at Kame Island in the distance. For some reason, Caesar suddenly felt panicked, as if something bad was going to happen. Napoleon also walked out of the cabin and looked at the islands in the distance. This week. Napoleon saw the sun for the first time and land for the first time. I also saw the red Earth continent that towered into the clouds and divided the world. Saw the vastness of the ocean. I also saw human life. Boy, how are you? Are you nervous? You're going to see your grandpa soon, so be nice. Caesar looked at Napoleon beside him and patted his shoulder and said. Napoleon rolled his eyes. Napoleon was actually a little nervous, but after seeing Caesar beside him, the nervousness in his heart dissipated instantly. Because he felt the tension from Caesar. What is he nervous about? But the one who was most nervous was Oni. Oni sat in the room, playing with various cosmetics. Try on various clothes. I want to dress myself beautifully and give a good impression to my future parents-in-law. But it all felt a little redundant about her. Because a large group of people have gathered in front of the port of Kame Island. I'll go, there are so many people, it seems that my eldest nephew is quite popular. Robert looked at the people standing in front of the port in surprise. Even Tesla, who had been patrolling his death and who had been in the laboratory, came. Everyone wants to meet this first third-generation member of the Rockefeller family. Basically all of Charlotte's children gathered at the port. Shut up, they're all here to greet my eldest nephew, what's so weird about it? Deidara looked at the funny Robert and said speechlessly. Speaking of which, my eldest brother gave birth to a son without saying a word. I was shocked when I first found out. Robert said, leaning next to Deidara. I guess there won't be anything good to gain from my brother's return this time. Deidara said, looking at the coastline in the distance. Deserve it. Sif interjected. As a child of the Rockefeller family, who doesn't know the playboy nature of his eldest brother? It used to be okay. As a result, the woman's belly got bigger and she didn't even know it. A scumbag is just a scumbag. Okay, stop talking, come here and leave a good impression on my sister-in-law. Eve stopped everyone. Charlotte, who was standing at the front, looked at the slowly approaching ships ahead. Jillian held Charlotte's hand. Charlotte, don't go too far in front of your future daughter-in-law. Jillian warned. Jillian could clearly feel the fire in Charlotte's heart. Jillian sighed. Caesar had gone too far. She couldn't help but want to teach Caesar a lesson. Too wild. Rest assured. Charlotte said solemnly. He looked at the lazy people coming around. This Kame Island is really leaking everywhere. They say family scandals should not be made public, but this time it was so embarrassing that everyone knew about it. For a moment, Charlotte wanted to go on a killing spree and use these talkative people to wash away the anger in her heart. Soon. The ship docked. Everyone stood up straight and waited quietly for the first person to get off the boat. As a result, Caesar was seen walking off the ship heartlessly and with a smile on his face. There are so many people. Come on, Napoleon, come out and see your grandpa and grandma, as well as your many aunts and uncles. Caesar felt a little guilty when he saw the people standing at the port, and quickly called Napoleon behind him to come out and meet everyone. After hearing what Caesar said, Ernie came down holding Napoleon's hand. All the eyes of the audience were instantly focused on Uni and Napoleon. This is my sister-in-law and eldest nephew. Robert looked at Oni and Napoleon and whispered to Deidara. Shut up. Esteth turned her head and glanced at Robert. Charlotte looked at her daughter-in-law and grandson who came out. Welcome, I'm Charlotte. It was also the first time for Charlotte to face this kind of scene, the first time to see her daughter-in-law and grandson, and she said something dryly under the gaze of everyone. This made Oni and Oni, who were also nervous, a little nervous. Jillian rolled her eyes at Charlotte. Drop the chain at the critical moment. He immediately stepped forward and took Oni's hand. Chapter 865 Grandfather and Grandson Meet. You are Uni, right? You are so good-looking that you are attracted by this brat of mine. It's just a pain for you mother and son. Jillian whispered to Oni softly. Mom. Oni hit the snake on the stick, suppressing her inner excitement, and quickly called out Mom. The sound of Mom made Jillian laugh. Good, good. Jillian clapped Oni's hand quickly, with a smile on her face. Charlotte also raised the corners of her mouth. Then Jillian set her sights on Napoleon. My eldest grandson, you are so handsome. Jillian said with a smile as she stroked Napoleon's head with her hand. After hearing this, Napoleon glanced at Oni and then called Jillian Grandma. This excited Jillian so much. Caesar behind him curled his lips when he saw this. So many days. I never saw him call me Dad. Stop staying here and go home. Jillian took Oni's hand and led Napoleon towards the castle. When Caesar saw this, he wanted to follow. But he was stopped by Charlotte. Caesar was confused. But looking at my father's expressionless face, I suddenly felt panicked. After Charlotte saw her daughter-in-law and grandson walking away, she set her sights on Caesar. At the same time, Esteth, Tesla and others all set their sights on Caesar. Some younger ones are still gloating about their misfortune. Okay, you can be patient. I don't even know I have a son, and I have made the mother and son suffer so much, but I show mercy every day. I've become more capable. Charlotte's expression didn't look good or bad. Caesar smiled quickly when he saw this, trying to fool him. Snapped. Charlotte slapped him directly. Kaiser was immediately stunned. The smile on his face also froze. You still have the nerve to smile. Is this what I, Rockefeller Charlotte, taught you? Charlotte looked at Caesar and said angrily. Caesar lowered his head after hearing this. Humph. Seeing her son lower his head, Charlotte snorted coldly, turned around and left the port. Caesar did not look up. De. Esteth stepped forward. Look at the high heels in front of you. Caesar raised his head. Sister. Caesar hasn't finished speaking yet. A scabbard appeared in front of his eyes. Caesar was unprepared and was slapped in the face by Esteth's scabbard. Kick Caesar away directly. But it was even harder than Charlotte's slap. Let me see you having fun and drinking again in the future, and I'll smoke you again and again. Esteth walked up to Caesar and said coldly. Caesar lay on the ground and stared at Esteth blankly. Tesla saw this and walked up to Caesar. Pulled Caesar up. Patted Caesar's arm. Made up for the wrong things you did. Tesla sighed. Robert and Sif also stepped forward. Brother, you did this. Robert took a sip and didn't know what to say. Scumbag. Sif snorted disdainfully and walked towards the castle. Upon seeing this, the other younger siblings quickly followed their older siblings back to the castle. Caesar was left alone in the harbor. People around him pointed. Caesar's heart ached instantly. Did he really do something wrong? Caesar stood there blankly without saying a word. A long time. Caesar walked towards the castle with dull eyes. Soon we arrived at the gate of the castle. Listening to the laughter in the hall. This is your aunt. Jillian pulled Napoleon to his death and said. Auntie. Napoleon looked at his death, who had a look on his face that he should avoid strangers, and shouted. After hearing this, Isteth's cold face that remained unchanged all year round was slightly moved. He raised his hand and touched Napoleon's head. Auntie will teach you how to kill people from now on. Isteth said. These words shocked many people. Charlotte spit out the wine directly. Others were also embarrassed. What nonsense. Isteth's mother Jenny pulled Isteth and scolded. How can an aunt teach someone to kill someone as soon as they meet her? This is your second uncle. Jillian was also quite embarrassed when she introduced the Tesla next to her again. Second uncle. Napoleon cried out. Well, you can ask me any questions you don't understand in the future. Tesla smiled gently. It gave Napoleon a feeling of spring breeze. This is your third uncle. Jillian pointed at Robert again and said. Hey, eldest nephew, come and play with me later. This is your fourth uncle, Deidara. Don't pay attention to him, he will make a bad face. Robert pulled Napoleon and said. Robert, do you want to fight again? Deidara raised his fist and looked at Robert fiercely. Ha ha ha. Robert ignored Deidara's threats. This is your second aunt. Jillian pointed at the somewhat aloof Sif and said. Second aunt. Napoleon cried out. Good nephew, if your father dares to hit you in the future, just tell the second aunt and I will make the decision for you. Sif said looking at Napoleon. Napoleon nodded. Then Jillian introduced family members to Oni and Napoleon, mother and son. When I saw my uncle who was as old as myself. Napoleon was stunned. But he still called me uncle obediently. This makes David, Walker, Dylan, and others very happy. Finally, I'm not the youngest anymore. David watched Napoleon jump with joy. Clearly still a child at heart. Far less mature than this nephew. All right, we all recognize it now. Napoleon, treat this as your own home from now on, don't be restrained. Charlotte looked at the introduction and said. Grandfather. Napoleon cried out. Charlotte was immediately amused. Good, good. Charlotte quickly said hello 3 times. Caesar, don't let me in yet. Charlotte shouted towards the door. Caesar heard this and walked in with his head lowered. Seeing Caesar's dejected look, Charlotte wanted to slap him again. From now on, Napoleon will be the 3rd generation chief of our Rockefeller family and your son. Treat both of them well. Their lives have not been easy for them for so many years. Do you know how to make up for it? Charlotte began to educate Caesar. Caesar lowered his head and endured it silently, nodding in response from time to time. Seeing his son like this, Charlotte couldn't say anything more. My son has a very strong self-esteem, and if he talks too much, it will make him look bad. Go down and hold a banquet tonight to welcome Uni and Napoleon. Charlotte waved her hand and shouted. Oh yeah, I love having banquets the most. When the younger family members heard about the banquet, they immediately jumped up. The hall was instantly filled with joy. The only one who is a little worried is probably Caesar. Night. Rockefeller Castle is brightly lit. Charlotte gathered everyone on Kame Island together. Let everyone get to know their grandson Napoleon. Carter, Barrett and other family cadres also arrived one after another. Soon. The news that Charlotte had a grandson spread instantly. Chapter 866 Wedding. It was almost the next day. All the prominent forces in the New World know about it. Charlotte has a grandson named Napoleon. He is the son of the world's most powerful creature, the dragon Caesar. 5 years old. He had been fostered on Fishman Island before. Now back. Charlotte did not tell the truth that Napoleon was accidentally born due to Caesar's mercy. So embarrassing. Charlotte really couldn't afford to lose that person. What is being circulated outside is all Charlotte's orders. After learning that Charlotte has a grandson, all the forces prepared a gift and sent it to Kame Island. This can be regarded as maintaining the relationship. Of course the world government and navy also knew about it. The world government didn't take it seriously. The navy is debating whether to issue a bounty for Charlotte's grandson. The discussion lasted for a long time. The Hawks had the upper hand. Soon the reward for Rockefeller Napoleon was released. Rockefeller Napoleon, the son of the dragon Caesar, the grandson of the three emperors Charlotte, was born with the blood of sin and has a bounty of 500 million. A bounty of 500 million was suddenly offered. One can imagine how deeply the navy hates the Rockefeller family. Even if I know it's useless. But also disgusting about the Rockefeller family. So, with the help of the navy, almost everyone around the world knows that Rockefeller Charlotte has a grandson. His name is Rockefeller Napoleon, the son of the dragon Caesar. He was born with a sinful bloodline and carried a bounty of 500 million. When Charlotte saw the newspaper, "Oh, the navy is really haunting and gave me such a big gift." Charlotte looked at Napoleon's bounty and snorted disdainfully. "Grandpa, what's the use of this bounty?" Napoleon asked curiously, standing next to Charlotte. Within a few days, Napoleon no longer felt strange in his heart, and instead liked being by his grandfather's side. This should be the so-called intergenerational kiss. It's just a method of the navy. Don't you know? Grandpa used to be a pirate. When Charlotte said this, there was still a proud look on her face. Pirate? Napoleon's eyes widened after hearing this. Aren't pirates all extremely vicious people? Why is Grandpa a pirate? Napoleon, who has been living on Fishman Island, does not understand basic information about the outside world. It's all hearsay. Just like the title of hero Charlotte. He always thought his grandfather was a hero. Haha. Boy, sometimes a pirate is not necessarily a bad person, he may also be forced. Charlotte stroked Napoleon's head. Start talking about the glorious days of your youth. Napoleon listened very carefully. I also want to learn about the world from it. Just leave it at that. The grandfather and grandson sat on the roof of the castle, under the shining of the setting sun, and talked until late at night. Charlotte didn't stop nagging until Napoleon fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping grandson, Charlotte only felt that life was infinitely beautiful. But whoever dares to destroy this beauty, he will send anyone to hell. Charlotte's eyes instantly burst out with murderous intent. The reward order in his hand was instantly shattered. The sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. An unparalleled will surrounded Charlotte, continuously saving. It seems that this is the ultimate secret of this world. Maybe we are the same to you, but how can we allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Charlotte looked at her fist and said solemnly. At the same time, also looked at the starry sky in the distance. And on the wall, there is one more reward order. It's really Charlotte's reward. Time passes slowly. The Rockefeller family held a wedding. The marriage of Caesar and Ernie caused a sensation throughout the New World. Since the time of rocks, there was no joy in the New World. The wedding of Caesar and Oni became the happiest moment in the past 30 years. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, who had recently left, sent their respective second-in-commands to Kame Island again with gifts, sending blessings to the two newlyweds. That period was a rare moment of peace in the entire New World. The people living in the New World felt peace for the first time. It turns out that the New World can also be peaceful. And all this is thanks to his death. 1 week before the wedding, carrying a long sword, his death went to the door one by one, sent invitations, and warned all forces. Whether it's a kingdom, pirates, or dark forces, who dares to take the lead? She will kill anyone. All of a sudden, Isteth's murderous reputation shocked the world. Not without resistance. But those who resisted died. It was even rumored that Isteth was fighting with Whitebeard. In the end, the Whitebeard pirates fell silent and Isteth returned safely. Then the Whitebeard pirates gave him a generous gift. The news came out. It completely established the fact that the New World was dominated by the Rockefeller Kingdom. It also made it clear to many forces in the New World that the Rockefeller Kingdom was now at its peak. Even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, has to take a break from the spotlight. People from all forces sent generous gifts one after another. Not to mention making friends, at least they look familiar. And the wedding day. Charlotte and Jillian sat in high seats, watching Caesar and Oni kneeling in front of them to serve tea. All smiles. The surroundings were filled with family, friends, and many guests. Caesar will treat Uni well from now on, but he won't bully others, you know? After Charlotte finished drinking tea, she looked at Caesar and said, I know, father. At this time, Caesar was no longer as frivolous as before. Some are just serious. Then he looked at Oni, the woman who suddenly appeared in his life. Then he looked at Napoleon in the corner, standing under the stage looking at him. Wife. Caesar shouted. This was the first time he recognized this woman. My previous wives always acted for the occasion. But this time, she is a real wife. Auni's eyes turned red instantly. She had been waiting for this moment for 6 years, and she wanted to cry for a moment. Auni, today is a happy day, don't cry. If he dares to let you down in the future, just tell Mom, and Mom will make the decision for you. Jillian took Oni's hand and comforted her. Mom. Oni whimpered. The wedding was very warm for a while. And in the audience, Kakarote walked to the guest area where the Charlotte family was. How did you come? Kakarote came to Garrett's side with a glass of wine and asked in surprise. Why can't I come? Garrett asked rhetorically. Forehead. Kakarote's words stopped abruptly. Garrett didn't care that Kakarote was watching the wedding on the stage. A trace of envy appeared in his eyes. Then he looked at Kakarote, who was standing aside blankly, with some disgust in his eyes. Katakuri, who led the Charlotte family, looked at the two people on the podium. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Esteth, who was standing at the door with his arms folded and an indifferent look on his face. Then he lowered his head silently. Hide your face under the scarf as much as possible. Chapter 867 Hyuan Calendar 1509. Tesla held the wine glass, glanced at the entire audience, and smiled at the bickering between Kakarote and Garrett. Then his eyes seemed to find something inadvertently. Katakuri seemed to be looking at something. Tesla followed Katakuri's gaze and looked over. Then he saw Esteth standing at the door with his arms folded and staring at the two Caesars on the stage. Interesting. Tesla smiled playfully and played with the wine glass in his hand. Then he came to the location of the Whitebeard Pirates with a wine glass in hand. His mission is to take good care of the guests from the Whitebeard Pirates. Unfortunately, the person who came was Marco. What's even more unfortunate is that it was Tesla who entertained Marco. Marco, you Whitebeards are the only ones here, the others? Tesla asked as he came to Marco with a drink. Marco, who had been staring at Napoleon, shifted his gaze, looked at Tesla, and frowned. They all have something to do. Dad just asks me to come over. Marco said calmly. That's it. It's delicious. Call me anytime. Tesla patted Marco on the shoulder and said. Just came over to say hello. Watching Tesla leave leisurely. Marco gritted his teeth. The wedding continues. Soon, Caesar came down with Oni. Come to each table and toast to the guests. Napoleon reluctantly followed Caesar and Ernie, holding a drink. I want to drink, but I can't. From the first row to the last row. Many guests were flattered. Being toasted by a big man like Caesar, many people can brag about it for a lifetime. So here we are, pushing cups and changing cups. The banquet slowly ended. It's time for everyone to leave. Caesar stood at the door with the newlyweds, greeting each guest as they left. Until it gets darker. Call. Caesar took a deep breath. He felt more exhausted than if he had fought for 7 days and 7 nights. These social activities are really annoying. Upon seeing this, Oni quickly wiped the sweat from Caesar's face with a handkerchief. Caesar glanced at Oni and nodded. I turned around and saw my dad walking over. Are you tired? These are all things you will experience in the future. Ruling a huge kingdom, there are countless things that need to be solved by you. It is not that simple. Charlotte looked at Caesar and said. Now that you are married, you have to restrain your previous temper. You can no longer act recklessly. You are the eldest son of the Rockefeller family and the future king. You must take responsibility. Charlotte patted Caesar's shoulder and said seriously. Dad. Caesar was silent. Charlotte shook her head and walked out with her hands behind her back. The setting sun was like a golden scroll, reflecting on Charlotte's body, drawing out a long, ink-stained figure. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the year 1509 of the Hyuan calendar. Reflect on the previous year. The Rockefeller Pirates became the Rockefeller Kingdom. The World Expo that shocked the world was held. And with the addition of a grandson, the Rockefeller family has grown to the 3rd generation. all this means the growth of the Rockefeller family. I believe that in the near future, the Rockefeller family will one day stand at the top of the world. Charlotte sat on the beach chair. Looking at Napoleon hitting the sandbag with punch after punch, he showed a happy smile. His grandson is even more talented than his father. Maybe it's caused by having half of the Fishman bloodline. Charlotte went to César Courant to have Napoleon's blood tested. The result is the conclusion. He perfectly inherited Caesar's bloodline factors, and at the same time mixed it with the Fishman's bloodline. Moreover, its Fishman bloodline is derived from the megalodon shark, the apex predator of marine life. When César Courant saw the genes in Napoleon's bloodline, he said it was impossible 3 times in a row. Because in his understanding, a person's bloodline would never be so mixed. But in this mess, it perfectly inherits the advantages of all bloodlines. In the analysis of César Courant, Napoleon has ghosts, fishmen, and humans in his bloodline. Along with these 3 major bloodlines, he also inherited some of the bloodline factors from the artificial devil fruit that Caesar had eaten. But for some reason it didn't show up. When Charlotte understood, no matter how mixed the blood in Napoleon's body was. I only know that the 3rd-generation leader of the Rockefeller family is undoubtedly Napoleon. This made Charlotte very happy. Future conservative is another general. Now Charlotte's thoughts are on cultivating Napoleon. He doesn't care about Caesar anymore. Directly hand over all affairs of the kingdom to Caesar. It also cultivated Caesar's ability to govern. At the same time, in Charlotte's office, Caesar looked at the documents that were as big as his head placed on the table in front of him. Caesar was about to cry. How long will this be dealt with? Dad, where are you? Caesar lay on the table, feeling helpless. But it didn't take long. Carter's arrival made Caesar even more desperate. Young master, these are documents for each island, they also need to be reviewed and reviewed. Carter walked in holding the document that was almost up to his chest and said. At one glance, I saw Caesar who was hopeless. I couldn't help but feel pity for this young master. You must know that the king gave these documents to the maids for joint review. He himself just glanced at it and threw it away. Sometimes Carter even graded the papers himself. Put the papers on the table. Caesar was desperate. In response, Charlotte smiled. Work on his temperament. Compared to violence, Charlotte prefers to use a more civilized approach. When it comes to educating children, Charlotte is no longer like before, taking her time to play. He glanced at his grandson running in the sun with sweat. Charlotte pressed the button. The gravity devices on Napoleon's legs activated. Napoleon stumbled and almost fell. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, running forward. This perseverance is much better than when Caesar was young. Caesar was notoriously lazy when he was young. Who? Napoleon panted in the sun. Training like hell. Come on. You can. Napoleon shouted inwardly. After understanding the world, he found himself in a dangerous situation. Grandpa is very good. He wants to protect this family and fight for this family. And all this requires great strength. He must become stronger. Napoleon's spirit of refusing to admit defeat burst out. Running under the scorching sun. Send your cry to the world. The little boy in front of the castle tells everyone with his actions. This inspired a lot of people. Some uncles and aunts who were older than Napoleon spontaneously came to the training ground after seeing Napoleon's persistence. Sweating. In response, Charlotte's smile became even brighter. Chapter 868 The Fruits of Surgery, Part. The site changes. North Sea. A pirate ship is parked on the sea. A merchant ship nearby was burning with fierce flames. Fierce fighting sounds came from above. But soon, the fighting stopped. It was replaced by the victors' wild laughter. Celebrating their victory. Soon, a large group of pirates armed with a variety of weapons carried all the valuable treasures on the merchant ship back to the pirate ship. There is no doubt that the winner is the pirate. Wow, ha 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 ha, with so much treasure, brothers can have fun for another half a month. A one-eyed pirate looked at the jewelry in his hand and smiled with his teeth exposed. Ha 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 ha, yes, this time I am going to the red light street to seduce the most beautiful woman. Another pirate was holding a stack of Baileys and laughing wildly. The sound of laughter filled the entire pirate ship with joy. But the captain of the ship sat on the barrel and smiled without saying a word. An 8 or 9-year-old boy next to him watched all this with panic on his face. Suddenly a voice sounded. Captain Barreros, look what we found. The pirate held a treasure box and quickly ran through the crowd to the captain and shouted excitedly. After hearing this, the people around them turned to look at the crew member. Oh. What's all the fuss about? Barreros sat on the barrel and looked at the crew indifferently. The crew quickly raised the treasure chest to the captain and opened it. Barreros glanced into the box, his pupils dilated instantly. Quickly take out the contents of the treasure box. A devil fruit shaped like a heart was held in his hand. This. Barreros looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and its name instantly came to mind. The fruits of surgery. A devil fruit with a bounty of 5 billion from the world government. Barreros' heart pounded. Barreros was a former admiral in the Navy. Later, he became dissatisfied with the rules and regulations of the Navy and became a pirate. From then on, he plundered the sea freely. During his time in the Navy, Barreros was quite well informed and knew a lot of things. Naturally, he knew this devil fruit that even the world government was interested in. He even offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys. Boss, what kind of fruit is this? The younger brother looked at the captain's shocked look and asked closer. Surgery fruit, the devil fruit that the world government has offered a bounty of 5 billion. Barreros said, not choosing to hide it. His strong strength gave him unparalleled confidence. Even if all his crew members betray him, he can kill them all in the next second. 5 billion. The surrounding crew members' eyes widened in an instant, looking greedily at the devil fruit in the captain's hand. Ship, captain, is this fruit worth 5 billion? The younger brother asked stammeringly. Okay. Barreros also looked at the surgical fruit with greed on his face. The captain has paid it off. As long as we sell it to the world government, why are we still pirates? The crew members all set their greedy eyes on the surgical fruits. Yes, why should I be a pirate if I have 5 billion? I must contact the world government and sell this fruit. Barreros held up the surgical fruit and said. What are you waiting for? The crew was excited. Barreros was very moved and contacted the world government? This is very simple. Just look for any world government member country and you can find world government personnel. You can even go to the Navy. But if you go to the Navy or the world government yourself, wouldn't it just be delivered to your door? Will the Navy and the world government settle the money obediently? And many more. Barreros stopped the crew, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Captain, what are you still thinking about? The crew members were a little impatient. I'm worried that the world government will take advantage of it. Barreros said. After all, his identity is not honorable either. He was a Navy before and now he is a pirate. It is a bit unrealistic for the world government to deal with pirates honestly. That's what worries Barreros. If by that time the money is not received and one's life is lost, wouldn't it be a loss? Then how do you get these 5 billion Baileys? The younger brothers were a little confused. We cannot come forward in person, otherwise if it is a trap by the other party, the entire army will be annihilated. By then, the money will not be obtained, and lives will be lost. Barreros spread his hands and said. Carefully look at this surgical fruit worth 5 billion. Captain, what do you mean, find a third party to complete it? The younger brother hesitated. Yeah. Find a third party to trade with, and one with a strong background. I'm afraid it's only possible to sell it to the world government through the underground world. Barreros nodded and said. Contact the dark world? The younger brothers were all shocked. The dark world is not a good place. It's common for people to eat black people. What is the difference between the captain doing this and directly dealing with the world government? Barreros knew what these crew members were thinking just by looking at their expressions. I can't deal with the Navy and the world government, and I can't even deal with a bunch of scum in Beihai, a bunch of underground rats. Who can be my opponent? Barreros said dissatisfied. These guys don't believe him. When the pirates heard this, they immediately thought of the captain's terrifying combat power. With just one kick, a ship can be shattered. This strength exists in the entire North Sea, as long as it does not provoke those countries joining the world government to attract navies. Basically you can walk sideways. My confidence instantly increased. I'm going to contact the dark world now. The younger brother said quickly. This group of pirates has been hanging out in the North Sea all year round. I am very familiar with the underground world of Beihai. Some of the stolen goods that are difficult to sell are sold to the dark world. I am very familiar with the dark world. Immediately turn the ship around and head towards the nearest trading point in the Dark World. Soon we arrived at an island without any order. It is also the place where bulk goods are traded and circulated in the underground world. Barreros immediately inquired about several powerful forces with strong backgrounds in Beihai. And these forces must be able to pay 5 billion in one go. That's right, Barreros does not intend to trade with the world government, but lets the Dark World take the surgical fruits to trade with the world government alone. Even if the amount is less, it doesn't matter. Life is the most important thing. But soon, Barreros found that he had taken it for granted. If you want to take out 5 billion Baileys at once, is this something that ordinary forces can do? In the entire Beihai, it seems that only the Don Quixote family and the Vinsmoke family can do this. The latter has been suppressed repeatedly by the Navy and the Don Quixote family these days, and is obviously a little depressed. After all, only the Don Quixote family can eat it. Barreros thought for a while and planned to contact this person from the Don Quixote family to act as a middleman. But what he didn't know. Their actions in the Dark World attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 869 The Fruit of Surgery, Part. They all inquired about the origins of this group of people. He even directly kidnapped one of Balorus's crew members and learned the news about the fruit of the operation from him. We also learned that the world government offered 5 billion belly. It instantly caused a sensation in the entire underground world of Beihai. Damn it. Barreros held a long knife and killed a gangster who was stunned by 5 billion belly. Get out of here. Barreros shouted, waving. Then he led the crew back to the pirate ship. It should be said that Barreros' strength is indeed good. Surrounded by hundreds of people, they forced their way out. Successfully returned to the sea. Contact the Don Quixote family and sell the fruits of the operation as soon as possible. Barreros wiped the blood from his body and said angrily. He now understands that the results of the operation are already a problem for him. Must get rid of it. Soon, the largest evil force in Beihai received the news. What did you say? The fruit of the operation. Click. Doflamingo crushed the wine glass, stood up directly, and looked at Torbol. Suck, yes, young master. There is news in the underground world that the surgical fruit is in the hands of a group of pirates. Now they want to contact the world government through the underground world and want to trade. Do you think we should take over? Toripol asked. Toripol didn't know how precious the fruits of the operation were, and just thought it was a big deal. After all, it involves 5 billion in funds. If we take a cut of this amount, it will be a huge profit. But Doflamingo is different. The fruits of surgery. Immortality surgery. The secret passed down by the Tianlong population. Read more. The heart of Brother Langming is beating rapidly. Take it over and inform the seller immediately. I, Doflamingo, have taken over this matter. Anyone who dares to rob it will be the enemy of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo said fiercely. What? Torbol was stunned. Dover, that's not necessary. It's just the fruit of an operation. It's only 5 billion Baileys. Is this necessary? Toribol asked doubtfully. Phew. No, you don't understand, this is a devil fruit that even the world government is willing to pay a high price for. Can it be ordinary? Doflamingo let out a nervous laugh. Dover, are you? Torbol instantly looked at Doflamingo with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Is it possible that my young master wants to take advantage of others? Yes, it's worth it. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead and the corners of his mouth raised. This scene was clearly seen by Rosinante, who was standing next to him. The fruit of the operation? A devil fruit that can cure all diseases? Rosinante thought of this. He glanced at Trafalgar Law, who looked serious behind him. This child is suffering from lead disease. Even if he endures physical torture every day, he remains perseverant. The fruit of the operation may be Luo's only way out. Rosinante looked at Luo and thought silently. Luo looked up after feeling Rosinante's gaze. He looked at Rosinante with a puzzled expression. Rosinante said nothing. We must let Law eat the fruit of the operation before Doflamingo gets it. Rosinante secretly made up his mind. As for the naval mission, Rosinante has given up. The only thing he thinks about now is to cure Luo. Rosinante. Doflamingo suddenly shouted. Rosinante raised his head subconsciously. Brother, as long as I get the fruit of the operation, you can eat it. Doflamingo looked at Rosinan and said with a smile. Rosindi's pupils shrank and he quickly asked on the drawing board. Why? Doflamingo looked at the drawing board. You are my best brother, and the fruit of the operation should be yours. Doflamingo smiled. Rocinante fell silent after hearing this. All right, get ready to meet our prey. Doflamingo stood up and walked outside. And at the same time. New World. King, there is news about the surgical fruit you asked us to pay attention to in the North Sea. A group of pirates got the surgical fruit and wanted to trade it with the world government through the Dark World. Now it is taken over by Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Tetzolo walked up to Charlotte to report. Charlotte's pupils shrank. Inform Caesar and Tesla immediately to come see me. Charlotte ordered. Yes. Tetzolo left immediately. Go and inform the eldest prince and second prince. Soon, Caesar came out of the document with an excited look on his face. Meet Tesla leaving the laboratory. Finally, no more marking those damn documents. Caesar stretched and complained. Tesla smiled softly. Caesar and Tesla soon came to Charlotte. Since Caesar brought back Napoleon from Fishman Island last time, Charlotte didn't dare to let him wander around anymore. Directly send Robert and Deidara to guard Fishman Island. There is no need to go to Caesar anymore. In the past few months, Caesar almost suffocated to death on Kame Island. After a while, he was asked by his mother to develop a relationship with Oni. Later my father will arrange to review the documents. Cultivate feelings? This is how to train a great man like Caesar. It's hard to use fists. Now I immediately became excited when I heard my father's call. Caesar didn't need Charlotte to speak, but Caesar couldn't wait. The fruit of the operation, right? Don't worry, Dad, I'll get it for you right now. Caesar said eagerly. Although Tesla did not speak, he nodded. Tetzolo had already told them when he arrived. They also guessed that their father summoned them and others for the fruits of the operation. Now that you all know, go ahead and remember that everything is based on your own safety. Don't throw away your life for a small surgical result. Charlotte looked at her two sons and said with a smile. Understand. Caesar and Tesla immediately stood up straight and spoke loudly. He is becoming more and more military-like. Then he said goodbye to his relatives and secretly headed to Beihai. Tesla sat at the head of Caesar, looking at the endless sea. I wonder if I will meet you again this time. Tesla may have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth raised. Just as Caesar and Tesla rushed to the North Sea. An unexpected person is also heading to the North Sea. On the sky. An island quickly shuttled through the sky. Brother Indigo, are you sure the surgery fruit is in Beihai? Shurji asked, looking at his men seriously. Puff puff puff, boss, it's absolutely true. The underground world of Beihai has gone viral. The surgical fruits worth 5 billion are now in the hands of a group of pirates. They are currently contacting people and want to sell them to the world government. It is said that they will take over. The people are the Tang Quixote family, the most powerful underground force in Beihai. Indigo said with a strange sound. Jie ha 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 ha, as long as I get the fruit of the operation, it will be yours. Take this damn rudder off my head right away. Shiki gritted his teeth and looked at Indigo and said. Yes, yes, boss. Indigo was so frightened that he shivered. Chapter 870 The Fruits of Surgery, Part. Ever since Shurji knew that the surgical fruit could remove the rudder on his head, he ordered his men to search for traces of the surgical fruit. His eyes and ears are all over the sea and the Great Sea. Look for the fruits of surgery. Finally, Wan Tian paid off and got the news he wanted in Beihai. Just take the damn rudder off. He will kill to the new world immediately, and now he will kill that old lady Charlotte Lingling first to add to the fun. Thinking of this, Shurji's domineering aura rose to the sky involuntarily. He unleashed his domineering aura unscrupulously, not caring whether his crew could withstand it. But soon, the overlord-colored domineering energy dissipated. My head, damn it, damn it. Shurji held his head in pain and roared. Navy headquarters. Malin Vando. Marshal's office. Bang. The door was pushed open. Crane hurried into the marshal's office. This startled Zhang Gua, who was looking down at the documents. What happened? Are you in such a hurry? Warring States raised his head and asked he in confusion. Since the Navy was expelled from the New World by the 3 emperors of the New World, it was as if a burden had been lifted off the Navy. As long as the bad things in the New World are ignored, the Navy will not encounter any more difficulties. This actually allowed the Navy to develop steadily for a period of time and give it a little breathing space. Of course, this premise is that the three emperors of the New World don't cause trouble, and the hateful revolutionary army. In such a hurry, something must have happened. Thinking of the Warring States period, I also sat upright. Marshal, the fruits of the operation have appeared. The world government has informed our Navy to assist world government officials in the transaction. Crane looked at the Marshal and said. Fruit of surgery. Warring States' pupils shrank. Of course, he is no stranger to the fruits of surgery and the Warring States period. This is a devil fruit worth 5 billion each, and its worth is almost as high as that of the Pirate King. Can you not be familiar with it? Where are the fruits of the operation? Warring States asked quickly. In the hands of a group of pirates in the North Sea. Crane said seriously. Which pirates? Sengoku asked. Barira's pirates, former Commodore, fallen Navy Bareilles. He said in a deep voice. It's him. Warring States had some impression of this man. It seems that he betrayed the Navy and became a pirate a few years ago. The Navy had just experienced a failure in those few years, and there was no time to pay attention to this inconspicuous and fallen Navy. In addition, this fallen Navy was considered honest and only plundered merchant ships without making much noise, so the Navy shelved its plan to attack him. Unexpectedly, he actually got the fruits of the operation. He also plans to make a deal with the world government. Okay, send a lieutenant general to assist. Warring States said. At the same time, I had some doubts in my heart. Why was he so nervous about this issue? Marshal, this Barreros doesn't believe in the world government and wants to make a deal with the world government through the underground world. The person who took over this deal is Doflamingo, the underground king of the North Sea, Don Quixote family. He said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, Sangwa's brows instantly wrinkled. Of course, I am no stranger to this Don Quixote family and the Warring States period. The fallen Tianlong people, an underground force that has been entrenched in Beihai for more than 10 years, are lawless and do all kinds of evil. He escaped from numerous roundups by the Navy. During this period, he went to round up many times, but all ended without success. Very difficult to deal with. What does the world government say? Sengoku asked with a frown. The people from the world government said that we should send a general from our Navy to control the situation. Their power is not in the North Sea. Crane said. What are the people in the world government doing? Warring States became confused. After seeing Sengoku's expression, he suddenly became cautious. I got news that most of the world government's forces have been transferred to the East China Sea. It seems that something has been robbed, which makes the world government very anxious. Crane said cautiously. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku immediately recalled that at the beginning of the year, it seemed that the red-haired pirates had robbed a transport ship of the world government, causing the world government to jump directly. Crazy pursuit of the red-haired pirates. But the red-haired pirates had long since disappeared. Admirals can't do it. There are only 2 admirals in the Navy now. Akaino is suppressing the Nanhai Revolutionary Army, and Akiji wants to take control of Mariajoya. There is no way to remove him. Warring States said. Thinking of this, Warring States set his sights on Crane. It seems that the only person the Navy can draw from is Crane. Kizaru pursues the Sun Pirates all over the world. It has been almost 3 years and there has been no movement at all. The Warring States period all wondered if he was being lazy. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Garp went home to look after his children, and it was probably impossible for him to take action. It's too far from the East China Sea to the North Sea. Zifa, forget it. Now he doesn't even come to meetings. They are all in a state of semi-retirement. It seems only Crane has time. And Crane is quite familiar with dealing with Doflamingo. Crane saw Sengoku's eyes and understood instantly. Marshal, leave this matter to me. I will take Tautu with me. Crane said proactively. Well, thank you for your hard work. Warring States said. Everything is for justice. Crane immediately stood up and said firmly. Then they immediately prepared the ship, and after notifying Tautu, they immediately headed for the North Sea. Peach Rabbit has been knocked unconscious since the last time he was punched by Barrett. Wake up and the game is over. And something unexpected happened to her before the game was over. Lieutenant General Garp actually fought against the Rockefeller Kingdom. When she heard the news, Tautu's heart froze. I thought I was going to be in a den of thieves. After all, Lieutenant General Garp was gone. And if she follows Lieutenant General Garp, will the Rockefeller Kingdom let her go? This is simply not possible. Determined to die, intending to die to avoid harm. But I didn't expect that the Rockefeller Kingdom didn't care about them at all. The banquet started immediately after the game, and a group of people seemed to have forgotten the fight just now and started dancing around the bonfire. This also gave Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin a chance to escape. He just sailed away secretly. All the way back to the Navy headquarters. This experience made Tautu even unable to believe it. Reporting to Commander He, Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, the ship is ready and ready to depart at any time. A naval captain came to report. Well, Virgo, get ready to go. Crane nodded and said to the new captain in the Navy in front of him. Then he glanced at Peach Rabbit. They walked onto the warship together, and hundreds of Navy officers boarded the ship behind them. Sister He, the fruit of this operation is so precious and worth 5 billion Baileys. What does the world government want to do with it? Tautu looked at the mission information and became confused. Don't ask about things you shouldn't, especially about the world government. Don't ask about these things, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Crane frowned, looked at Peach Rabbit and said. Yes. Tautu looked at her sister's serious expression and immediately put away her doubts. Crane looked at the endless sea. I don't know why, but I feel a little panicked. There's always a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Chapter 871 Rosinante. Sunset. The three forces set out towards Beihai in unison. The protagonist Barriorus was sitting leisurely on the captain's chair holding a heart-shaped devil fruit, and began to dream about the life of a rich man in the future. Didn't know the danger was coming. And in the corner. The young Derek looked at his father with complicated eyes. Why his father, who was originally a hero, became a pirate is something that Drake has never been able to figure out. Every time I asked, I got scolded and beaten. Captain, Captain. The younger brother's voice sounded in the cabin. Barriorus instantly sat up straight and put away the devil fruit. Bang. The door was pushed open. The younger brother walked in quickly. Captain, the person you asked me to contact has been found. The underground king of the North Sea, the Don Quixote family, will be the third party in this transaction. He will trade with the world government, but the fee is very expensive and 10% will be taken away. Reward. The younger brother looked at Captain Barreros and said. What? 10%, a reward of 500 million belly. Barreros was furious when he heard this. Yes, Captain, 500 million belly. The younger brother replied. Barreros calmed down after hearing this. Barreros paced the deck. 500 million belly, although he made 500 million less, it could ensure his safety and avoid being hacked by the world government. This seems good too. Now Barreros is eager to take action. All the dark worlds in the entire North Sea are staring at him. If he fails to protect himself, he will be caught. He must get rid of it as soon as possible. As for the Don Quixote family, they are evil and evil. In fact, Barreros is not afraid. Because this kind of mixed-up talk is about credibility. If you dare to take advantage of others, no one will dare to do business with you in the future. This was also the reason why Barreros wanted to find someone from the underground world to be a middleman. Okay, 500 million is 500 million. Inform them to go to Mignon Island to trade and ask them to prepare the money. Barreros stood up and paced back and forth in the captain's cabin for a long time and said. Yes. The younger brother contacted me immediately. A transaction is about to begin. And their respective protagonists are about to appear. Fufufu. It seems quite cautious, Mignon Island. Doflamingo thought after receiving the news. Young master, now that the position has been decided, shall we take action? Toripole asked. Have you found out who the other party is? Doflamingo asked. It's clear. The opponent is a group of Barrelos pirates who have been entrenched in the North Sea all year round. He is a former naval officer and fallen Navy Barrelos. His strength is still very good. As long as he does not provoke the big forces in the North Sea, no one can belong to him. Opponent. Toripole said. Fufufu, if that's the case, let our fallen navy feel the cruelty of the dark world and prepare for action. Doflamingo ordered. Yes. All family cadres responded one after another. All the Don Quixote families began to take action. Heading to Mignon Island for deployment. Rocinante looked at the cadres who were leaving quickly. Then he looked at Luo, who had a determined look on his face, nodded. Before Luo could figure it out, Rosinante pulled Luo out quickly. The fruit of silence activates, silently. No one noticed Rosinante disappearing. The two quietly came to a beautiful back mountain. No one is around. I got information about the results of the operation. Luo, are you happy? Rosinante burst out laughing. Then he instantly picked up Luo with both hands, lifted him up, and spun him around a few times. The smile on his face could not be stopped. It is said that eating it can perform miraculous operations and cure any difficult and complicated diseases. It's like magic. Rosinante held up Luo, who had a dull look on his face, and said with a smile. Luo stared blankly at Rosinante's pupils slowly dilating. Mr. Corazon. Luo murmured. But Rosinante did not hear it. He quickly pulled Luo to a boat that had been hidden in advance. Where? Luo raised his head and looked at Rosinante. Go somewhere that can save your life. Rosinante said without raising her head. The boat sailed into the sea. Rosinante rowed hard. All mignon. Rosinante looked at the map in his hand. The sky is clouded over. Thunder and lightning. It started to rain lightly. It cast a shadow over Luo's heart. Cough cough. Luo coughed weakly. Rosinante quickly turned her head and hugged Luo into her arms. Luo lay in Rosinante's arms. My family in the White Town died at the hands of the world government, so if Mr. Corazon is also a navy of the world government, please tell me directly. Luo said weakly. The boat sailed on the sea, rocking from side to side. Don't say stupid things, I'm not a marine. Rosinante had an ugly look on his face after hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Great. Luo smiled hard. The ship kept moving forward. Luo lay quietly in Rosinante's arms, watching him row forward desperately. And at the same time, Doflamingo looked at the phone bug in his hand with a gloomy expression. Rockefeller Kingdom, Rockefeller Caesar, are really arrogant. Veins popped out on Doflamingo's forehead. Thinking about the tone of Caesar's command just now, Doflamingo wanted to kill him. But reason told him that he would only die. Trouble. Doflamingo muttered. The Rockefeller family actually also showed up. Damn Barreros, he actually spread the news and let the crazy dogs of the Rockefeller family smell it. Doflamingo's fingers turned white. What can we do about it? Doflamingo lowered his head and thought. Young master, Mr. Corazon is missing, and so is Luo. Buffalo hurried over and stood in front of Doflamingo and said anxiously. What? Doflamingo's expression changed after hearing this, and he seemed to have thought of something. Lo, Corazon. Doflamingo looked a little gloomy. Little lord. Buffalo looked at the young master's ugly face and shouted softly. Ignore this matter, get down. Doflamingo waved. Buffalo walked down. Doflamingo sat on his throne, head bowed. Corazon hopes you won't do anything stupid. Doflamingo muttered. Young master, everything is ready, the action can begin. Torbol walked in and said. Go. Doflamingo stood up and walked out of the hall. Torbol followed Dover and looked around. Why is Corazon missing? Torbol frowned. At the same time, two groups of people came to Beihai at the same time. Brother, according to intelligence, Doflamingo plans to take advantage of others and swallow the fruit of this operation. In a bar. Tesla said with the newly obtained intelligence. Oh. That flamingo is very courageous. Caesar took a sip of wine. Chapter 872, Seizing the Fruits of Surgery. What do you think Doflamingo just said to me? Caesar looked at Tesla. What? Tesla sat in front of Caesar with interest, picked up a bottle of wine and drank. He actually told me that it was something the world government wanted, which made it very difficult for him to handle, ha 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 ha. Caesar seemed to have heard something funny and laughed. Hee hee. Tesla also whispered softly. World government? When have the Rockefellers ever been afraid of a world government? It seems that he is not honest either. Tesla said disdainfully. It's time to let our Mr. Flamingo know that there is a price to pay for deceiving the Rockefeller Kingdom. Caesar stood up, crushed the wine bottle, picked up the Qinglong Yenue sword beside him, and walked out. Tesla looked at the messy tabletop and shook his head, drank the wine in one gulp, picked up the long golden stick and followed Caesar. The two walked out of the door. Caesar instantly transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Tesla turned into lightning, 1 minute faster than Caesar, and drew a stream of light on the horizon. Target Mignon Island. The Golden Lion Shiki, who also had this idea, flew over after finding out the traces of the Barreras pirates. A few days later, Rosinante paddled to the snow-covered island. This is the north of Mignon Island. Looking at the cliff in front of me. Rosinante threw the rope, hung it on the cliff, and climbed up with Luo on his back. It started to snow lightly in the sky. Climbed the cliff with difficulty. Place Luo at the corner of the ruined castle. Luo, I can't take you with me next time. I will definitely bring back the results of the operation. Rosinante put a layer of cloth on Luo, then stretched out 2 fingers to sign and said with a smile. Luo also laughed, but the torture of his body made him unable to laugh. Rosinante saw this and walked out. Go to the Barreras pirates and steal the surgery fruit. It's snowing heavily. Rosinante walked alone on the snow. The sound of shuttle came from the distance. Captain, this is Mignon Island, and the Don Quixote family should be coming soon. A pirate ship docked on the shore, and the crew on the ship looked left and right. Let's go to the island and take a look. Don't get ambushed. Barreras said while looking at the snow-covered island. Yes. A group of crew members dispersed with firearms in hand. Good chance. Rosinante's eyes lit up. Everyone dispersed, which made it easier for him to sneak in. That's when Rosinante made all the moves. A wild laugh came from afar. Jia ha 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 ha. Jia ha 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 ha. Where are the results of the operation? A golden figure swooped down quickly in the sky. Rosinante's pupils shrank when he saw that figure. Golden Lion Shiki. Rosinante looked at the figure flying over quickly in shock. Why is he here? Rosinante said puzzled. Fortunately, he had placed Shizun on himself before. He didn't let his exclamation come out. And Barreras also heard the laughter in the sky. He looked over subconsciously. Chop. A sharp voice sounded. A sword energy quickly fell from the sky and instantly cut through the sea. Jia ha 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 ha, the fruit of the operation is mine. Shiki jumped directly onto Barreras' ship, instantly controlling the entire ship and making it float. Barreras' pupils dilated instantly. His 5 billion. Shoot. Barreras gave the order directly, regardless of who he came to meet. Clap clap clap. The bullets poured out quickly. Bastard. Shurji shouted loudly. With a stroke of the long sword, a sword energy flew out, instantly cutting the surrounding pirates in half. Only then did Barreras see the person clearly. It's him, Golden Lion Shiki. Barreras looked desperately at the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, standing on the bow of the ship with flying blonde hair. The rudder above the head is a bit unsightly. Jia ha 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 ha, I'm happy with the results of the operation. After Shurji finished speaking, he prepared to activate the fruit's ability and prepare to take off. Rosinante felt chilled when he saw this. Subconsciously I wanted to rush over. But the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. There is murderous intent all around. Okay? Shurji looked at the sudden appearance of dark clouds above his head and secretly thought something was wrong. Laying. A voice like a divine power sounded. A barrel-thick thunderbolt fell quickly. Directly under the thunder and lightning is the Golden Lion Shurji. Boom. Thunder and lightning crackled. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the countryside. Doflamingo and his family stood in the center of the island and looked at the thunder in the distance. What happened? Torbol looked into the distance in panic. That seems to be a trading location. Diamanti said looking at the place where the lightning flashed in the distance. Problem occurs. Doflamingo rushed forward quickly. He even used the ability of the thread fruit to swing directly over. Very fast. Instantly he saw the lightning in the field. And there seemed to be a person standing under the thunder and lightning. Shurji crossed his swords to resist the falling lightning. Damn it. Shurji looked at this familiar move and instantly knew who it was. Shurji swung his sword and instantly shattered the thunder pillar. Tesla, come out here. Shurji, whose hair was a little burnt, looked at the dark clouds in the sky with an ugly expression. Tesla. Everyone present was stunned. Very familiar name. The famous Thor of the New World, Tesla, suddenly came to mind. Rosinante and Doflamingo in the distance subconsciously looked at the sky. I saw thunderclouds rolling in the sky, and streaks of lightning exuding a destructive aura. And in the thunderclouds, something seen to be pregnant slowly emerged from the thundercloud. I saw a figure radiating thunder and lightning appearing from the thunderclouds. Tesla's body was filled with lightning currents, and his eyes were bright with lightning. He held a golden stick in his hand, emitting beams of destruction. Tesla. Shueisha gritted his teeth as he watched Tesla attack him. Shueisha, put down the results of the operation. Tesla gets straight to the point. Asshole, your father doesn't even dare to talk to me like that. Shueisha was furious. How could he let go of the fruits of the operation? After looking for him for so long, this was his only chance to reach the top again. How could he give up? Really? Seeing this, Tesla raised his long stick and pointed it at Shueisha in midair. The meaning is self-evident. Tesla, don't you know what the fruit of this operation means to me? Shueisha didn't want to fight, so he asked. After hearing this, Tesla tilted his head and looked at Shueisha. Dad's order is to bring back the fruits of the operation. Tesla's words shocked Shueisha. Charlotte? Why does he want the fruit of the operation? Shueisha didn't understand. Can't the fruit of surgery cure all diseases? With Charlotte's current status, can he like the results of the operation? Shueisha didn't believe it. Chapter 873 Fighting for the Fruits of Surgery, Part. Don't talk nonsense, my mission is the fruit of the operation, put it down. Tesla's whole body was flashing with thunder and lightning, and he seemed to be ready to take action if he disagreed. And as soon as these words came out. Even if Shueisha doesn't want to do it anymore, it's impossible. Asshole, kid, I want you to know what it means to respect your seniors, and educate you well for your father. Shueisha rushed forward with 2 swords in hand. Lion Senkiria. A series of sharp slashes flew towards Tesla. But Tesla just raised the golden stick and instantly released a large amount of lightning, directly annihilating all slashes. But Shueisha stood directly on top, and the 2 swords fell from above his head. Tesla raised his long stick and blocked the attack. Clang. The weapons clashed, making the sound of gold and iron being delivered. The aftermath directly dispersed the surrounding heavy snow. And Tesla held the long stick tightly with one hand. Thunder and lightning instantly emitted from the long stick, passed along Ingju's dead wood. The sound of electricity sizzled. It swept through Shueisha's body in an instant, paralyzing Shueisha for an instant. The ship floating below instantly lost Shueisha's control and landed in the port, falling downwards. Wow. The seawater swept away instantly. Fortunately, the height was not high and the ship did not fall apart. Good chance. Rosinandi's eyes lit up when he saw this. While everyone was attracted by the fight between the two in the sky, stealing the fruits of the operation secretly, Rocinante sprang into action. And Barreros also saw the falling ship. He rolled his eyes and immediately gave orders to his men quietly. Quick, go to the boat and take out the fruit, trade it immediately. Barreras had already seen Doflamingo arriving. While the 2 men were fighting in the sky, they immediately made a deal. It must be said that Barreros is very courageous. But I guessed it right by mistake. At this time, Shueisha and Tesla were concentrating so much that they did not notice the movements of the few mice below. Barreras led another group of crew members to find Doflamingo. Doflamingo! Cried Barreras. Doflamingo turned his gaze after hearing this. Looking at this sturdy pirate, the corners of his mouth raised. Did you bring the fruit? Doflamingo asked with a smile. Take out the money first and let me see it. Naturally, it was impossible for Barreras to hand the fruit to him directly. Besides, the fruit was still on the ship and his younger brother was picking it up. Is it? Doflamingo showed a charming smile. His fingers moved quickly. The long, thin threads immediately penetrated into Barrero's body. Soon, Barreros noticed something was wrong. Why can't he control his body? What do you want to do? Is it possible that you want to take advantage of others? Barreras said angrily. But all he got in reply was a sneer. Then he looked at the 2 fighting parties in the sky. Golden Lion Shiki, Thor Tesla, there's trouble. Doflamingo looked very unhappy. At the same time, Rosinante, who turned on silent mode throughout the whole process, successfully entered the pirate ship. Search quickly. Where? Where? Rosinante rummaged anxiously. Quick, take out the fruit before the 2 people above notice. The noise started. Rocinante heard the word fruit keenly. Maybe they know where it is? Rocinante followed instantly. But being tall, he accidentally knocked over a wine barrel. The barrel instantly rolled to the ground. But in silent mode, no one noticed Rocinante making any noise. This gave Rocinante a sigh of relief. Follow these pirates silently. Go, bring it to the captain. A pirate came out of a room holding a treasure chest. An anxious look on his face. Rocinante's eyes lit up. Do it. Rocinante shot directly. The bullet instantly hit the pirate holding the treasure chest. Under the influence of the silence fruit, no sound was heard at all. Who? The sudden scene immediately caused a group of nervous pirates to panic. They all took out their guns and pointed them around. This group of pirates is quite capable. After a moment of panic, they immediately formed their team and looked around. Rocinante jumped out and fired several shots. The bullets instantly hit several people in the front row. There's no one around, hurry up and grab. One of the pirates yelled. Aimed at Rocinante and pulled the trigger. And Rocinante directly snatched the fruits of the operation. No, he wants to steal the devil fruit, kill him quickly. The pirate yelled. All the pirates rushed towards Rocinante with red eyes. This is their retirement security. Bullets flew out. Rocinante, who was intent on examining the results of the operation, did not notice. Perhaps it could be said that the sound of gunshots was masked by the silence. Rocinante opens the treasure chest. A heart-shaped devil fruit appeared in front of me. Great, Luo is saved. Rocinante threw down the treasure box and put the devil fruit into his arms to cover it up. But suddenly, severe pain in lower abdomen. No, I was shot. Rocinante immediately realized he was injured. He quickly dodged and jumped up. He ran quickly towards Mignon Island. Come on. Seeing this, the pirates quickly chased after him. But how can these pirates catch up with Rocinante? He was quickly thrown away by Rocinante and disappeared into the vast snow. How to do? The surrounding pirates looked at each other. Go and report to the captain. One of the pirates said with an ugly look on his face. Will the captain blame us? One of the pirates hesitated. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates fell silent. How about running away? A pirate suggested. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates raised their heads and looked at the speaker. We can only run, said the pirate who spoke earlier. Next moment, more than half of the pirates ran back to the port and wanted to drive the pirate ship out of the port. But there were still some loyal pirates who gritted their teeth and walked towards the captain, intending to inform the captain. A group of pirates who ran back to the port quickly robbed the main ship of the Barreiras pirate ship and looted all the valuables. Drake watched all this from the boat. His eyes were full of panic. The escaping pirates also saw the young Drake. What should I do? It's the captain's son. Do you want to kill him? One of the pirates whispered. Since you chose to betray the captain, you must eradicate the root cause. Wait a minute. If the captain is still alive, this kid will be useful then. Another pirate stopped him. The pirate who spoke earlier stopped talking after hearing this. Then two pirates grabbed Drake and walked towards another ship. Drake looked at the crew members who were pulling up the sails with a look of panic, and he was at a loss. And on Mignon Island, Doflamingo's patience has been exhausted after waiting for the results of the operation for a long time. Tell me, where are the fruits of the operation? Doflamingo asked, looking at Barreiras who had been tortured into an inhuman form. Chapter 874, Fighting for the Fruits of Surgery, Part. But Barreiras had a tough mouth, looked at Doflamingo fiercely, and said nothing. Swish. There was a flash of white light. Doflamingo stretched out his hand with an impatient look on his face. A thread was waved out. The body of Barreiras was separated instantly. Look, find the fruit of the operation. Doflamingo looked at the two figures in the sky and said to the men surrounding him. Yes, young master. Members of the Don Quixote family immediately took action. Soon I met the crew of the Barreiras pirates. The Don Quixote family cadres immediately controlled these pirates who wanted to come back to report the news. Start asking for news about the results of the surgery. But Doflamingo got the news he least expected from them. Corazon. Doflamingo looked at the pirates at his feet and said with disbelief. And on the sea near the island of Mignon. Under the command of he, the Navy quickly approached Mignon Island on a naval warship. And just when he was deploying the mission. Look, it's a dragon. No, that's Rockefeller Caesar, Dragon Caesar. On the deck, hundreds of sailors looked to the sky in panic. After hearing this, he quickly ran out of the cabin. Also following are Peach Rabbit and Virgo. Crane looked at the giant dragon silhouette in the sky that blocked out the sun. Trouble, why is the Rockefeller Kingdom involved? Crane's brows knitted together. It's not that easy to deal with Rockefeller Caesar. Just like them, they are far from the opponent of the demon dragon Caesar. But that's not the worst part. After so many years, whenever Rockefeller is involved, things are often not simple. I'm afraid there will be a big disturbance in Beihai this time. Quick, notify the Navy headquarters. Crane shouted loudly. Yes. After hearing this, Virgo's eyes flashed and he took action immediately. And Caesar also noticed the 3 warships below. Huh? Navy ship? Crane. Caesar's pupils dilated and the corners of his mouth raised. Give them a unique meeting gift. Caesar's dragon body flipped over, and the huge dragon head suddenly stretched out from the clouds, aiming at the 3 Navy warships. No. Get out of here. Crane's pupils dilated and he greeted quickly. Bad wind. Caesar opened his mouth, and countless wind blades came out of his mouth. It also carried strong winds and blew towards the Navy below. For an instant, strong winds swept across the sea. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent. This is not the most uncomfortable thing. What was uncomfortable was the extremely sharp wind blades carried in the strong wind. Get out of the way. The sailors were panicking on the deck, steering the ship and trying to leave. But how could their speed be faster than Caesar's wind blade? Fongren arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Peach Rabbit pulled out his long knife and jumped out. Take to the sky. He slashed at the wind blade in front of him. The collision between the blade and the wind blade. Lots of sparks flew. Peach Rabbit's figure in midair was forced back dozens of meters before he could barely block Caesar's attack, guarding the warship at the Crane's feet. But the other 2 warships did not have such good luck. Without the protection of a strong person, he was cut into pieces by the wind blade falling from the sky and scattered in the sea. Crane supported the warship and looked at the panicked sailors around him. Don't mess up, retreat quickly, and salvage the fallen Navy. Crane ordered methodically. The Navy in control of the ship immediately turned around after hearing this. At the same time, the Navy on the deck threw down lifelines to save as many people as possible. Caesar was about to continue his attack. The rumble of thunder was heard in the distance. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed, and rolling thunder continued to fall. And the shock wave emitted by the vague and overbearing domineering energy. What happened? Caesar looked over immediately. Because the speed is not as fast as Tesla, it is not clear that Tesla has already dealt with Shueisha. It smells so familiar, it seems to be Shueisha. Caesar grimaced. Then he turned and glanced in the direction of the Navy. Crane and the warship had quickly sailed away and disappeared from Caesar's sight. Caesar did not pursue it, but looked towards Mignon Island. Tesla was faster than him, so he was probably already there. Is Tesla fighting someone in the thundercloud ahead? Could it be Shueisha? Caesar frowned. To be able to treat Tesla like this, the opponent's strength is by no means weak. Thinking of this, Caesar quickly flew towards the battlefield. Chop. A sword energy soaring into the sky instantly tore apart the thunderclouds in the sky. Shueisha looked at Tesla with a scorched face. Tesla, on the other hand, looked relaxed. The thunder condensed in the palm of his hand was fierce and violent. Shueisha finally realized how his previous enemies felt when they fought against him. It can fly and is very fast, but cannot be hit or touched. They also dropped attacks from the sky from time to time. Looking at the thundercloud being repaired. This damn ability. Shueisha cursed secretly. Boy, as long as you let me get the results of the operation, I can pretend that I didn't see anything about what just happened. Shiki looked at Tesla and said. It's hard for him to pull off his face. It's really shameful that he, a dignified pirate admiral and a great flying pirate, could be a little bit condescending to a junior. Tesla saw this and adjusted his glasses. Sorry, the Rockefeller family is determined to get the fruit of the operation. Tesla looked at Shueisha and said calmly. With the 2 of them concentrating on the duel, no one even noticed that the fruits of the operation had disappeared. He glanced at the safe and sound ship below. Tesla frowned, something seemed wrong. Little did he know that the fruits of the surgery had not diminished. They didn't even know if the results of the operation were on board. Tesla saw Shueisha controlling a ship and thought the fruit of the operation was on board. But Shueisha just saw a group of pirates subconsciously protecting the ship after hearing that they were coming to snatch the surgical fruits. Asshole, then you will die for me. Shueisha was instantly furious, like an angry lion. The overbearing color and domineering aura soared into the sky, sweeping the entire audience instantly. In the previous battles, Shueisha had been restrained because he considered the impact that releasing the Overlord's domineering energy would have on himself. But I didn't expect Tesla to be so ignorant. Then he would teach the juniors what it means to respect their seniors. Golden lightning instantly burst out from Shueisha's body. Permeated the whole place. Doflamingo below felt the violent momentum and his face sank. The back is slightly curved. This actually made him feel surrendered. How can it be? He is a noble celestial dragon. He didn't allow himself to kneel. Boom. Doflamingo instantly burst out with his overlord-colored domineering energy, and his momentum soared into the sky. Resisting the momentum coming from high altitude. Let your body stand upright instantly. Tesla looked at Shueisha and felt the overlord color fluctuation coming from below. The domineering look and all that, it's really annoying. Tesla looked at Shueisha and murmured. Chapter 875 The Fisherman Gets a Profit. Then his eyes suddenly became sharp. Crazy lightning strike. He stretched out his hand, holding a long golden stick, and a bolt of thunder and lightning carrying a destructive aura instantly struck Shueisha. Shueisha also struck Tesla from the air with a sword wrapped in Overlord's domineering aura. The two sides fought. Caesar, who had arrived late, looked at the two figures in the sky. Tesla, huh? And, Shueisha, why is he here? Is he also here for the fruits of the operation? Caesar instantly thought of the rudder on Sky's head. Caesar instantly transformed into a draconian form and rushed forward. Magic sword cut. The overlord-colored domineering energy soars into the sky, and the dark blue overlord-colored domineering energy wraps around the Qinglong Yanue sword. The momentum like a beast exploded instantly. He slashed at Shueisha from the air. Regardless of right or wrong, if you dare to deal with Tesla, then kill him first. Boom. An aura that was more tyrannical than Shueisha spread. Instantly overwhelmed Shueisha. Shueisha turned around quickly. Caesar. Shueisha's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Charlotte not only sent Tesla here, but also Caesar. But even so, it still couldn't stop him from winning the fruits of the operation. Chop. The extremely sharp slash was swung out instantly and immediately hit Caesar's attack. But the chopping wave did not last long, and was instantly crushed to pieces by Caesar's divine sword. The trend continued unabated and headed towards Shueisha. Shueisha quickly dodged to avoid it. That powerful blow instantly struck the mountain not far away. The mountain was directly combed into a middle part. Hiss. A gasp sounded. Doflamingo looked at the mountain not far from him. He became stronger again. Doflamingo's eyes were as wide as copper bells under his sunglasses. And this blow also successfully suppressed Shueisha. Caesar's figure appeared. Fighting with Tesla, looking at Shueisha with cold eyes. Eyes facing each other. A chill rushed from the soles of Shueisha's feet to Tianlingai. Want to give up. But the thought of the rudder above his head gave him a splitting headache. Hatred instantly swept through his chest. No one can stop me from getting the fruits of the operation. Shueisha rushed forward with both swords in hand. His brain was completely dominated by anger. Caesar and Tesla looked at each other. I immediately understood what the other party meant. The Tesla flew directly high into the sky. And Caesar faced him directly with the Qinglong Yanue sword. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The swords clashed fiercely. And on the other side of the island, Rosinante ran quickly through the snowy snow, holding the fruits of surgery in her hands. Luo, I succeeded Luo, I got the fruits of the operation. Rosinante ran on the snow and loudly expressed her inner excitement. Soon, Rosinante came to the place where Luo was hiding with the fruits of the operation. Watching Luo sleeping peacefully, Rosinante shook him. Luo opened his eyes and looked at Corazon, who was looking a little embarrassed. Mr. Corazon. Luo shouted weakly. Rosinante made a yes gesture to Robbie. He smiled and then snapped his fingers. Quiet mode. The fruits ability was activated, and the silence fruit instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Look, the fruit of the operation. Rocinante said excitedly. Come on, eat it quickly. Rocinante directly stuffed the surgical fruit into Luo's mouth, regardless of whether Luo could swallow it or not. How disgusting. Luo felt the taste coming from his mouth and wanted to vomit, but Rocinante held him firmly. Next moment, Luo successfully swallowed the fruits of the operation. Instantly I felt a power spread throughout my body. I'm not ready to become an esper yet, so just... Luo hasn't finished speaking yet. Rocinante fell down on her back. Mr. Corazon. Looking at Corazon lying down, Luo walked over blankly. He tried his best to turn Rocinante over. Instantly he saw the gunshot wound on Rocinante's chest. It's all blood. Mr. Corazon, were you attacked? Luo asked, choking on tears. Just a minor injury. Rocinante said weakly while lying on the snow. Stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. Give me the power of the fruits of the surgery to make everything better. Luo opened his hands and tried desperately to use the power of the surgical fruit to cure Rocinante. Idiot, didn't I tell you, it's just a slight injury. Rocinante said softly. Woo. Luo lowered his head and cried silently. Let's go, take this and go north and give it to the Navy. Rocinante took out a bottle from his arms and looked at Luo and said. Luo took it and looked at the bottle in his hand and then at Rocinante. Navy. Luo looked at Rocinante's bloody smile. He nodded heavily. Wearing a gray-brown cloak, he braved the wind and snow and headed north. And in the north of Mignon Island, a crushing battle had just ended. The group of pirates who took Drake away before unexpectedly encountered the Navy, who came quietly. It was still the team led by he himself. Even Crane and Peach Rabbit didn't take action. The battle is over. At this time, Crane was contacting the Navy headquarters. Well, yes, Shiki, the Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates, has also joined in and is fighting against Rockefeller Caesar and Rockefeller Tesla. But judging from the current situation, the people from the Rockefeller Kingdom have the upper hand. Victory will come sooner or later. He briefly reported the situation here. Navy headquarters. Melon Vando. Warring States, who was sitting in the marshal's office, stood up instantly after hearing this. The Rockefeller Kingdom and the Sky Pirates are also involved? Sengoku asked in shock. Yes, Marshal, we were just attacked by Rockefeller Caesar and lost 2 ships. Crane said with a frown. This matter is beyond the Navy's intelligence. We just can't fight against these 3 pirates. He said solemnly. Okay, give up this operation for now and protect your own safety. I will send people to support you. Just keep an eye on these 3 people. Warring States issued the order. Yes. He nodded after hearing this. By the way, there are undercover agents of our Navy on Mignon Island. Pay attention to the information. Warring States thought of Rocinante. There has been no news since the last time a piece of information was delivered. Warring States was worried about Rocinante's safety. He was shocked after hearing this. The Navy actually had an undercover agent on the island? Apart from the 2 members of the Rockefeller family and the Golden Lion Sure Sky, there seemed to be only the Barreros pirates and the Don Quixote family on the island. First, exclude the 2 people from the Golden Lion Shiki and the Rockefeller family. It's impossible for Barreros, then there's only the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote family actually had undercover agents from their navy. When did the Marshal insert himself? How come she doesn't know? Keep in touch, I'll call for backup right now. After saying that, without waiting for his answer, Sengoku hung up the phone. Then he sat down, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Chapter 876 Drake. This matter has exceeded his expectations. He never thought that a simple transaction, even if it was a surgery worth 5 billion, could attract these 2 groups of people. If Shurji and his group were the only ones, Warring States would be quite understanding. After all, it could treat the injury on his head. But what does Rockefeller Kingdom mean? Is he short of the 5 billion? Or are you so greedy for devil fruits? Don't let it go if a devil fruit appears. Boom. Sangui slammed the table angrily. The table fell apart instantly. Someone please tell Zifa to come over. Sengoku shouted to the guard outside the door. Soon, the guards ran towards the elite training camp behind the Navy to inform them. Warring States picked up the phone next to him and called immediately. East China Sea. In front of a beach. On the beach, a pair of grandfather and grandson were walking along the beach. Bad grandpa, bad grandpa. Luffy was swinging wildly in midair. Want to escape from grandpa? Ha 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 ha, if you want to escape from me, you are still a little green, I will definitely train you to be the strongest sailor. Ha 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 ha. Garp looked at his grandson and laughed, completely ignoring Luffy's mood at this time. I don't want to, I want to be a pirate, I want to go to sea. When Luffy heard this, he immediately became furious and twisted wildly. Snapped. A big hand slapped Luffy on the head. Luffy instantly fell to the ground, covering his head and wailing. Asshole, you must be a marine from now on. Garp yelled. Then he wanted to continue teaching Luffy a lesson. But the phone bug in my arms rang. Moses? Cap asked as he answered the phone. Garp, return to the Navy headquarters immediately after your leave. Sengoku shouted to Garp on the other end of the phone. Ah. Didn't you say you would rest for 3 months? This is less than a month. Garp said dissatisfied. Asshole, you already took half a year off last year, and you want to take 3 months off this year. You are thinking nonsense. Come back quickly. Something happened to Crane. Something happened to Beihai. The Rockefeller family and the flying pirates appeared in Beihai. You return to the Navy headquarters immediately. Sengoku yelled. As soon as these words came out, Garp's originally playful expression suddenly faded. Okay, I'll return now. After Garp finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then he glanced at Luffy, who was crying at his feet. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Luffy, Grandpa is leaving, don't miss Grandpa. Garp smiled what he thought was a kind smile. Asshole Grandpa, never come back. Luffy raised his head, holding his swollen head, and said with tears in his eyes. What, I can't bear to leave Grandpa, haha, I knew Luffy liked Grandpa. Garp grabbed Luffy and threw him into the sky. Ignoring Luffy's horrified look, he grabbed Luffy and walked towards home. After settling Luffy, Garp returned to the warship. Deputy Bogart had already prepared the boat. Go back, something happened at the Navy headquarters. Garp said with a serious face. Bogart said nothing but waved his hand. The ship immediately set sail and headed towards the Navy headquarters. Garp stood on the deck and suddenly touched his lower abdomen with his right hand. A penetrating sword wound on his lower abdomen made Garp feel a dull pain. Rockefeller Kingdom. Rockefeller family. Rockefeller Charlotte. Garp stood on the deck, looking at the sea in the distance with a somewhat penetrating gaze. Navy headquarters. After informing Garp, Sangwa's heart calmed down. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Warring States knew who was coming without even thinking. Please come in. Warring States said. The door opens. Zifa walked in with a resolute look on his face. Marshal. Are you looking for me? Zifa asked as he came to Sengoku's broken table. Are you still a Marine? Warring States did not immediately issue the task, but asked questions. Zifa narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the Marshal with a serious face. Yes, I'm still a Marine. Zifa admitted immediately. Zifa was not confused about this. Okay, now there is trouble in Beihai. Caesar and Tesla of the Rockefeller family have come to Beihai. Not only that, the Golden Lion Shiki of the Flying Pirates is also in Beihai. Now he is alone in Beihai. It is difficult to deal with these 3 seas. Thieves conspiracy, now the Navy needs you. The Warring States period all talked about this. Zifa instantly understood what he should do next. After a while of silence. Yes, I will go to Beihai to support he. Zifa said in a deep voice. Warring States smiled happily after hearing this. I don't need you to fight, I just need to protect he and the others. Warring States breathed a sigh of relief and explained. I'll get the job done. After Zifa finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. After ordering to prepare a speedboat. Go to sea immediately. Because of Charlotte's arrival, in this time and space, the entire world's shipping industry has progressed rapidly. The Navy is no exception. The sail problem was solved and a new source of power was adopted. It can travel quickly without the help of a sail. But no matter how fast it goes, it will still take a week to get from the first half of the Grand Line to the North Sea. I don't know if the cucumbers and vegetables will be cold when Zifa arrives. I just hope Crane is okay. North Sea. He hung up the phone and walked out of the cabin. We met Virgo, who came to report. Vice Admiral Crane, a child was found, and all the remaining pirates of the Valorous Pirates died. Virgo came to Crane carrying a child with an X mark on his chin. Who is he? Crane asked, looking at the little boy in front of him. He walked from the Barreras pirate ship and was locked in a cage when he was found. Virgo replied decisively. After hearing this, he took a closer look at the little boy. Can you tell me your identity? He said warmly. Drake looked at the old woman wearing Admiral's uniform. The clothes he was wearing were similar to those worn by his father back then. Thinking of this, Derek's eyes became a little sad. My father is Barreras. Derek said with his head lowered. The words fell. Both he and Virgo were stunned subconsciously. Isn't this the fallen Navy who got the fruits of the operation? Crane took a deep look at Drake. Do you know where your father is? Crane asked. Derek shook his head. He has never come back since he went to the island. The crew members said they were going to trade with a man named Doflamingo, but I saw that the fruit of the operation had been stolen by a man. Drake said. Roz and Andy hid it from everyone through the fruit of silence. The fruits of the operation were stolen under the noses of Shueisha and Tesla. In addition to being spotted by those crew members, Drake also witnessed it firsthand. After hearing this, he raised his head and looked at Virgo. She didn't expect to get such important news from here. At the same time, he was thinking about his next plan. Virgo was thinking crazily as he looked at Staffy, who looked pensive. The surgical fruit was stolen. Where would the young master go to find the surgical fruit? Chapter 877. Give it a try. Drake looked at the two brooding Marines. Well, can I join the Navy? Derek asked anxiously. Crane's musings were interrupted. Look at the hopeful look in the eyes of the little boy in front of you. Anyone with a righteous heart can become a Navy. Crane showed a kind smile. Derek smiled too. Smile a lot. Crane turned to look at Virgo. Virgo, go to the island to check and see if there is any information. Remember, just patrol in the north and don't go close to the east. Crane looked at Virgo and ordered. Virgo's heart skipped a beat and he immediately agreed. Watching Virgo go to the island alone. Peach Rabbit came over. Sister, is it okay for Virgo to be alone? How about I go over to check? Peach Rabbit frowned as he watched Virgo coming to the island alone. It's okay, Virgo is a good young man, he can complete the task. Crane looked at Peach Rabbit and then at the lightning and thunder to the east of the island, shook his head and said. Virgo is one of the few good prospects in the Navy over the years. The future backbone of the Navy. Tautu gave up after hearing this. His eyes turned. The battle between Caesar and Tesla against Shueisha was a crushing one. Caesar looked at the panting Shiki and frowned. Old guy, when you get older, don't come out anymore. You are no match for us. Go back. Caesar looked at Shiki and said. Tesla also stopped and looked down at Shueisha below. But Shueisha was in a mess, and the hair on his body was burnt black. There is also a scratch on the face. Standing on the ground shaking. After hearing Caesar's words, his eyes widened instantly. You are so brazen, brat, I haven't lost yet, who are you showing me with this expression? Shueisha stood up and roared angrily. The domineering look that had shrunk before became fierce again. It's a pity that he couldn't last more than 3 seconds and weakened again. Caesar frowned. He looked at the rudder on Shueisha's head. The rudder still had a great influence on him. Caesar has seen what Shueisha looks like when he shows off his power. I remember how high-spirited Shueisha was back then, more than 10 years ago. That kind of aura that can swallow up thousands of miles like a tiger, I don't know how many pirates have been subdued to serve him. The Navy was afraid to step into the new world. At his peak, even his father had to give in 3 points. Now it looks like this. I looked at Tesla's expressionless face. Sure enough, it is a new generation replacing the old ones. Caesar sighed inwardly for some reason. But the hand holding the handle of the knife was slightly tight. Boy, what's that expression on your face? Are you pitying me? Shueisha raised his right hand and pointed his sword at Caesar and asked. You have failed. It is impossible to give you the fruits of the operation. You are no match for us, so give up. Caesar looked at Shueisha and said coldly. Jia ha 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 ha, kid, you thought I was doing it for the fruits of the operation, Jia ha 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 ha, kid, have you ever experienced the feeling of falling through the mortal world? Do you know the pain of being weak? Because of this, I lost everything. Shueisha stuck his long sword on the ground, pointed at the rudder above his head and roared. Caesar had no expression after hearing this. Tesla, on the other hand, took a serious look at Shueisha. Shueisha's mood is a little unstable now. Doflamingo in the distance also looked at Shueisha quietly. A glimmer of light appeared. It's because of this rudder that I lost everything. Shueisha grabbed the rudder above his head with his left hand and exerted slight force. Blood immediately flowed from the top of his head. No, Captain, you will die. Indigo, who was not far away, saw this and shouted. I've had enough of this rudder, I will either die today or get the fruits of the operation. Shueisha instantly pulled out the rudder above his head with his left hand. Blood flew out. Shueisha's long golden hair was dyed red, and Shueisha's face was also dyed red. Shueisha, with blood on his face, instantly released his overwhelming momentum. The domineering aura soared into the sky and swept everything around him in an instant. The clouds dispersed. Doflamingo was knocked back 3 steps and raised his arm to subconsciously block. And his men were crushed to the ground one by one. If he hadn't been constantly hit by Doflamingo's domineering haki and developed some resistance through training, he would have fainted long ago. Is this the spirit of the legendary pirate? Doflamingo looked at Shueisha in shock. That's him, that's him. Feeling this power, Toribol and Diamanti remembered the overlord-colored domineering force they encountered when they first entered the New World 19 years ago. A look of horror appeared on his face. Caesar frowned. This is life-threatening. It's just a dying struggle. Tesla came to Caesar and looked at Shueisha and said softly. Boy, let me teach you a truth. Instead of living humbly, it is better to give it a try. Death is the destination of pirates. After Shueisha finished speaking, he swung his sword. The sharp sword energy instantly blocked the sky and the sun. Caesar's pupils shrank. Lift the guando and slash it down fiercely. The sword energy was extremely sharp and instantly spread out, rushing in front of Caesar from all directions. In an instant, countless sword energy split the scales on Caesar's body. Small wounds were opened in the flesh. But this injury was insignificant to Caesar. The powerful recovery ability restored the wound in the next second. Lion Senkiria. The next second, Shueisha came to the sky above Caesar, and instantly struck him with countless sharp slashes. Thunder half-moon slash. Seeing this, Caesar saw thunder and lightning lingering on the blade, and he swung it down towards the sky. The destructive sword energy instantly attacked the sword energy. There was an explosion in the air. Tesla saw this and wanted to make a sneak attack. Don't interfere. This is a duel between me and Shueisha. I will finally give this old man a happy ending. Caesar stopped Tesla from taking action. Go find the fruit of the operation. Caesar said. Yes. Tesla nodded and immediately disappeared. There was no concern for Caesar's safety at all. Now Shueisha has put everything on the line. Just a death struggle. Once this breath is released, it will be Shueisha's death. And if he wanted to defeat Caesar, even Shiki in his heyday didn't have the capital. Tesla was very relieved to hand Shueisha over to Caesar. Chop. Magic sword cut. After Tesla leaves, Shueisha carried a sword wrapped in the color of the Overlord and slashed through the air with Caesar's Qinglong Yenue sword. An earth-shattering blow swept the entire place instantly. The water flowed backwards and the sky tore apart. The space is faintly broken. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the seawater surged crazily. The Overlord-colored domineering energy impacted the surroundings unbridled. Countless mountains have been smoothed away. The snow stopped. Caesar was fighting Shiki with all his strength. Send him on his last journey. This battle has already come to an end. In other words, Shiki's hopes were dashed the moment he saw Tesla and Caesar. He will use his last strength to complete his last glorious moment. He doesn't want to live like a dog. And it all started a year ago. Chapter 878 The Weakness of the Heart Network. After seeing Charlotte's high-spirited moment and her thunderous method of dealing with Garp. Look at yourself again, living like a humble ant. Living in someone else's shadow. He had had enough of the ridicule. Also fed up with failure. Lost to Rox. Lost to Roger. Lost again to Charlotte Lingling. He doesn't want to lose again. Even if it means death, he must maintain his dignity as a legendary pirate. So what if his body is weak, even if he gets the fruits of the surgery? Just lingering. He wants to live a wonderful life. The battle continues. Don't know when it will end. It might be the next second, or it might be several days. It depends on how long Shueisha can hold on. And Tesla came to Doflamingo. He frowned as he looked at the unrecognizable corpses in front of Doflamingo. Where are the results of the operation? Tesla asked bluntly. Doflamingo heard Tesla's tone and veins popped up on his forehead. Is this the upbringing of the Rockefeller family? Are you all so rude? Doflamingo didn't dare to ask this question. Doflamingo had witnessed the battle just now with his own eyes. Gone. Doflamingo said after holding it in for a long time. Huh? No, are you kidding me? Tesla frowned. Just then, Doflamingo's phone rang. When Doflamingo saw the caller, his pupils shrank, he hesitated and glanced at Tesla. Then pick up the phone. Young master, I found Luo and Corazon. Virgo on the other end of the phone was talking on the phone to himself. And beside him lay Rosinante and Luo, who looked remorseful. Rosinante glanced at Virgo, who was on the phone. He immediately used the fruit of silence to isolate himself from Luo's voice and ran away quickly. But Virgo, who was concentrating on the phone, didn't notice at all. Corazon? Doflamingo listened to the voice on the phone and looked at the pirates who were being escorted by many officers, and the veins on his forehead suddenly popped out. But he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked about the Navy. What's going on with the Navy? Has a general been dispatched? This is Doflamingo's biggest worry. No, the ones dispatched were Staff Officer he and Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit. Before they came, they were attacked by Rockefeller Caesar, which made the Navy afraid to take action. I was sent out to check. Virgo said. Counsel Crane. Doflamingo immediately thought of that terrifying woman. I didn't expect that she would be afraid too. He glanced at the expressionless Tesla beside him. Keep an eye on Corazon, I'll be right over. Doflamingo said. Little Lord. Virgo hesitated for a moment. What happened? Doflamingo asked. When I met Corazon, Corazon asked Luo to pass on your latest intelligence to the Navy. I suspect. Virgo did not continue. After hearing this, Doflamingo hid under his sunglasses and his pupils instantly dilated. A look of disbelief on his face. Keep an eye on Corazon. Doflamingo said solemnly. Yes. Virgo said, momentarily glancing at Corazon lying behind him. But with just such a look, Virgo's eyes widened instantly and he made a strange move. What happened? Listening to the voice coming from the phone. Corazon ran away with Luo and disappeared. Virgo wanted to look for traces of their escape, but there was no trace under the heavy snow. What? Trash. Doflamingo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared. I'm sorry, young master, I'll look for him immediately. Virgo said. No, you go back immediately, don't let them notice anything unusual, leave this place to me. Doflamingo glanced at Tesla from the corner of his eye and said solemnly to the phone bug. Virgo agreed after a moment of silence. The phone hangs up. Doflamingo lowered his head and was speechless for a long time. The fruit of the operation was indeed in Corazon's hands. He glanced at the panicked pirate. Doflamingo instantly popped up a long line and instantly penetrated the pirate. Ended his life. Where are the results of the operation? Tesla asked again. Don't worry, it's on this island. Doflamingo said calmly. Then Doflamingo stretched out his right hand, and instantly shot a large number of threads into the sky from his palm. Soar. Then it spread. A birdcage is formed. And within a corner of the island. Doflamingo never expected that Corazon would bring law to the treasure prepared by Doflamingo. This is what Doflamingo prepared. In case there is no blacklist, you can still trade with money. A mere 5 billion in exchange for the fruits of the operation. Doflamingo can still accept it. Rosinante hid Luo in the treasure chest. You hide in the treasure box and don't come out. Dover and I are brothers. I won't be killed. Don't worry. Rosinante looked at Luo with a smile and said. Luo also laughed after hearing this. Rosinante reached out and touched Luo's head. Quiet. The fruit ability is activated and the entire treasure box is instantly wrapped. Rosinante gestured to Luo Yu, smiled, and then closed the treasure box. He turned around and walked out with a determined look on his face. To attract Dover's attention and protect Luo's safety. After releasing the birdcage, Doflamingo immediately sent all his men to search the entire island to find traces of Corazon. Soon, Rosinante was exposed to many of the Don Quixote family's men. Corazon is here. Pika spotted Corazon's figure first and immediately chased after him, punching out and knocking Rocinante away. At this, Diamanti and Torbol also saw Corazon and rushed forward immediately. The attack was directed at Corazon to prevent him from escaping. Under the pursuit of everyone, Rocinante was finally forced in front of the treasure chest in the corner. The dying man leaned in front of the treasure chest where Luo was hiding. Doflamingo, who quickly got the news, came over, followed by Tesla. Tesla frowned as he looked at the man covered in blood. He seemed to be keenly aware that something was wrong. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing spreads. A place that is surprisingly quiet. Then the corners of his mouth raised, and he looked at the treasure chest behind Rocinante with interest. It seemed like he had discovered something extraordinary. My own heartnet didn't detect any sound. If it weren't for his own knowledge and domineering exploration, I really can't find the person hiding inside. I didn't expect that there are devil fruits in the world that can block sounds. It seems that we can't rely too much on the heart network, we still need to explore it. It is estimated that he used this ability to escape from the detection of his heart network before. HeartNet is a radar developed by Tesla combined with the Thunderfruit. As long as it is within the range of his heart network, he will be keenly aware of any movement. It is similar to seeing and hearing color, but not as comprehensive as seeing and hearing color. Chapter 879 Luo. Turning on the sight and color around the clock is still somewhat draining. But Xinhuang is different. The consumption on oneself is minimal. Like a radar. But there are still weaknesses. Just like this time. Someone can actually block the sound. Really. The world is full of wonders, and there are also many kinds of devil fruits. He looked at Doflamingo beside him who seemed to be suppressing his anger. Then he looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the distance. There's no rush, there's plenty of time. Let's see what they are doing first. Doflamingo's attention was entirely on Corazon. His face was very gloomy. Corazon. Doflamingo walked up to Rocinante. Rocinante raised his head, lit a cigarette, took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Doflamingo. Marin Code 01746, Navy Headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Rocinante, Captain Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family. I infiltrated in order to prevent the tragedy you caused. I am the Navy. Rocinante said word for word. It seems that he is telling Doflamingo, but actually he is telling the people he cares about. Doflamingo listened quietly, his face became darker and darker, and veins popped out on his forehead. Tesla looked at the two people with interest. At the same time, I felt in my heart the ubiquity of the Navy. Ahem, I lied. I'm sorry. I don't want to be someone you hate. Luo, who was behind Rocinante, was stunned after hearing Corazon's words. Silently closing his eyes, he recalled everything he had with Rocinante. I've known these things for a long time. Luo held the treasure chest and sobbed softly. Does this guy think it's okay just to apologize now? The Don Quixote family members pointed at Corazon and said, stop making these silly jokes. Answer my two questions, where are the fruits of the operation? Doflamingo asked, suppressing the rage in his heart. Luo ate the surgical fruit. He has become a devil fruit user and successfully escaped from the cage. He is now on the surveillance ship of the Navy headquarters. He is protected by them and you can't get close to him, ha 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 ha. Rocinante looked at Doflamingo and laughed. As soon as these words came out, veins popped out on Doflamingo's forehead. Young master, a naval surveillance ship was spotted in the distance, and there was a child. Buffalo flew in the sky and looked at the Navy warships on the back of the island. And Drake, shrouded in a cape. Mistakenly identified as Luo. Tesla also frowned. Let him go, he is free. Rocinante yelled at Doflamingo. Doflamingo raised his gun with a livid face. Luo will not let you control Dover. He is suffering from platinum lead disease and will die in 3 years. That guy has won such a fate. He is no longer the one who lost himself and broke into the crazy pirates before. Luo, he will get nothing from this broken son of God, let him go. Rocinante struggled to stand up, raised his gun, pointed it at Doflamingo and shouted loudly. Luo knelt in the treasure box and beat it wildly, with tears streaming down his face. But there was no sound. The anger in Doflamingo's heart could no longer be suppressed. Pop, pop, pop. Wonderful, really wonderful. The sudden applause made Doflamingo's hand that was about to pull the trigger pause. He turned to look at Tesla who made the sound. What does he mean? Are you laughing at him? Tesla didn't look at Doflamingo but at the man covered in blood. Your name is Rocinante, right? Lieutenant Colonel. Everything just happened was to protect the child behind you. Tesla looked at the treasure box behind Rocinante and said. This opening shocked everyone instantly. Rocinante turned even pale. Doflamingo and many members of the Don Quixote family immediately focused their attention on the treasure chest behind Rocinante. Rocinante's face was extremely pale, but he still looked at Tesla calmly. What do you mean? I don't understand. Rocinante said, looking at Tesla. But the panic on his face already showed how nervous he was now. Rocinante was not a liar. Doflamingo instantly stretched out his right hand. The silk thread was instantly wrapped around Rocinante's waist. Throw it away. The treasure chest behind Rocinante is revealed. Luo clenched his teeth as he watched this scene through the gap. Doflamingo's sight instantly captured that gaze. Fufu, Corazon, you are really my good brother. Doflamingo glanced coldly at Rocinante. Rocinante struggled to stop Doflamingo, but the injuries on his body made him unable to stand firmly. Kid, do you need me to treat you? Doflamingo looked at the treasure box and said coldly to Luo inside. Luo could clearly see the cold look in Doflamingo's eyes. Do not want. Rocinante stretched out his hand. Luo looked at Corazon and then at the eyes of everyone focused on him, gritted his teeth and walked out. I saw Luo using all his strength to open the treasure box, revealing his face with white spots. An unyielding look appeared on his young face. Let go of Mr. Corazon. Luo yelled. Unfortunately, the silence fruit ability exerted on Luo by Rocinante did not disappear. Tesla walked up to Luo. Lifting Luo's chin. Electricity instantly traveled through Luo's body. Luo's silence fruit ability was instantly broken. Then he looked into Luo's eyes. Platinum lead disease. He murmured as he looked at the white spots on the little boy's face. Doflamingo stood behind Tesla and suddenly laughed. Fufu, adults are not afraid of being infected. Doflamingo smiled cruelly. Infection? That's just a trick played by the world government to fool people. Tesla said disdainfully. As one of the top scientists in the world, how could Tesla not know that platinum lead disease is not contagious? When Luo heard the conversation between the two, he was stunned for a moment and looked at the strange man in front of him who exuded an elegant aura. Let go of Mr. Corazon. Luo screamed and wanted to rush to Rocinante's side. But Rocinante was already controlled by Toripole and Diamante. Young master, what should I do with this guy? Toripole asked. Anyone who betrays the family will be punished with death. Doflamingo looked at Rocinante with a ferocious expression. Then he raised his gun. And many more. Tesla turned around and stopped Doflamingo's actions. Sir, this should be regarded as our family matter, and outsiders should not interfere. Doflamingo listened to this extremely harsh call to stop, suppressed the anger in his heart, and turned around to ask. This guy is useful to me. Do you have any objections? Tesla gave Doflamingo a look that he couldn't refuse. Chapter 880 Teach Doflamingo a Lesson. After hearing this, Doflamingo opened his mouth and looked at the earth-shattering battle in the distance from the corner of his eye. He suppressed the explosion and grinned. No problem at all. Doflamingo smiled, put down his gun, turned his head, and kicked away a pile of snow at his feet. Tesla didn't pay attention to this scene. Instead, he looked at Luo. You ate the fruit of the operation, can you let me see it? Tesla asked in as gentle a tone as possible. Luo looked at this man blankly. I don't know how powerful this person is, and he can actually make Doflamingo bow his head. I can't. Luo felt a little weak. Really? Feel the energy in your body carefully and control it with your heart. Tesla put his hand on Luo's chest. A weak current entered Luo's body. Running around like crazy. Activating every cell in Luo's body. Luo instantly felt a slight numbness on his body. The next moment, 2 transparent circles of light appeared on his hands. Tesla was instantly enveloped. Tesla was immediately on alert. Armed domineering color covers the whole body. The advanced weapon color is domineering and bright black. It has vaguely reached the level of top-level armed domineering. You must be very alert when dealing with devil fruit abilities. Devil fruit abilities are all kinds of strange. If you're not careful, you'll get caught. No matter how powerful a person is, he will fall into trouble when encountering some regular devil fruits. Tesla instantly felt that the unfamiliar energy in his body disappeared. Luo was also forced to fall to the ground. As if he was frightened. Tesla smiled. He pulled Luo up and touched Luo's head. Very good, just follow me from now on. Tesla looked at Luo and said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Especially Rosinante and Doflamingo. No. The two brothers blurted out almost at the same time. Tesla turned his head and glanced at the two of them coldly. The electric arc in his eyes will explode at any time. I have no intention of discussing it with you. This is a notice. Tesla said, looking at Rosinante and Doflamingo. Then he ignored Doflamingo's ugly expression and turned to look at Luo gently. I will cure your platinum lead disease. You don't have to worry about that. Even the person you care about, I can keep him, even take him away, or let him go, as long as you are willing to join Rockefeller Kingdom. I am your backing, no one can hurt you. Tesla looked at Luo and said. Pointed specifically at Rosinante. Threaten Luo with Rosinante's life. Although the method is a bit despicable, the effect is significant. Luo's expression changed immediately. Doflamingo's expression was as gloomy as water. Rosinante can't leave. Doflamingo said. He could no longer remain silent. Rosinante had met Virgo, and once he went back, Virgo would be exposed. The undercover agent he had trained so hard for so many years could not be exposed like this. Tesla turned his head. Do you want to die? Tesla pushed away Luo behind him, and the thunder and lightning on his body became violent. Are you Rockefellers so arrogant? You are too arrogant. Doflamingo lowered his head, but the thread in his hand shone with a cold light. Heh, it seems my brother hasn't woken you up yet. Tesla smiled disdainfully. Asshole. Doflamingo felt as if he had been stepped on. It exploded instantly. 5-colored thread. Doflamingo's fingers formed into claws and he instantly grabbed Tesla. This blow, which was enough to easily cut steel, struck Tesla fiercely. Tesla stood there without moving. The 5-colored thread easily cut through Tesla's body. Elementalization. Doflamingo frowned. The other party actually became elementalized in advance. It takes a lot of experience and knowledge to predict this. But Doflamingo hasn't stopped yet. The violent current in Tesla's body instantly followed the long wire and blasted towards Doflamingo. The lightning was so fast that Doflamingo couldn't even react. He was instantly blasted dozens of meters away by Tesla's violent thunder. Little Lord. Seeing this, the people of Don Quixote's family took out their weapons and attacked Tesla. After the bullet was fired at Tesla, it was as if an invisible barrier blocked the bullet. Prevent the bullet from advancing even half an inch. Tesla waved his hand. The bullets hanging in the air seemed to be controlled. He turned around and attacked the members of Don Quixote's family. In an instant, many minions fell into a pool of blood. Don't overestimate your capabilities, this is what gives you the confidence to resist. Tesla asked as he looked at Doflamingo, who was getting up. Asshole, there must be a limit to looking down on people. Doflamingo's pink coat fell off his back. His body was charred and black, and he touched the blood on the corner of his mouth. The silk threads were frantically repairing the injuries in the body. It's a good way to open the wound. It's a very practical method to connect the wound with silk thread. Tesla's domineering aura enveloped the entire audience, and even the slightest changes in the scene could not escape his eyes. No prizes, but I have more powerful moves, you can try them. Super Whip. Doflamingo fired a thicker line from his hand and threw it towards Tesla. The silk thread is extremely flexible. Unable to determine the exact landing point. This is also the weird part of this move. But facing a guy like Tesla who has practiced his domineering power to predict the future, Tesla still doesn't pay attention to this little trick. Armed color domineering covers the right hand. In front of the falling trajectory of the silk thread, he raised his right palm and firmly grasped the powerful and heavy silk thread that Doflamingo threw towards him. Even after catching the thread, Tesla pulled hard. The electric current followed the thread and paralyzed Doflamingo's whole body. Doflamingo flew uncontrollably in front of Tesla. Fell in front of Tesla. I heard that you have a nickname called Joker. This nickname is very suitable. Tesla lowered his head and looked at the twitching Doflamingo. Phew, die, let's die together. A domineering aura suddenly burst out from Doflamingo's forehead, and at the same time, the birdcage covering the entire island quickly shrank. Bury with me. Doflamingo's eyes were fixed with Tesla's eyes, and blood spewed out of his mouth. Little Lord. The members of the Don Quixote family shouted heartbreakingly. Fu 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 fu. Doflamingo's eyes are full of madness. No wonder eldest brother said you are crazy, but you can't hurt me with this little trick. Tesla looked at the rapidly shrinking bird cages around him and said to Doflamingo. Really? Let me, the frog in the well, have a good experience. Doflamingo smiled sadly. Okay, let me show you. Tesla looked at the rapidly shrinking birdcage in the sky. The destructive power of this birdcage is indeed impressive. The threads were firmly nailed to the island beneath his feet. Want to tear the entire island apart. Chapter 881 Kill him. Tesla waved his hand, and the plasma stick returned to Tesla's hand. Endless thunder and lightning poured into the golden stick. Power is gathered at the top of the golden stick. The electric berry fruit ability is activated. Plasma cannon. A beam of destruction was aimed at the top of the birdcage. The beam of light seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth. Point straight up. Shining. The crane on the naval observation ship in the distance looked at this beam of light reaching into the sky and was stunned. This attack seems. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Because this attack is exactly the same as the beam of light used by the celestial dragons every 4 years. It's just that the Tianlong people's attacks are in pieces, and it's just a bunch. Rockefeller Kingdom, it seems that it is necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. He thought thoughtfully. If the Rockefeller Kingdom really controls this power, what will their navy do? How to face it? Rockefeller. He said worriedly. Then I picked up my camera and took a photo of the island. I planned to show it to the marshal. On the Navy surveillance ship, all the sailors looked pale and looked at the island in horror. And on the island. Caesar turned his head and looked at the huge energy erupting in the center of the island. Tesla? Caesar was a little confused as to why Tesla and Doflamingo were fighting. But Caesar wasn't worried at all. Doflamingo alone cannot threaten Tesla. Boy, what are you looking at? Take your life. Shueisha slashed his swords wildly. Swipe at Caesar. The domineering looked tilted unscrupulously. Drops of blood from his head fell to the ground. Already completely crazy. This madman. Caesar cursed lowly, then faced Shueisha's attack and slashed with his sword. Caesar is not shy about Shiki. However, with Shueisha's current appearance, it is simply wishful thinking to pose a threat to Caesar. Even in Shueisha's heyday, Caesar would not be afraid. He is now different from what he used to be. There may be someone better than him in this world. But if you want to kill him, or even defeat him, it will take no more than 5 fingers. This certainly does not include Shueisha, who is old and frail and partially disabled. The battle between Caesar and Shiki was intense. But anyone who looks at it will know that Shueisha is now at the end of his strength. As long as the breath in his heart is relieved, he will definitely lose. Even death. The center of the island. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. The power instantly penetrated the sky. Everyone stared blankly at Tesla holding the golden stick high. Doflamingo, who was standing at Tesla's feet, was also staring blankly at the sky. Will his birdcage be broken? Next moment. Doflamingo instantly felt that something in his heart was broken. Doflamingo understood. Fu 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 fu. Doflamingo smiled sadly. Blood gushed from his mouth. Is this the monster of the New World? Doflamingo suddenly yearned for the New World. What has he been doing all these years? Rolling back and forth in the small pools of the North Sea. Like a clown. I have never opened my eyes to see the world. In the sky. The rapidly tightening birdcage suddenly stopped. Then there was a tremor, as if a string was broken, trembling wildly. Then the head connecting all the silk threads seemed to be broken in half, and the silk threads fell down with a clatter. This. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were shocked when they saw this scene. Their all-powerful young master was defeated. This is probably the second time. Tesla took back the stick. Then he turned his wrist and pressed the long stick against Doflamingo's chin. What else do you want to say? Tesla asked with cold eyes. Fu 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 fu. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Regardless of the injuries on his body. Tesla frowned, this man's laughter was so unpleasant. As expected of a member of the Rockefeller family, I really don't know how charming Rockefeller Charlotte is. Doflamingo seemed to take life and death lightly as he raised his eyes to the sky. Tesla raised an eyebrow and looked at Doflamingo. Then he raised the long stick. Didn't choose to kill him. Maybe it's time for you to go see the new world. There's no point in being the king of a small place like Beihai. Tesla said, looking at Doflamingo. Tesla also knows Doflamingo's identity. After being beaten by his brother 2 years ago, he subdued him and took charge of selling weapons of the Rockefeller Kingdom in the North Sea. He is also famous in the Dark World. Otherwise, Barrus would not be used as a liaison. Don't kill me? Doflamingo turned his head. You're not worth killing, Tesla said indifferently. Then he saw a look in Doflamingo's eyes. A weak current came out of Tesla's mouth. Doflamingo only saw Tesla's lips move, but did not hear any sound. Available in the next second. Tesla's voice echoed in Doflamingo's mind. Kill him. An emotionless voice sounded in Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo looked at Tesla in horror. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Corazon, who was still weak. The fists were clenched tightly. Lips quivering. He didn't expect Tesla to be so cruel. Doesn't Doflamingo know that he can't beat Tesla? He only did this for his subordinates to see. After all, the family cannot tolerate betrayal. But does he really want to kill Corazon? This is his only brother. Doflamingo lay on the ground with a complicated expression on his face. But soon, the complex color disappeared, replaced by a hint of ferocity. Tesla looked at Doflamingo's face and smiled lightly. How could he let Rosinante live? He is a Marine. He also has so many bonds with Luo. Tesla must cut off these fetters and let Luo devote all his contributions to the Rockefeller family wholeheartedly. Then he looked at Luo on the side. I can see the hatred in your heart, so I will leave it to you in the future. Tesla said. As for you. Tesla looked at Rosinante with interest. Lieutenant Colonel. Tesla was silent for a while. He looked at Luo, who looked expectant. Forget it, I'll let you go, but from today on, Luo and you have nothing to do with each other, and Luo, you have to cut off all contact with him. Tesla looked at Rosinante and Luo and said. Impossible. Rosinante stood up unsteadily and looked at Tesla. Tesla frowned. I don't have time to fight with you, either die or get out. Tesla said coldly. Tesla then raised the golden stick. Thunder and lightning gather on the long stick and explode at any time. No, I'll go with you, don't hurt him. Luo quickly grabbed Tesla's trousers and shouted excitedly. Luo, leave me alone and promise me not to be a pirate. Rosinante roared. And Tesla looked at Rosinante. If you don't want to be a pirate, why don't you become a navy? Tesla looked at the white spots on Luo's face caused by platinum lead disease. Chapter 882, The End Before Dusk. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from that white town, Freeventh. The world government has been selling platinum and lead for a long time, causing all the residents on Freeventh to suffer from platinum lead disease. In order to cover up, the world government after the truth, they lied about it being an infectious disease, sealed the border, and left all the residents of Freeventh to fend for themselves. Other countries, coveting the wealth of Freeventh, launched an attack and destroyed this originally beautiful city. You should be the survivor. He may still be the only survivor. Tesla looked at Luo and said. Every word Tesla said made the hatred on Luo's face deepen. Fufu, but that's not all. The countries that invaded Freeventh were instigated by the world government behind their backs, fufu. Doflamingo received an assist. Luo hated him even more. Just like the madness he felt when he first saw Doflamingo. He thought of his father, mother and sister, who died on the border. And he escaped from Freeventh under the cover of his parents' corpses. Luo, don't be blinded by hatred. Rosinante looked at the hatred on Luo's face and shouted anxiously. All of this was done by the world government and its minions, the Navy. They destroyed that beautiful city and your peaceful life. How should you choose? I believe your heart has already made the answer. Join Rockefeller Kingdom, you can take revenge. Tesla looked at Luo and invited. Luo, you are free now, don't be blinded by hatred. Rosinante wanted to go to Luo, but was whipped away by Tesla with a stick. He fell to the ground and stretched out his hand to grab Luo. You are free, but are the hundreds of thousands of innocent souls of Freefans free? Tesla directly issued a soul torture. For an instant. Luo's eyes were bloodshot. No, Freefantha's hundreds of thousands of wronged souls are not free yet. I want to seek justice for Freefantha's hundreds of thousands of wronged souls. Luo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Lo. Seeing the hatred on Luo's face, Rosinante was heartbroken. Let him go and I'll go with you. Luo looked at Rosinante indifferently and then turned to Tesla and said. Tesla smiled. Put your right hand on Luo's head. It is good. Tesla said. Doflamingo looked gloomy. Then he quickly walked aside. He quickly took out the phone from his pocket and dialed. Virgo answered the phone. Virgo, kill Corazon and don't let him return to the Navy. Doflamingo whispered, then hung up the phone. Then Doflamingo seemed to have been drained of all his strength, his arms hanging at his sides. Let the blood on his body drip to the ground. Corazon, you shouldn't betray me. Doflamingo seemed to have dumped it all on Corazon. It seemed like this would make him feel better. Then he looked at Tesla from the corner of his eye, who was still talking about Luo. The fists were clenched tightly. A sense of depression left him nowhere to explode. He could disobey Tesla's orders. But what about the spy he had buried for years? Could it be that he was very unwilling to be exposed like this? He cannot afford to offend the Rockefeller Kingdom. Likewise, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to go undercover in the Navy. Virgo, who was waiting for news in the snow, heard the order. He immediately came to the only way to join the Navy and waited silently. Tesla, who was arousing hatred in Luo's heart, moved his ears. Then the corners of his mouth rose. This Doflamingo is also a talent. He actually thought of placing an undercover agent in the Navy. It's really dark. However, the Rockefeller family wants this undercover. The Rockefeller family is also very interested in the Navy. Why didn't he think of placing undercover agents in the Navy? Then he looked at Luo with a look of hatred on his face. Follow me from now on and I'll teach you my skills. Tesla looked at Luo and said. Luo didn't answer. Stand quietly next to Tesla. Just like when he first joined Don Quixote's family. Tesla is satisfied. Although I didn't get the fruits of the operation, I got the people who ate the fruits of the operation. It can be considered that the task has been completed. Involuntarily, Tesla looked at the two warring parties in the sky. The battle between Caesar and Shiki. From the ground to the sky. Countless fierce attacks were flying around. The strong wind whipped up huge waves, lapping at the shore. The battle between Caesar and Shiki has been going on for 2 or 3 hours. Shurji finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cough cough. A lot of blood spit out from the mouth. With a groan, he knelt on the ground on one knee. The sword in his right hand is stuck on the ground. He covered his chest with his left hand and gasped violently. Caesar looked at Shurji's appearance and gave up. Watching Shurji walk up step by step. Hey, old guy, how are you? Caesar asked, looking at Shiki with blood oozing from his head. Shiki raised his pale face and looked at Caesar. Shurji suffered from excessive blood loss. There was no blood left on his face. Caesar was startled. At this time, Shurji looked like an old man in his dying years, with a pale face. Jia ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Shurji to die here, I'm so unwilling. Shiki roared. Cough cough. Then came a violent cough. Caesar looked at Shurji's look, feeling a little sad. Last year we were sitting together drinking together, but unexpectedly this year we were all exhausted. I told you to leave. Caesar felt a little uncomfortable looking at Shurji's appearance. He and Shurji have known each other for more than 10 years, and even Shurji has watched him grow up. I have a good relationship with my dad. I didn't expect it to be like this now. Boy, what's your expression? I don't need pity from a brat like you. Shurji's pride did not allow anyone to pity him. Seeing that the old man who was almost exhausted was still holding on, Caesar shook his head inwardly. The fruit of the operation, jia ha 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 ha, it seems that I will accomplish nothing in my life. Shurji looked towards the center of the island and smiled miserably. Recalling the excitement I felt when I went to sea for the first time. Then he met the man he wanted to surpass in his life. I remembered the feeling of freedom when I was separated from that man. Then he led many of his subordinates to a world-famous arrogance. And the feeling of loss after failure. Thinking of the man who rejected him. He thought again of the only friend in his life. Jia ha ha ha, what a failure. Shurji faced him and sighed. Captain. Indigo quickly ran to Shurji carrying the medicine box. Treat Shurji's injuries immediately. But was blocked by Shurji. There's no need to waste your efforts. I know the extent of my injuries myself. It's hopeless. Shurji raised his old and pale hand to stop him. Captain, if you can save it, you can definitely save it. Indigo burst into tears. Indigo has been loyally following Shueisha since he was rescued from Impel Down City. Chapter 883 Shueisha's death. And Shueisha is also fully supporting him in doing the experiments he likes. This was the first time someone recognized him and fully supported him. Throughout the entire pirate world, Shueisha's attitude towards crew members is excellent. This also made countless younger brothers loyal to Shueisha. There is no betrayal. Brother Indigo, I'm sorry that I can't let you complete the experiment. You are a capable person. From now on, please follow the Rockefeller Kingdom. The Sky Pirates are officially disbanded. Shiki looked at Indigo and said weakly. It was obvious that he was explaining his funeral arrangements. After Shiki finished speaking, he looked at Caesar. Caesar, I don't blame you. This is my own choice. It's a pity that I didn't see Charlotte again before I died. Jia ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the person I wanted to see the most before I died was Charlotte. It's really ridiculous. Charlotte's figure appeared in front of Shueisha's eyes. My consciousness returned to more than 20 years ago. Thinking of the first time I met Charlotte. The young man holding a long sword stood on the shore, resisting his attack. That was the first time they met. I remembered again the day when the Rocks Pirates were disbanded. Charlotte rejected her words without hesitation. Charlotte, it would be great if you were willing to help me. Shueisha looked at the sky and murmured. Caesar listened silently. Shueisha's consciousness returned to reality. Look at the tall young man in front of you. Caesar, when I die, bury me in the sea. I was born in the sea and I will die in the sea. Shueisha said with difficulty, his face suddenly flushed. Shueisha looked at Caesar and remembered Caesar 13 years ago, when he was still a boy of 14 or 15 years old. Failure, failure, such a failure. Shueisha failed 3 times in a row and roared miserably, venting his injustice to his fate. In the end, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground in the last reluctance. Captain! Indigo shouted heartbreakingly. The island ship floating in the sky fell down. It announces the death of the pirate admiral, captain of the Sky Pirates, and one of the 4 legendary pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki, who has traversed the sea for 30 or 40 years. East China Sea. Thousands of meters in the air. Dozens of islands of various sizes fell from the sky above the East China Sea. The crew of the Sky Pirates on the island fell into the sea as the island fell from an altitude of 10,000 meters. He fell to pieces. The splashing waves gathered together and created a stormy sea. A huge tsunami rolled up in the calm East China Sea. No, Captain, there's a tsunami ahead. The red-haired pirates. Jesus Boo exclaimed as he looked at the 100-meter-high tsunami in front of him. What? How could there be a tsunami in the East China Sea? Shanks looked at the seawater that was blocking the sky and immediately noticed something was wrong. Quick, quick, turn the helm. Shanks shouted. But the tsunami arrived in front of the Dreyfus in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the red-haired pirate ship rolled up and floated towards an unknown distance. I don't know how long it took, but I came to an island full of windmills. And the protagonist of this world will also usher in his first transformation. Mignon Island. Caesar looked at the dead Shiki inside. Elder brother. Tesla led Luo over. Behind them came the Don Quixote family. Here, Shueisha is dead? Tesla looked at Shueisha lying in a pool of blood and was stunned. The oil is gone and the lamp is dry. Caesar shook his head. Tesla glanced at Shueisha's head. I also know what's going on. A generation of heroes has just fallen. Tesla also sighed. Go back and explain to Dad. Tesla said. What about you? Have you brought back the results of the operation? Caesar asked. Tesla pushed Luo out. Huh? What do you mean? Looking at the child who suddenly appeared. He ate the fruit of the operation. Tesla explained. After hearing this, Caesar observed the child carefully. But after seeing the white spots on the kid's face, I immediately remembered the newspaper I saw before. Platinum lead disease, holy shit, it's contagious. Why did you bring him here? Caesar quickly moved away and looked at Luo from a distance. Luo turned his head after seeing Caesar's actions. Tesla rolled his eyes. You uneducated fool, you believe whatever the world government says. Platinum lead disease is not contagious. The reason why it is called an infectious disease is just an excuse by the world government to cover up the truth. Tesla looked at Caesar speechless. At the same time, he also noticed Luo's depression and patted him to reassure him. What do you mean? Caesar was a little confused, but after hearing that it was not contagious, he came over again. Tesla then explained the White Town and Luo's identity. That's it. In other words, the world government has deceived the whole world. Caesar said bitterly after hearing this. Don't worry, kid. If you join the Rockefeller Kingdom, no one will dare to touch you. Even the world government, we in the Rockefeller Kingdom are not afraid. Caesar patted Luo with his big hand. He didn't notice the strength in his hand at all. It directly bent Luo's waist. Tesla slapped Caesar's hand away. He is very weak now, neither serious nor serious. Tesla was speechless at his somewhat neurotic brother. What's next? Tesla asked. What else can we do? Of course we take this brat back. Let Dad make the decision. Caesar said. Then what should he do? Tesla pointed to the corpse on the ground, which was Shueisha. Caesar was silent for a moment. Take him back too, he is a hero of my father's generation after all. Caesar said. Row. Tesla nodded. Caesar took out a bracelet and put his body and weapons into the bracelet. This scene left Doflamingo dumbfounded. What technology is this? The bracelet in Caesar's hand is called the box bracelet. It is made from superhuman box fruits. It was transformed using Caesar Caron's devil fruit-eating technology. It was Caesar who asked Charlotte to build it for him. Caesar had long been jealous of the castle fruit in his father's hands. Now I got what I wanted. Tesla glanced at Caesar's bracelet, with a flash of envy in his eyes. At the same time, I thought about other devil fruits that could be used as storage. It seems that there is only the pocket fruit of one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Pocket fruit can already hold things. Unfortunately, the opponent is from the Whitebeard pirates, so it's difficult to take action. Let's see if there is another chance in the future. Or develop a space device that can hold items. Tesla suddenly thought of the space ring that his father mentioned when he told them stories when they were children. It doesn't seem like it can't be done. Caesar looked at the sad Indigo aside. You guy, do you want to follow us? Shueisha has entrusted you to me. Caesar asked. Indigo wiped away his tears and looked at Caesar and Tesla and nodded. I'm a ship's doctor. I know nothing but research. Indigo said. Chapter 884 Fluttering Fruit. As soon as these words came out, Tesla's eyes lit up. But don't forget that Tesla was also a scientist. What is your research direction? Tesla asked quickly. Evolution. Indigo said. Tesla's eyes lit up. I quickly asked a few questions about biological knowledge. Indigo answered fluently. You can follow me from now on. I am the deputy captain of the Rockefeller Kingdom's scientific force, focusing on electronics and biotechnology. Tesla introduced himself. Indigo nodded. When Caesar saw the two of them finish chatting, he looked at the island ship that had just fallen. That's Shueisha's ship, right? Do you have any good things to take with you? Caesar asked, looking at the flying sky on the coast. This is Shueisha's main ship, and there should be a lot of Shueisha's collection. After all, he is a great pirate who has been around for 30 or 40 years. Impossible to be poor. Yes, there is a safe in the captain's room, which contains many devil fruits and famous swords collected over the years. Indigo said. Anyway, the captain is dead, the winner wins everything. This is a pirate's rule. When Caesar heard this, his eyes widened. He loves opening treasure chests the most. The same virtue as his father. Looked at Tesla. Tesla also had a smile on his face. It would also be nice to have some more good stuff. I didn't get the fruits of the operation, so getting some good things from Shueisha was considered a good deal. Go. Caesar waved his hand. Walked over with Tesla and Indigo. Tesla held Luo's hand. Only Doflamingo and his party were left. Young master, what should we do? Toripole asked. Doflamingo looked at the people walking away with a very gloomy expression. Go back. Doflamingo waved his hand and walked towards the flamingo. Don't want to stay here for a second. The members of the Don Quixote family looked at each other and quickly followed Doflamingo. Caesar in the distance also noticed that their group was heading in the opposite direction. Did you just fight that Doflamingo? Caesar asked. Well, let him see the power of the Rockefeller family without overestimating his abilities. Tesla nodded. Why don't you kill? If you do, then you should eradicate it. Caesar frowned. Brother, isn't he yours? Besides, he's still useful. Keep him alive. Tesla said. It's just an agent. You can change it at any time. There are many people who want to be agents of my Rockefeller kingdom. There is no shortage of him. Caesar shook his head and said. There are some things we can't handle, and we need a black glove. Tesla said. Forget it, the most important thing is to keep him alive and open the treasure chest. Caesar patted Tesla on the shoulder and smiled. Tesla laughed too. The two brothers walked towards Shiki's ship. Some of the minions on the ship had fallen to death. It fell from a high altitude and was smashed into meat patties. These people are too weak. It seems that Shueisha doesn't have any powerful subordinates. Just one indigo caught his eye. The island ship fell from high altitude, and many items fell to the ground and scattered everywhere. There are a lot of fruits scattered around. Caesar hurried past the fruits. I didn't find that any of these fruits had quietly changed. But when Tesla passed by this piece of scattered fruit, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and seemed to find something extraordinary. And many more. Tesla stopped everyone's actions. Caesar, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at Tesla in confusion. Luo and Indigo also looked up at Tesla. Don't know why it stopped. But when they followed Tesla's gaze to the fruits scattered on the ground. Suddenly his eyes widened. I don't know when. One of these scattered fruits was gray-white and had dense patterns. 4 words immediately appeared in everyone's mind. Devil fruit. Tesla walked quickly to these fruits, bent down and took out the patterned devil fruit. This is. Tesla looked at the fruit in disbelief. Piao piao fruit. Tesla and Indigo spoke in shock at the same time. What? Caesar was shocked and looked at the devil fruit in Tesla's hand in disbelief. This is Shueisha's piao piao fruit. I didn't expect to be reborn here. Tesla said tremblingly. Good luck, really good luck. Tesla said with a smile on his face. This devil fruit alone makes this trip worthwhile, and Dad won't care about the problem of the fruit being eaten by others. Tesla looked at his eldest brother Caesar and said while holding the piao piao fruit. I really didn't expect that we would get the piao piao fruit. This can be regarded as Shueisha's last gift to us. Caesar sighed. Thinking of Shueisha's unwillingness before his death, Caesar felt inexplicably complicated. Put it away and take it back to Dad. Tesla gave the piaoli fruit to Caesar. Caesar is also included in the box bracelet. Let's go and have a look at Shueisha's collection. There should be a lot of good stuff there too. After Caesar finished speaking, he turned and walked into the cabin. Under the leadership of Indigo, Caesar and Tesla came to Shueisha's room. From a hidden compartment, Indigo pulled out a safe. Caesar couldn't wait to walk in and took out the box. No matter if there is a key or not. Just apply force to open the safe. The imagined difficulty did not appear. Opened it directly. Let the devil fruits and famous swords inside, as well as countless Baileys, be scattered all over the place. This stunned Caesar. No lock? Caesar asked. Who can come in this room except the captain? You know the captain is usually 10,000 meters in the air. Who would steal it? Indigo smiled bitterly. Right. Caesar nodded and took out the devil fruit on the ground. There are 6 devil fruits in total, 2 of which are unlabeled. There are also 3 famous knives, all of which are large and fast knives with 21 skills. And several broken treasure maps. Caesar turned it over and couldn't see where it was. Caesar took out the devil fruit and the famous sword at once. Everything that can be treasured by Shueisha is a good thing. This old guy is very proud. Caesar opened each devil fruit. 4 labeled devil fruits were revealed to everyone. Tesla also came up to take a look. Superman doll fruit allows people to be controlled by the controller like a doll, or to create various dolls. Caesar looked at the off-white apple with a human-shaped pattern on it. How about this? Caesar turned to ask. Yes, it can create an army of puppets, or control people. There seemed to be a king in the past. After eating the puppet fruit, he controlled one soldier after another. He was not afraid of life and death and destroyed many kingdoms. In the end, the world government took action and eliminated them. That fruit, that king, is gone. Tesla said. Chapter 885 Shueisha's Legacy. Not bad. It can create some fierce and death-defying armies. In the future, we We can catch more scum from the sea and control them with doll fruits. I just don't know who to give them to. Now there is no one in the entire Rockefeller family who has not eaten devil fruits. How much? Caesar said with some pity. Then, without waiting for Tesla's reaction, he looked at the next fruit. It is in the shape of a pineapple, light blue mixed with orange red, and the pattern is like a blazing flame, with no obvious traces. Could it be the natural type xiao fruit? Caesar was puzzled, and a sense of anticipation suddenly emerged in his heart. If it is really natural, then it will be a profit. Caesar quickly looked at the introduction on the side. Superman-type kinetic fruit can give you a steady stream of power. Caesar looked at the note and read it word for word. But I didn't think it was anything great. Instead, I was a little disappointed. I thought it was a burnt fruit. It seems that there is no chance after all. On the other hand, Tesla's eyes lit up and he snatched the devil fruit from Caesar's hand and looked at it carefully. Combined with the comparison on Dad's devil fruit illustrated book, it is indeed a fruit that comes to mind. A steady stream of kinetic energy. This thing is amazing. It can be regarded as a conceptual devil fruit. It will be of great help to my future science team. Tesla said while holding up the fruit. If he had this devil fruit, his mechanical warriors would no longer have to worry about insufficient energy. The scientific force that Tesla has studied over the years, the mechanical warriors, has been almost completed, but only the most critical energy issue is missing. Tesla has never found an alternative energy source. The existing energy sources are simply not enough to support scientific troops in combat. Is it possible that in future battles, a wire will be inserted in the back? It's like treating this devil fruit as the heart of the science unit, giving the science unit a steady stream of power. Then his air force will be established. Leave it to Dad first, and let Dad make the decision later. Caesar reminded. After hearing this, Tesla put down his devil fruit and nodded. I'll tell Dad when I get back. Tesla said as he threw the devil fruit to Caesar. Caesar put back his bracelet and nodded. Then move on to the next one. A cantaloupe. The cantaloupe is covered with dense black hairs. Animal type ancient species elephant fruit mammoth form. Caesar picked up the note and glanced at it. Nothing outstanding. Caesar has seen too many ancient species of animals. Unless it is a phantom beast devil fruit, Caesar will not pay attention to other animal types. Basically, these animal devil fruits are given to talented subordinates. Grow his army corps. The army comes to mind. It seemed like he hadn't visited for a long time. It's all managed by Deidara, Logan, and Philip. He is really unqualified as an army general. Caesar placed the mammoth fruit back on the bracelet. Continue to look at the next one. Also in the shape of a cantaloupe. It's just that this one is a bit bigger than a honeydew melon. It is 3 times the size of an ordinary cantaloupe. Animal type ancient species elephant fruit terrorist form. Another ancient species. Caesar was disappointed. Caesar looked at the last 2 unknown devil fruits. One of the banana-shaped devil fruits is the most eye-catching. Overall gray. The black silk threads on it are densely packed, especially the head of the banana. The threads are intertwined like a ferocious head. Caesar didn't find an introduction, which meant that Shueisha didn't know what this devil fruit was called. Tesla, come and see what devil fruit this is. Caesar quickly greeted Tesla and asked. Tesla has a photographic memory. Tesla has read Charlotte's Devil Fruit Illustrated book. As long as it's in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, Tesla can recognize it at a glance. After hearing this, Tesla walked over. He picked up the devil fruit in Caesar's hand and looked at it carefully. The brain instantly gave the answer. Animal type phantom beast species canine fruit werewolf form. Tesla blurted out. Phantom beast species. Caesar and Tesla looked at each other. He immediately put the fruit into Caesar's bracelet. Fuck it, Dad is going to be so happy now. Not only did he get the Piao Piao fruit, he also got a phantom beast seed. Now even if we don't bring back the surgery fruit, we can do business. Caesar said happily. Although the fruit of the operation was eaten, the person who ate it was also found. But after all, the task was not completed. This was his first mission failure. Still, the action failed with Tesla. It made him feel a little bit unhappy in his heart. However, Shueisha's legacy made up for the failure of this mission, and I believe Dad will not blame anything. That's right, I didn't expect Shueisha to have so many good things. Tesla also said with a smile on his face. Luo looked at the two of them with a cute look on his face. Brother Indigo looked envious. He knew that this fruit was obtained from the island where IQ was discovered. I just didn't know what devil fruit it was, so I put it aside by the captain, planning to sell it or train some potential crew members. But I didn't expect it to be a phantom beast species. If he had known earlier, this fruit would probably be his. A phantom species. A devil fruit that is rarer than the natural type. Continue. Caesar quickly took out the last devil fruit and asked Tesla. This is an emerald green banana. It's like he's immature. Caesar handed it to Tesla to look at. Tesla looked at it for a long time, then shook his head. This fruit is not included in Dad's devil fruit illustrated book. It should be an unrecorded devil fruit. Tesla said. Well, I don't dare to eat it randomly, but it doesn't matter. With that werewolf fruit, you have already made a lot of money. Tell Dad the news quickly. By the way, I want to report on this mission. Go and tell Dad. Caesar left the job of dealing with his father to Tesla. He really didn't know how to explain to his father what was happening here. Then he put all the famous swords and Bailey into the bracelet. And swept away all valuable things. Tesla took out his phone bug and called Charlotte, who was waiting for news on Kame Island in the New World. Charlotte was sitting in the office when the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He reached out and took the phone. Hey, Dad, it's me. Tesla said. Tesla's mission is completed? Have you obtained the fruits of the operation? Charlotte quickly expressed concern. No, the fruit of the operation was eaten by a child. I can only bring him back. His name is Luo. Tesla said. As soon as these words came out, Charlotte was slightly disappointed. But I immediately adjusted my mentality. Chapter 886 Reporting Task. For him, the fruits of the operation are just a tad. It's good if you can get it, and you won't lose anything if you don't get it. Even if he gets it, he will never let his children eat the fruits of the operation. He would only feed his subordinates to cultivate his loyalty and medical skills. Prepare for future ageless surgery. But I didn't expect that Luo would still eat him. Maybe it was God's will. But it doesn't matter if Luo eats him. Since Tesla has found this child, he will train him. While he is still young, instill loyalty into him and cultivate him into a sharp edge in the Rockefeller Kingdom. From the original work, the opponent can defeat Charlotte Lingling, and her talent is still very high. It is better to have it in your own hands than to be your enemy in the future. Okay, take that child back. Charlotte said. Well, but... Tesla hesitated. What's wrong? Did something unexpected happen? Charlotte heard Tesla hesitate and said doubtfully. Ski is dead. Tesla said. What? Charlotte stood up instantly. Who killed him? Charlotte asked quickly. I'm exhausted. Tesla said. What happened? How did you die? Tell me clearly. Charlotte said seriously. Shueisha got the news about the fruit of the operation from somewhere, and came to fight for the fruit, but was blocked by his elder brother. Shueisha got angry, pulled out the rudder on his head, and had a big fight with his elder brother. In the end, he ran out of gas. He exhausted himself to death. Tesla explained. Call. Charlotte let out a heavy breath and sat down. Unexpectedly, Shueisha's death was actually related to Caesar. This made Charlotte feel inexplicably complicated. I thought I had changed Shueisha's fate. Not to mention that it will be like in the original work, as long as you are honest, you can enjoy your old age. But I didn't expect that I would die early. Although he asked for it. But Charlotte had mixed feelings in her heart. The relationship between Shueisha and him is both enemy and friend, more pure than Whitebeard. Charlotte would rather be friends with Sky than Whitebeard. At least Charlotte and Shueisha have no conflict of interest. They even have only one enemy, the world government and the navy. Bring his body back and bury it. Charlotte sighed. Now that the person is dead, what else can be done? A dead person cannot be resurrected, so let him rest in peace. It is better to die in the hands of Caesar than to die in the hands of that brat more than 10 years later. It can be regarded as saving face. There is no reputation for staying late. Yes. Tesla said. By the way, Dad, after Shueisha's death, the Piao fruit was reborn nearby and we found it. And we found a lot of devil fruits on Shueisha's ship this time, including a phantom beast species. Tesla decided to tell some good news to make Dad happy. Charlotte's eyes lit up instantly on the other end of the phone. What? There is also a phantom beast in the Piao Piao fruit? What kind of fruit is it? Charlotte asked quickly. It's the animal type, the phantom beast species, the canine fruit, and the werewolf form. Tesla said. Okay, be careful when you come back. Pay attention to the Navy. The latest news is that Zifa has been dispatched and is heading to the North Sea. Return to the New World as soon as possible. Charlotte warned. Yes. Tesla replied. But I didn't take it seriously. Just a former general who has lost his morale cannot threaten them. The call hung up and Tesla found Caesar. Brother, let's go. The Navy has sent people here. Dad asked us to go back early. Tesla looked at Caesar and said. Who's coming? Caesar asked. Zifa. Tesla replied. This old man is ready to give up. How about we brothers work together to kill this former general? Caesar asked with the knife in his right hand swiping down slightly. Dad, let us go back as soon as possible and leave Zifa alone. Tesla shook his head. That's it. What a pity. Caesar was a little regretful. After all, the opportunity to kill the general was right in front of him, so he let such a good opportunity pass. Caesar shook his head. He didn't think he could beat Zifa. It's just a defeat at the hands of an old man. Besides, where is Tesla? The two of them join forces, not to mention a mere former general who has lost his morale. Even if the Navy Marshal is here, it doesn't matter. They were slaughtered together. Seeing his elder brother's regretful expression, Tesla was speechless. Okay, is there any benefit to us from killing a former general? It has no meaning except to arouse the hatred of the Navy. And with the current status of our Rockefeller family in the world, a mere Navy can't do anything to us. Tesla said proudly. Besides, the Navy may not be our enemy. There is only one real enemy for us, and that is the world government, the Navy. It is just a dog of the world government. As long as the world government and the Navy are solved. Is it still a threat? Tesla raised the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Why is the Navy no longer our enemy? Don't forget, our reward order is always hanging? Caesar looked at Tesla with some confusion. Tesla was a little helpless. My brother's political consciousness is too low. I don't understand the current situation clearly. I also underestimate the current Rockefeller family. My mind is still stuck in the era of the Rockefeller pirates. Retain the pirates' thoughts. Completely forgetting that the Rockefeller pirates have been transformed into the Rockefeller kingdom. This matter cannot be explained clearly. You will know it later. Tesla doesn't bother to explain here. If I really wanted to explain it, I'm afraid it would take a whole day. With the big brother's brain, I'm afraid it will take him 2 days to figure it out. For the first time, Tesla felt how tired it was to talk to stupid people. Caesar looked at Tesla's helpless expression and scratched his head. I didn't ask again. Save yourself a headache. Okay. Let's go then. Caesar immediately expanded his body, turned into a dragon, and flew across the sky. Tesla looked at Indigo and Luo beside him, grabbed Indigo and Luo, and instantly turned into lightning and flew up. Sitting on the dragon's head, he arranged a magnetic field for the two of them to protect them from falling and fly towards the new world. After Caesar and others left. North of Mignon Island. Virgo walked in the snow. Looking at the dragon leaving in the distance. Time is running out, start taking action. Virgo walked towards the location marked by the young master. Soon he found Corazon, who was leaning against the wall and breathing weakly. Rosinante also saw Virgo coming over. Haha, it seems that the Rockefeller family is not planning to let me go. That's right. With me here, how could Luo you serve the Rockefeller kingdom wholeheartedly? You are here to kill me, right? Go ahead. Chapter 887 Death of Rosinante. Rosinante shakily took out a cigarette, took out a lighter and lit it for himself. But he instantly set his coat on fire. It's a pity that no one put out the fire for him this time. Virgo raised his gun with a calm expression and pointed it at Corazon. The traitor to this family. Virgo pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots resounded in the quiet snow. At the same time. On the shore, Doflamingo looked at Mignon Island as if he was feeling something. The eyes are complicated. Now he really became a loner. All loved ones lost. Doflamingo's heart felt cold once again at this moment. Fu, this damn world. Veins popped out on Doflamingo's forehead. He remembered the misery of his childhood, his father's incompetence, his mother's death, and the indifference of the celestial dragons on the Red Earth continent. And the world's malice and humiliation towards him. I'm going to ruin it. Doflamingo clenched his fists. Endless darkness spreads inside. He wants to destroy this world. I took one last look at the heavy snow behind me. The ship slowly departed. Disappeared into the sea. And on the back side of the island. He, who had not seen Virgo back for a long time, couldn't help but frown. Sister has something happened to Virgo? Should I go to the island to check? Peach Rabbit said worriedly. Virgo is a rare good prospect that has appeared in the Navy in recent years. She didn't want such a good young talent to be lost here. Crane looked at the island worriedly. The battle fluctuations in the distance have stopped. The battle should be over. Let's go take a look together. If your life is in danger, don't worry about me and go first. Crane looked at Peach Rabbit and warned. Sister, I can go alone. Peach Rabbit refused. Crane shook his head and stepped off the boat. Heading towards the depths of the island. Upon seeing this, Peach Rabbit immediately followed. 70 or 80 sailors followed closely behind him. A group of people walked on an island covered with snow, surrounded by deserted people. As he got closer to the center of the island, the uneasiness in Crane's heart became more and more obvious. Soon I saw a familiar figure. Virgo was walking towards them. Peach Rabbit immediately stepped forward. Colonel Virgo, what happened on the island? Why is there no news? Peach Rabbit immediately walked up to Virgo and asked. Reporting to Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, I followed the order of staff and wandered to the north of the island, looking for a contact person. However, no matter how I looked, I couldn't see the contact person, so I moved closer and waited for a long time. I went back and met you without waiting for anyone. Virgo reports. Peach Rabbit frowned. Crane frowned. No contact person? Why is this not consistent with the information given by the Marshal? Something happened. Let's go and take a look at the front of the island. Crane said without hesitation. Yes. The group continued to move forward despite the heavy snow. This time, Peach Rabbit was at the forefront. Wait until you come to a dilapidated castle. Stop. Tautu, who was exploring the road ahead, ordered to stop. Because she seemed to see a figure buried in the heavy snow, with only part of the body exposed. Go and see who that is. Before he was sure whether it was a trap, Peach Usagi ordered a Commodore to go check it out. Crane also came up. The Brigadier General was ordered to go check it out. Pushing the heavy snow away, Rosinante was revealed, covered in blood and showing no signs of life. The Brigadier's pupils narrowed. Return quickly. Staff Officer, Lieutenant General, is Don Quixote Corazon, a member of the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo's younger brother. The Navy has a summary of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, and the Brigadier recognized the identity of the corpse at a glance. What? Crane and Peach Rabbit were stunned. How come there are cadres of the Don Quixote family here who were killed and left here? Spread out immediately and explore the surroundings. If there is any abnormality, report it immediately. Crane looked at everyone and ordered. Yes. A large number of Marines spread out and began to explore. Then one after another the sailors returned, bringing with them a large number of corpses. Almost all of them are members of the Valorous Pirates. Report to the staff that a large number of bodies of the crew members of the Sky Pirates have been found. Suddenly, the Brigadier General from before hurried over to report. The Sky Pirates? Have you found the Golden Lion Shiki? Crane asked quickly. Not at all. The Brigadier General shook his head. Come on, take this body with you and let's go take a look. The crane raised its feet and walked towards the coast. The further east you go, the more obvious the traces of the battle become. A mess. The ground surged, and the cracks around it were obviously caused by sword energy. This shows the intensity of the battle. Crane walked straight to the broken flying sky on the shore. As a Navy man who has been dealing with Shurji for 30 or 40 years, he recognized this as Shurji's ship at a glance. The dead pirates around him had obviously died after falling from a high altitude. This gave he a premonition. Something happened to Skimmer. Otherwise, how could he abandon his own ship? The other party is not the kind of person who would run away. There must be something going on here that she doesn't know about. Reporting to Staff Crane, a reporter was found. He said that Shurji died at the hands of Caesar. A soldier came over with a trembling reporter. Crane immediately frowned. Is what you said true? Shock appeared on his old face. Yes, it's true, I still have photos here. The reporter said tremblingly. God knows, I thought it was just a deal, and he came over to take a photo, wouldn't there be news by then? After all, a transaction of 5 billion Baileys is not a small amount. As a result, a 5 billion deal actually led to the creation of the Rockefeller Kingdom and the Sky Pirates. More unexpected things. The great flying pirate, the Golden Lion Shurji, is actually dead. Beihai is going to shock the world now. He immediately took the camera and flipped through the photos. The reporter's angle was pretty good, and he clearly captured Shurji's defeat and death. Now we're in trouble. Crane frowned. I immediately realized something was wrong. Immediately take a photo and send it to the Navy headquarters to report to Marshal Warring States. Crane ordered. Suddenly, bad thoughts came to Crane's mind. The long-lost contact. And the only cadre of the Don Quixote family who died. There are always signs. This Corazon doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Take Corazon's body and send it back to the Navy headquarters immediately. Crane turned directly towards the Navy warship. The two sailors quickly picked up Corazon's body and returned to the Navy warship together. Virgo's eyes flickered and he followed the team. And at the Navy headquarters, Warring States' heart suddenly twitched. A bad premonition suddenly came to mind. Make him restless. He kept pacing back and forth in the room. Chapter 888, Tears During the Warring States Period. Sudden. The fax machine on the desk suddenly rang. Documents were sent out one by one. At the same time, the voice of the ordering soldiers reporting from the Crane ship came. And Warring States looked at the copywriting that was constantly being transmitted. But a photo that suddenly came over made Warring States stunned. The figure lying in a pool of blood instantly made Sengwa's eyes well up with tears. At the same time, the fax machine buzzed. The battle on Mignon Island ended. The Golden Lion Shiki died in the battle and died at the hands of Rockefeller Caesar. At the same time, we found a large number of corpses of the Barreros pirates on the island, including Barelu, Captain C, and also found the body of a cadre of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Corazon, suspected of internal strife. The messenger reported without emotion. When Warring States heard about Don Quixote Corazon, he was stunned and raised his face in disbelief. Then the tears could no longer be suppressed. Eye-popping. Why don't you listen to me? Why do you want to go to that island? Warring States looked full of regret. Think back to Rocinante's final report. Warring States beat the long table, tears kept falling. His son died. His son is dead. Sengoku lay on the table. Tears kept falling. But he still refrained from making a sound. Don't let people outside know what's going on inside the house. Tremblingly, he took the phone beside him and dialed Chowha. On the warship. Crane stayed by Phonebug's side and never left. Because she knows. A call will come soon. As predicted. The phone buzzed. Crane picked up the phone directly. The voice of the Warring States period sounded. Take Rosinante back to the Navy headquarters. Zifa has already set off. You will meet him halfway. After Zangwa finished saying this, he hung up the phone. Crane was silent. She could hear the hoarseness in the marshal's voice. This reminded he of a rumor. It came from Cap. The marshal adopted an adopted son more than 10 years ago. He was also sent to Zifa's elite training camp. But it didn't last long before it disappeared. It seems that he has completed some task. Now it seems that this man named Corazon is very likely to be Rocinante, the marshal's adopted son who has disappeared for a long time. Crane sighed. The key marshal has no children, so his adopted son is equivalent to his son. This is a joke. Let's wait until we get back to the Navy headquarters to discuss everything. Then Crane walked out of the captain's cabin and came to the deck, facing all the Navy. Return to Navy headquarters. Crane announced loudly. After hearing this, all the Navy soldiers felt their hearts drop to the ground. They never expected that what they thought was just an operation in the North Sea would actually provoke the Rockefeller Kingdom of the New World and the Golden Lion Shurji, these two behemoths. Especially Rockefeller Caesar, one breath directly caused the Navy to lose most of it. 2 warships sank directly. Now we can finally return to the Navy headquarters. Crane could clearly feel the hearts of the soldiers on the warship. From the naval defeat in 1503 of the Hyuan calendar. All navies have a natural fear of pirates in the New World. Especially when facing the three emperors of the New World. Morale plummeted. Crane can also see this. She knew exactly what these soldiers were thinking. Today's navy needs a big victory to restore the navy's lost morale. But a big victory is not that easy. The three emperors of the New World are not that easy to deal with while hiding in the New World. Alliance of three emperors. This alliance must be broken. Crane's head hurt. The warship sails towards the Grand Line. And wait until the navy leaves. The spies from the hidden dark world came out one after another. Perhaps Doflamingo and the others would never know that there would be so many pairs of eyes staring at this dark place. The trade in surgical fruits attracted the attention of most people in Beihai. Especially those who are greedy for 5 billion. Although Doflamingo has spoken out in the dark world of Beihai, there are only a few people who really give him face. They all sent their own spies to check to see if there was any opportunity. But the subsequent changes in the situation were beyond their imagination. Neither the Rockefeller Kingdom nor the Golden Lion Shurji expected that these two great pirates in the New World would come all the way to the North Sea to fight for the surgical fruits. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate who fought against Roger the Pirate King, did not die in the turbulent New World, but died in the small North Sea. It was really shocking. Countless news reporters captured the moment of Shiki's death. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Now there will be headlines tomorrow. I'm afraid the world is about to change again. As the incident on the North Sea island of Minyon came to light. More and more forces know what is happening here. Including News King Morgans. Look at the photos sent back. Morgause danced. He didn't care how important Shurji's death was, he only cared whether the news would detonate the whole world. Morgans immediately ordered that tomorrow's front page headline be changed. I worked on it almost overnight. They even took a high-resolution photo and published it in the newspaper. The next day. A shocking news release. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, fell in the North Sea, and the person who did it was the Rockefeller family, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the Dragon Caesar. As soon as this news came out, it instantly detonated the whole world. Who was Golden Lion Shiki? That was a man who had traversed the world for 30 or 40 years and fought against the pirate king Roger. He actually died in Beihai. It was Rockefeller Caesar who did it. By the way, why are they in the North Sea? How is this possible? They obviously held the World Expo together last year and their relationship is good. Why did the magic dragon kill the Golden Lion Shurji? In the tavern, countless people looked at the newspaper in disbelief. Don't look at what they are fighting for. It is the fruit of surgery. It can cure all diseases. But don't forget the battle between Shurji and Charlotte Lingling a few years ago. If it weren't for Shurji's head, the rudder on his head affected Shurji. Who will win or lose? I guess Shurji snatched the surgery fruit just to remove the rudder on his head. Unfortunately, he met the Rockefeller family who also wanted to get the surgery fruit. A big man drank wine and shook his head, feeling a little sorry for Shurji's experience. Such a legendary figure actually died in the North Sea, or in the hands of Caesar. This Rockefeller kingdom is really powerful. Its tentacles have reached the North Sea. The others nodded silently after hearing the big man's analysis. This alone can explain what happened in the North Sea. Then there was a burst of regret. It's a pity that such a hero died so silently. Chapter 889 The Impact of the Legendary Pirate. East China Sea. Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand, and beside him a group of embarrassed crew members were wringing their wet clothes. Captain, it seems that the island that fell from the sky is Shurji's base camp. I didn't expect that there are so many islands above the East China Sea. What does he want to do? Ben Beckman smoked a cigarette and was a little puzzled. No matter what he wanted to do, now that he is dead, everything is in vain. There is no use analyzing it. Shanks shook his head and put down the newspaper. Does any of you know where this tsunami has caused us? Lacey Lou looked at the tall windmills around and said with some confusion. Ha 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 ha, where do you want to know? Can't you just go in and ask? Let's go to the island and have a look. Shanks stood up, dusted himself off and said with a smile. The group of people walked towards the village. And in the New World. Aboard Moby Dick. Dad, something big happened, something big happened. Marco quickly flew to the Moby Dick with a newspaper and gave the newspaper to his father. Dad, that guy Shurji is dead, in the hands of Caesar. Marco said simply and clearly. Whitebeard's drinking hand paused, and he took the newspaper and read it in surprise. Morgan's newspaper analysis is very detailed. The conclusion was drawn on why Shueisha wanted to go to Beihai, combined with the emergence of the fruits of the operation. Fruit of surgery. Whitebeard muttered. It seems you still refuse to let go. Whitebeard looked at the bloody Shueisha in the photo and sighed. Another old friend is missing. This made his heart feel empty for some reason. I feel a little uncomfortable with the Rockefeller Kingdom who killed Shueisha. The newspaper did not say that Shiki had run out of gas, only that Caesar had killed Shiki. This made Whitebeard unaware of the inside story. And there are only a few people who know the inside story. When the world government and navy saw this, they directly blamed the Rockefeller Kingdom. This makes many people unaware of the inside story. The consequence of this is that everyone has a new understanding of Rockefeller's tyranny. Dad, since the Rockefeller Kingdom has the fruits of surgery, why don't we ask people from the Rockefeller family to treat your hidden wounds? Marco suggested. He was always concerned about his father's hidden wounds. Especially in recent years, as we get older and older, the number of hidden injuries has increased. He was really worried. So whenever there is something that can cure his father's injury, Marco is most concerned about it. Why does the Rockefeller Kingdom do this? Is there any reason? Whitebeard glanced at Marco, his stupid son. Can't you see the situation now? The Rockefeller Kingdom wishes Whitebeard would die so that he could annex the Big Mom pirates. Then unify the New World. Charlotte's ambition has been clearly revealed. The New World is both big and small. There is no room for so many careerists. And even if the Rockefeller Kingdom has a brain attack, it really needs to be treated. So at what cost will the Whitebeard pirates repay him? Whitebeard doesn't want to kidnap the entire Whitebeard pirates to repay this favor for his own reasons. Marco was a little sad. Okay, I know my body is fine. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to think anything about the Whitebeard pirates. You, on the other hand, are still a little weak. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said. Dad. Marco was a little ashamed. The talent is there, but there is no room for improvement. This made Marco, who wanted to strengthen the Whitebeard pirates, a little ashamed. Whitebeard looked at the boundless sea with a heavy heart. And in the waters of Totland. Cake Island. Mom, good news, Shueisha is dead, Shueisha died in Beihai. A group of children born by Charlotte Lingling, holding newspapers, happily ran to Charlotte Lingling and shouted. Charlotte Lingling stopped eating the cake. Eyes wide open. What are you talking about? That old guy Shueisha died in Beihai? What happened? Tell me quickly. Charlotte Lingling asked quickly. Shiki went to fight for the fruits of the operation, but unexpectedly he met Caesar and Tesla from the Rockefeller Kingdom who were also fighting for it. In the end, he was defeated by Caesar and died in the North Sea. This is today's newspaper. Flamper said. Really? Charlotte Lingling took the newspaper and read it. It didn't take long. Deafening laughter rang out. Katakuri, who also rushed over, was stunned. Well, Shueisha, you old guy, you didn't expect to die at the hands of the Rockefeller family. If you go against me, this is the outcome. Well, have a banquet, have a big banquet for 3 days. Charlotte Lingling laughed wildly. Don't look at Charlotte Lingling's defeat of Shueisha. But there was also a hint of luck. If Shueisha hadn't suffered a brain attack, would the outcome still be uncertain? Moreover, it is even more difficult to kill him. With Shueisha possessing the Piao Piao fruit, killing him is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It's so flexible. However, he was killed by Caesar. Doesn't this mean that she is not even as good as Caesar? For a moment, Charlotte Lingling, who was still happy, suddenly turned gloomy. Recalling the hand Charlotte showed a year ago. Whoa! Damn Rockefeller. Charlotte Lingling violently knocked over the table in front of her and roared to the sky. Vent your anger. Everyone who was still happy was instantly frightened. I don't know why my mother is angry. But they didn't dare to say anything, they could only tremble. Katakuri sighed upon seeing this. Ever since my mother came back from the Rockefeller Kingdom. My temper is getting worse and worse, and I get angry easily. As her son, Katakuri knew that her mother was impatient. Watching the Rockefeller Kingdom become more and more powerful. But he had no way to stop it. This despair made Charlotte Lingling even more crazy. Navy Headquarters. Sengoku was reading today's newspaper alone. Look at the headlines headed by it. Although the protagonist is Golden Lion Shiki. But there is one name that is extremely jarring. Rockefeller. Sengoku clenched his fists. This family is already in dire straits. Whether it is Estef, Caesar, or Tesla who have risen, they have become unique figures. His combat power is not weaker than that of a general. Even so, the family's strength is still rising. The recent rises of Rockefeller Hillard and Rockefeller Swifa, two people with overlord-colored hockey and the ability of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, are also temporarily making their mark. The genius of this Rockefeller family seems to be endless. But what scares him the most is the unfathomable Charlotte. The man who single-handedly created the Rockefeller family was the most feared figure in the Warring States period. Chapter 890 Hegemony is unstable. Warring States sighed and looked at the document in his hand. A report called The Pacifist helped Warring States regain confidence. Once the pacifist troops are developed, the Navy's mid to low-end combat capabilities will be completed. Today's Navy lacks mid to low-end combat capabilities. Otherwise, a small rebellion in the South China Sea would not have allowed Admiral Aquino to lead the team. Facing an army composed of civilians, the Navy has no advantage at all, which is also sad. When did the Navy that suppressed the sea become so depressed? My energy has been constrained by a small South China Sea. Sengoku shook his head and put down the documents in his hands, hoping that Aquino would quickly put an end to the revolution in Nanhai. Let the Navy free its hands and face the unscrupulous pirates of the New World. Red Continent. Marie Joa. Pangda City. Boom. There was a loud bang. Lawless, simply arrogant to the extreme. Saint Wycherley looked at the newspaper and banged his stick and roared angrily. To fly from the New World to the North Sea so blatantly and treat the world as if it were nothing, you simply don't take our world government seriously. Saint Wycherley said angrily. Rockefeller, Caesar, Tesla and Golden Lion Sure Sky came to Beihai so blatantly to snatch the fruits of the operation. It seemed to him a provocation, not just that. Still challenging the authority of the world government. In the past, everyone's impression of pirates was in the small waterhole of the New World. No matter how powerful it is, it will be blocked by the windless belt. It only needs to firmly guard the entrance to the New World in the first half of the Grand Route. No matter how arrogant these pirates are, they can only fight internally in one place. But now the Rockefeller family and Golden Lion Sure Sky are openly slapping the world government in the face. The weakness of the world government and navy was openly exposed to the whole world. Tell those world government countries. Even if you are hiding all over the world, the pirates in the New World can still destroy you. This move is a challenge to the authority of the world government. The hegemony of world government. If this happens every day, what will that cause? Needless to say, people are panicking. How will their world government rule the world then? This matter must not end like this. The Rockefeller Kingdom must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it will only cause instability in the hearts of the people. Then those guys who follow the wind will only swing left and right. Saint Wycherley looked at everyone and said. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely serious for a moment. The guards outside the door were even more intimidated and did not dare to breathe. The other 4 or 5 old stars looked at the newspapers in their hands with expressionless faces. This Rockefeller Kingdom has seriously threatened the authority of the world government and is operating wantonly all over the world. This will only cause panic among the world's participating countries. There must be restrictions. Peter Saint also said. The impact of this incident may have been even more serious than the naval defeat in 1503. This means that pirates are not only active in the New World, but also extend their tentacles to the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. These are the fundamentals of the world government. Be more clear. My hometown is going to be stolen. Second, the Rockefeller Kingdom must be taught a lesson. Saint Satan also spoke. Then who's going? Asked Nashorang Sage. As soon as these words came out, there was silence now. Entering a new world? Do not make jokes. Unless that weapon is used, one can only watch helplessly. If that weapon is used, is it guaranteed to kill Rockefeller Charlotte? If it cannot be killed, what impact will it have on the world government? What the unknown brings is uncertainty. It is not a good thing to be targeted by a master with top combat power. Not to mention, Charlotte is not the only master in the Rockefeller Kingdom. All of a sudden, Wulaoxing had a headache. Boom. Maz Sheng knocked on the table. Even if you can't go to the New World, then cut off all the claws of the Rockefeller Kingdom all over the world and give him a warning. Maz Sheng said. The others nodded when they heard this. You can't just do nothing, right? How can they rule the world in that case? How to be the boss? Yes, we must give the Rockefeller Kingdom a warning. The other 5 old stars also agreed. The 5 people immediately discussed a plan. An order came from Maria Joya. CP organizations all over the country have taken action. But Charlotte, as the protagonist, did not react. In other words, Charlotte never expected that this action would cause such a violent reaction from the world government. The losses were heavy for a while. Business has been hit hard. And after dealing with this matter, Maz Sheng took out a photo. The content of the photo is of a burning ship. The flag of the world government is flying on the ship. It's certain that Shanks stole the fruit. Saint Maz looked at everyone and said. What? That fruit escaped again? Nazho Langsheng stood up after hearing Hotsun's words and said with an angry look on his face. Yes, that fruit escaped countless times, and it escaped again this time. Saint Maz said with a gloomy expression. Have you found any trace of Shanks? Saint Peter asked. The most important thing now is how to get it back. The last place Shanks appeared was the East China Sea, and then he disappeared. Countless CP organization members were dispatched, but there was no trace of the red-haired pirates. They just seemed to have disappeared. Saint Satan shook his head. He was the person responsible for this incident in the first place. It ended up being messed up by him. It seems like this fruit doesn't want us to find it. Saint Wycherley knocked on the floor. In the past 800 years, it has escaped from our grasp so many times. Every time it appears, it slips away. It has never been in our hands. Maz Sheng shook his head. Forget it, let's put this matter aside and transfer the manpower back from the East China Sea first. There is a shortage of manpower in the world today. Nasharang Sage said. As he spoke, he glanced at Saint Satan. If he hadn't mobilized all the people from all over the world and headed to the East China Sea, they would not know about the actions of the Rockefeller Kingdom. It was obvious that Saint Satan was blamed for what happened in Beihai. It's just hard to say clearly. Saint Satan also noticed the gaze of Saint Nasharang, and turned his head away with a cold snort. There was no retort or admission of error. Okay, let's leave it like this time. Let's sort out the mess in Beihai first. Maz Sheng quickly changed the subject. The others nodded after hearing this. The meeting of 5 people continued. Apparently they still had a lot to discuss. Couldn't stop at all. North Sea. Tesla sat on Caesar's dragon head, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Suddenly an unexpected sight came to mind. Brother, stop. Tesla shouted to Caesar. Caesar, who was flying, immediately braked after hearing this. Hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 891 The Vinsmoke Family. What's wrong, Tesla? Caesar's voice came from the dragon's mouth. The dull sound was like thunder. There's an old friend down there, would you like to go and have a look? Tesla asked. Okay. Caesar hesitated. Old friend? I don't have any old friends in Beihai. Caesar looked down. His eyes traveled across many distances to the sea. Okay? Caesar hesitated again. What did he see? There are a group of moving castles on the sea. It's the kingdom of Germa, our old friend Vinsmoke Gaji. Tesla's knowledge is obviously much better than Caesar's. I saw the flag on the castle clearly. Vinsmoke Gaji, isn't this the scientist who left us? Caesar thought of the scientist Caesar Courant had worked with as a child. The guy who built the Poseidon. That's right, let's go down and take a look. Dad has missed this guy a lot these years. Tesla said with the corners of his mouth raised. Dad, do you miss him? You're not mistaken, Dad doesn't like men. Caesar obviously didn't understand. Tesla rolled his eyes. Dad appreciates his talent. Now we in the Rockefeller Kingdom have so many technologies to research. Vinsmoke Gaji is a very good helper. This guy's talent is enough to rank among the top 5 scientists in the world. Tesla said. As soon as these words came out, Indigo, who had been quiet all this time, also became interested. Among the top 5 scientists in the world, who are the other 4? How many do you rank? But there must be something extraordinary about being praised by the famous Rockefeller Charlotte. This guy's research on blood factors, clones and combat uniforms puts even Vegapunk, who claims to have the world's largest brain, beyond 500 years of wisdom, to shame. Tesla praised. He studied with Gaji for a while when he was a child. He is also his teacher. Now that I've said that, let's go down and take a look. Caesar suddenly plunged into the clouds and rushed towards the castle below. The violent speed almost caused Indigo to fall. Hold the scales firmly to prevent them from falling. The Germa kingdom below showed no reaction at all. However, the snail boat that was traveling seemed to have noticed something, and then its face was full of horror, as if it had encountered something terrifying. It immediately shrank its head, got into the snail shell, and started to tremble. At this time, Vinsmoke Gaji was still studying bloodline factors in his laboratory. But the children of the Vinsmoke family who were patrolling the deck soon discovered something unusual. What's going on? Why don't these snails move? Vinsmoke Iji, who had long fiery red hair, looked a little angry at the trembling snail ship. They seem to be frightened? The girl with long pink hair, Vinsmoke Reiju, looked at these snails and said solemnly. What could scare them? The blue-haired Vinsmoke Nige said arrogantly. He didn't think there was anything more terrifying than the kingdom of Germa. Shut up and look at the sky. The green-haired Vinsmoke Yuji pointed at the sky and roared. Everyone looked towards the sky. I saw a black shadow suddenly appear in the sky and fall quickly. The size of the black shadow also grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky in an instant. The bright sky suddenly became dim. No, there is an enemy invasion, sound the alarm. Reiju's expression changed and she shouted. It's just an intruder, no need to sound the alarm, it's up to me. Iji stood up and flew into the sky. His fists burst into flames. Spark double swirl. Iji's fists immediately burned with flames and sprayed towards the black shadow in the sky. A large amount of flames dispelled the darkness, revealing scales with metallic luster. Reiju's face darkened when she saw the scales. Monster. Reiju's first thought was of monsters. The flames hit the scales and exploded instantly. A lot of smoke was thrown up. Wait until the smoke clears. The scales revealed a metallic sheen. Iji's blow just now had no impact on this behemoth at all. Caesar, who was descending rapidly, suddenly raised his head. Tesla was shocked. Looking at the elder brother who raised his head. Brother, what's wrong? Tesla asked. Caesar looked a little strange. It seems like someone is tickling my lower abdomen. Caesar said awkwardly. After Tesla heard this, he immediately reached over after seeing Seibaki. And his move made Caesar jump immediately. What are you looking at? What's so good about this? Caesar said quickly. Tesla raised the corners of his mouth. What are men afraid of? After saying that, Jianwen Seihaki instantly caught several breaths of life in Caesar's abdomen. One of them was still shouting something. It's really useless, look at me. Niji also flew out, his hands squeaking with electricity. Electric punch. With a punch, electricity hit Caesar's lower abdomen. A large amount of electricity surged out of Niji's body and entered Caesar's body. Caesar felt a surge of energy all over his body. He twisted his body. The huge body instantly threw Niji away. Tesla smiled after seeing this in his eyes. These should be the children of Vinsmoke Gaji. A bunch of losers still want to see me. When Yongji saw that neither brother could do it, he immediately stood up and said with a smile. Stop it all. Reiju looked at the three of them and yelled. She had already seen clearly who was coming. There is only such a huge dragon in the new world, the demon dragon Caesar. After Reiju stopped the three of them, she pressed the alarm directly. A shrill siren instantly filled all the castles. Vinsmoke Gaji, who was immersed in studying, instantly raised his head. There is an intruder, or Iji, and the others can't deal with it. Who could it be? Could it be the Don Quixote family again? Vinsmoke Gaji walked out of the laboratory with a gloomy look. The tablet in hand immediately brought up the monitoring. It was pitch dark outside and I couldn't see clearly. Kaji was stunned when he saw this. If he remembered correctly, it should be daytime now. Why is it so dark? Is it possible? Gaji couldn't sit still anymore and walked quickly outside. Open the laboratory door. The sound of surging water filled my ears. There was a lot of noise. And the moment Vinsmoke Gaji appeared, Tesla, who sat above Caesar, smiled. Go down, Gaji is out. Tesla said to Caesar. Then he pulled Indigo and Luo and turned into lightning and jumped down. Youngji, who was about to attack Caesar, was instantly startled when a flash of lightning flashed across his eyes. Niji, what the hell are you doing? Thinking that Nichi was up to something, he turned around and glared at Nichi. But he found that Niji's eyes and the eyes of others were looking behind him. Youngji turned his head angrily and looked at the person who was teasing him. Chapter 892 The Kingdom of Germa. Then I saw a man with blonde slightly broken hair, glasses, and a graceful face appearing on the deck. And the giant thing above his head was slowly shrinking. Finally, he transformed into a 6 to 7 meter tall man standing next to the previous man. Asshole, you are the one who invaded the Germa family, right? After Yuji finished speaking, he rushed towards the two of them. This actually made Tesla and Caesar a little stunned. The two of them are not world famous, but they are also figures who often appear in newspapers. The famous thunder gods and dragons in the New World. Why didn't this kid in front of me know about them? How did that guy Gaji educate his son? And Gaji, who was rushing over, saw the dense scales and the looming dragon head, combined with the recent news, and instantly knew who the person was. Just as he was about to step forward to greet him, he saw Youngji rushing towards Tesla with his fists raised fearlessly. Instantly frightened to death. Stop! Gaji shouted. But it was too late. Yuji had already come to Caesar with his fist raised. Just pick the big ones to fight. Caesar saw this and slapped Yuji away. Does this guy have no brains? Caesar asked. Then Gaji's voice was heard. Stop it all. Gaji quickly came to Reiju's side and shouted. This caused Iji and Niji, who were about to take action, to stop. Dad, this is an intruder, let us destroy him quickly. Iji said impatiently. Jiaji has a black line on his forehead. Stand still and don't move. Gaji shouted. Iji was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Gaji set his sights behind Caesar and Tesla. As for Indigo and Luo behind them, they simply ignored them. Long time no see, they all grew up in the blink of an eye. Vinsmoke Gaji looked at the two of them and smiled kindly. Yes, 17 years is indeed a long time. Tesla replied. Then he looked at Iji and the others, as well as Reiju who had no emotions from beginning to end. Are they your children? Tesla asked with certainty. Yes, this is Reiju, this is Iji, this is Niji, and this is Yuji. Gaji introduced them one by one. Especially when introducing Reiju, Reiju looked at Tesla a few more times. Tesla nodded, and then thought about the capabilities they had just demonstrated. That was the blood factor just now, right? After so many years, you have researched something. Tesla has a point. The performance of those abilities just now is not weak. Gaji was slightly startled. He looked at this former student carefully. Then he smiled. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. I wonder what the two Mr. Rockefellers are doing here. Jiaji asked with a smile. Nothing? I'm passing by to take a look. I heard that the Kingdom of Germa has not been doing well in recent years. As an old friend, it's only right to come and show some concern. Tesla looked at the kingdom transformed from more than a dozen snail boats with some admiration in his eyes. Gaji also smiled proudly after noticing Tesla's gaze, and then his expression darkened after hearing the second half of the words. The Germa kingdom has indeed been unhappy in recent years. Since leaving the Rockefeller pirates, after several years of hard work, getting married and having children, and then using the technology of the Germa kingdom, it can be said that they are the leading force in the North Sea. Around 1500 in the Hyuan calendar. Taking advantage of the advent of the Age of Discovery, Jiaji also took the opportunity to conquer cities and territories in the North Sea. Countless kingdoms were wiped out in one fell swoop. Such a huge momentum also aroused the jealousy and fear of the surrounding kingdoms. Franchise countries take action and contact the world government. Then the navy was sent out to encircle and suppress the kingdom of Germa. The emergence of the navy, especially led by the navy's supernova Akainu, launched a siege against the kingdom of Germa. During this siege, the kingdom of Germa lasted only 66 days before being driven around by the navy and scattered all over the world. All the land previously plundered was lost, and the kingdom of Germa suffered heavy losses. As a last resort, the kingdom of Germa traveled around the world to avoid naval encirclement and suppression, and then secretly accumulated strength. But after returning to Beihai in a few years, the landscape of the North Sea has changed. The emergence of the Don Quixote family once again made the kingdom of Germa a joke. facing the dark force of the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo. The Germa kingdom could only endure silently. It can be said that in the past 10 years, the kingdom of Germa has been in a state of wandering. Tesla's words stirred up sadness in him. Ever since he left, Dad has regretted it so much that he always wants to invite Mr. Jiaoji to join Dad to work together for a great cause. Tesla looked at Gaji, whose expression was changing, and said. Then I laughed secretly in my heart. After hearing the two words Xia Luo, Jiaoji's expression changed drastically. The person he feared most was none other than Rockefeller Charlotte. Not to mention Xia Luo's current strength, Xia Luo's power in the world frightened him. Now a kingdom has been established. How could he, who was bent on reviving the Germa kingdom, accept this? Really? I'm very grateful that Mr. Charlotte still remembers me, an old guy. Gaji said calmly. Tesla looked at Kaji. The hint was so obvious, but there was no movement at all. Ahem, I know you want to restore the Germa kingdom, but with your current strength, even if you kill all the kings in Beihai, the world government can send a navy to destroy you. There is no hope of staying in Beihai. It is impossible for the world government to allow Germa to return to his country in Beihai. Tesla said directly. As soon as these words came out, the fact that Gaji least wanted to believe was revealed. Gaji looked gloomy. If you want to restore the country, you can only restore the country in a place where the world government's rule is weak, and this place can only be the new world. Tesla persuaded. Gaji's heart skipped a beat after hearing this, and he raised his head and looked at Tesla. What does he mean? Gaji's heart was beating wildly. Is this to help him restore his country in the new world? But is the Germa kingdom in the new world still the Germa kingdom? Could it be that the goals of our ancestors can only be accomplished in the new world? Caesar also glanced at Tesla. Why don't you tell your father about such a big thing? Caesar was confused. But no matter what his brother said, Caesar could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Gaji lowered his head and pondered. His sons were a little impatient when they saw their father lowering his head. Especially Iji, Niji and Yuji looked impatient. However, Reggio kept her eyes on Tesla. She wanted to know how he managed to make it difficult for his father to make a choice. For Gaji, his years working in the Rockefeller Pirates were a moment of shame. The majestic king of a country has to work for pirates, and at such a young age, his pride cannot bear it. Chapter 893 Gene Warrior. 7 years working in the Rockefeller Pirates. It's so embarrassing. Gaji never told his children about the deeds of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Natural. Reiju also didn't know the relationship between the Rockefeller Kingdom and the Germa Kingdom. Please allow me some time to think about it. Gaji thought for a long time, raised his head and looked at Tesla and said. No problem at all. Tesla shrugged nonchalantly. Please come with me and let the kingdom of Germa entertain guests from far away. Gaji secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two didn't force him. What he fears most is that when the two of them fail to win over each other, they will directly use force. At that time, even if the Germa kingdom puts all its efforts, they will not be able to escape from the hands of these two people. Nearly 7 years in the new world, and especially with Charlotte. He clearly knows the horror of being able to break into the den of fame in the new world. Not to mention someone who is the son of Rockefeller Charlotte. Please, Regia tells you to go down and prepare a dinner to entertain the guests from afar. Gaji said to his daughter while welcoming Tesla and others into the hall. It's father. Reiju nodded and said. Tesla and Caesar walked into the hall. The hall is full of a sense of technology, and the beauty of technology is everywhere. Soon a machine brought 4 cups of green tea and placed them in front of Caesar and his party. Ha 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 ha, we didn't expect to meet each other in Beihai after more than 10 years. It is considered fate. I heard that you killed Shurji in Beihai. I was shocked for a day. Gaji complimented while holding tea. Caesar, who had been traveling for several days, was already thirsty and drank directly. Ha 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 ha, I didn't kill Shurji. He pulled out the rudder by himself. In the end, the oil ran out. The reports outside are just what everyone else says. It's probably that Morgans who forced himself on me for the sake of newspaper sales. Caesar dared to do something he didn't do himself, and he would never admit it. Haha, that is also your strength, Mr. Caesar, otherwise how could Shurji go to war? Gaji smiled. Just when Gaji kept complimenting. Tesla's eyes kept looking back and forth at Gotzi's children. Especially looked at the eyebrows of these children. The strange pattern looks very much like a devil fruit pattern. Thinking back to their previous ability when they attacked Caesar. This bloodline factor does have merit. However, he is only more than 10 years old, and his strength is not weaker than the school level, coupled with his weird ability. The Brigadier is not invincible. And looking at his age, it's obvious that he hasn't reached his peak yet. In a few years, not to mention quasi-generals, there will still be elite lieutenant generals. This reminded Tesla of his own scientific army. Whether to inject blood factors into those clones to give them special abilities. At that time, a special army with various abilities can be created. It will definitely shine in future large-scale Legion battles. Tesla held the teacup and thought silently. He didn't notice at all that his eyes were fixed on Reiju. Reiju frowned and looked away. And Gaji, who had been talking to Caesar, would not leave Tesla aside. But when he saw Tesla staring at his daughter Reiju, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Gaji's lips. An idea silently emerged in my mind. Soon, a large group of clones appeared. Like zombies, these clones placed stacks of dishes in front of Caesar and others. Tesla looked at the clones. You must know that Tesla's human cloning technology was learned and modified from the human cloning technology left by Gaji. But after looking at these clones, Tesla was a little disappointed. There's nothing outstanding about these clones. It is completely a machine that only listens to orders. Apart from being brave and fearless of death, he has no fighting power. It is more than enough to deal with these royal troops in Beihai. But in the new world, it is obviously not possible to get on the stage. But it's also possible that Gaji hid those powerful clones. These useless clones were deliberately released. Just as Tesla was thinking. A sudden voice interrupted the silence at the banquet. Hey, I heard that you are the strongest creature in the world, invincible on land, sea, and air. I am brave enough to challenge you. A green-haired Yongji stood up. Tesla looked over. I saw that the man named Yongji had a rosy face and sloppy steps. He had obviously drunk too much and started to act like a drunk. Started to become arrogant. Yongji, get out of here. When Jiaji heard this, his heart beat loudly and he quickly stopped. Is Caesar something you can challenge? He is a famous magic dragon in the New World. When Caesar heard this, he almost sobered up from the wine. Looking at this arrogant young man, he suddenly smiled. Okay, I accept your challenge. If you can let me take a step back, my title of invincible on land, sea, and air will be yours. Caesar said with interest. Mr. Caesar is ignorant, please don't worry about it. What a joke, if his son could defeat Caesar, would he still let me wander around the North Sea? At the same time, I felt a little regretful about raising such an arrogant son. Doesn't this offend people? Why didn't I think of this before? Caesar didn't care after hearing this, and finally saw an ant dare to provoke him. How could he let it go so easily? Don't stop until you have a good time. In fact, even Caesar was panicking. Squatting in the New World every day, playing high-end rounds. Either fighting the three emperors, or fighting the world government navy. He also wants to abuse food. After hearing this, Yongji ignored the obstruction from his father above him and rushed forward with his fists in hand. A joke started in the lobby. Tesla shook his head. The eldest brother is still the same eldest brother, and he is still like a child after having a son. Suddenly, he found that Yudeo's eyes were also looking at him. Tesla looked over. He found that Niji, who was generating electricity during the day, was looking at him eager to try. Tesla smiled lightly. She twitched her fingers at him. Niji couldn't sit still. He rushed forward instantly. Tesla casually threw out a stream of electric current, which instantly burned Nichi's electricity on the outside and was tender on the inside. Standing in the middle of the hall, twitching all over. Very funny. Luo Du, who was expressionless next to him, couldn't help laughing. Tesla looked down. After noticing Tesla's gaze, Luo immediately put away his smile and became expressionless. Tesla smiled and touched Luo's head. After you go back, I will guide you to eliminate the platinum lead disease in your body. Tesla said warmly. Then he watched Iji rush up and hug Niji, and then the two of them were convulsed by the electric shock. This made Gaji look embarrassed. I feel a little uncomfortable inside. Soon Caesar got tired of playing and slapped Yongji away. The dazzled Yongji also stood in the middle of the hall with his eldest and second brothers and swayed left and right. The party ended quickly. Chapter 894 Caesar's Plot. Gaji arranged for the four of them to rest in the guest room. He took Reiju and four others to the secret laboratory. Seeing the embarrassment of his three sons, Gaji became very angry. Then he looked at his eldest daughter Reiju, who reassured him the most. Reiju, what do you think of these two people? Gaji looked at Reiju and asked pointedly. Very powerful. Reiju replied expressionlessly. This answer did not satisfy Gaji. Do you think I should consider what Tesla said? Can we really restore our country in the North Sea? Gaji changed the question and asked. He looked at his 4 children. Dad, don't worry, no one in Beihai can stop us, not even the world government. Iji said fearlessly. This made Gaji couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fearlessness is a good thing, but ignorance is another matter. Look at Reiju. Father, now the North Sea is as Tesla said. No matter how hard our Germa kingdom struggles, the world government and navy will not let us go. It is difficult to restore the country. Reiju said with a serious expression. This made Gaji think seriously. Oh, I'll think about this. Gaji waved his hand. Let him give up Beihai so easily, but it is still difficult for him to let go. If you have never experienced despair, how can you give up? The next day soon came. After Caesar and his party had a good sleep, they were about to say goodbye. After saying hello to Gaji, he left a phone number. Caesar took Tesla and others soaring into the sky. Gaji also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't ask Tesla yesterday? What did you mean by what you said yesterday? Caesar asked as he flew high in the sky, ignoring the wind that poured into his mouth. If you want to drag Gaji into the Rockefeller Kingdom's chariot, the other party's scientific research capabilities are very lacking in our Rockefeller Kingdom. Tesla replied nonchalantly. Isn't it enough to have you? Caesar replied. I'm only one person and don't have that much energy. Tesla rolled his eyes and said. I don't see what's so great about this Gaji. In the past, it took 7 years to build a ship. What kind of skills can he have? Caesar said disdainfully. You can't look at it that way. Haven't you noticed that his 3 sons all have special abilities? Those are not abilities obtained by eating devil fruits, but the blood factors of devil fruits are used to give his 3 sons special abilities, control fire and lightning. Ordinary people don't have this ability. Tesla said. Listening to what you said, this guy does have some abilities. Caesar said. But what's the use of a capable person if he can't be used by the Rockefeller family? Tesla shook his head. If he doesn't want to come to the New World, then we will force him to come. Caesar said suddenly. Okay? Tesla opened his eyes and stared at his big brother at his feet. What do you mean? Tesla asked uncertainly. Doesn't he like the North Sea? Let's let him have no place in the North Sea. Let's inform Doflamingo and ask him to drive the kingdom of Germa out of the North Sea. Then I will see if he can come to the New World. As long as he comes the New World, that's not what our Rockefeller Kingdom has the final say. Caesar smiled evilly. Tesla looked at his elder brother in surprise when he heard this. Is this still my reckless elder brother? It's not impossible to do this. Tesla thought seriously. Sitting on Caesar's head. I find this is becoming more and more feasible. Okay, let's do this and force him into the New World. Tesla said decisively. Ha 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 ha, I'll leave it to you to make arrangements when the time comes. Doflamingo doesn't dare to disobey our orders. Caesar laughed. He didn't take Doflamingo seriously at all. The 4 of them walked quickly towards the New World. We spent a day resting in the kingdom of Germa. If it's any later, Dad will call. Although this operation did not bring any surgical results. But he brought Luo who had eaten the fruit of the operation. This task can be considered completed. There are even surprises. Directly obtain the golden lion Shurji's decades of accumulation. Although only a small part. But they are all the best. Listen to Indigo. The base camp of the Sky Pirates is over the East China Sea. It is estimated that they have all sunk to the bottom of the sea now. It's a pity. After 3 or 4 days, Caesar and Tesla returned to Kame Island. There were 2 people when we left. When we came back there were 4 people. Caesar and Tesla walked directly into the castle. Many younger brothers and sisters came forward to say hello. Then he noticed the 2 strangers behind the eldest brother and the second brother. Especially with a half-year-old child. Make them curious. Caesar did not linger long. The reporting task is the most important thing now. Walk into Dad's office. Charlotte was already sitting and waiting. Dad, these are the Piao Piao fruit and the werewolf fruit, as well as some ancient and superhuman devil fruits. Caesar first placed the Piaoli fruit and the devil fruits on his desk. Charlotte looked at the fluttering fruit and felt inexplicably complicated. Shueisha died after all. Why, you must get the fruits of surgery. Even if the results of the operation are in my hands, as long as you come to me, will I still refuse to treat you? Charlotte sighed. Tesla, please report what happened on this mission. Charlotte looked up at Tesla and said. Yes. Tesla nodded, and then told everything that happened before and after the mission. Caesar also stood aside and added. After hearing what Shueisha said to them. Charlotte sighed. Shueisha still couldn't lose face after all. He is too proud. Ask for help? Own someone. This was even harder for Shueisha than killing him. Forget it, I don't blame you for this. It was Shueisha's choice. Let's bury him in the back mountain. Hold a funeral for him tomorrow and let him rest in peace. Charlotte shook her head. Sighed. Another old friend is missing. It's father. Tesla could sense that his father was not in a good mood. Dad, I didn't bring back the fruit of the operation, but I brought back the person who ate the fruit of the operation. Tesla pushed Luo out. Charlotte looked at the uneasy Luo. Are you Luo? Looking at the somewhat sad-faced Luo in front of him, Charlotte's dusty memory came to life again. He looked Luo up and down. What's your full name? Charlotte asked. Luo looked at the calm middle-aged man in front of him, thought about it, and seemed to have made some kind of determination. Trafalgar D. Vadier Law. Luo said word for word. Clan D? Caesar and Tesla were shocked. They didn't expect that the person they brought back was actually a member of the D family. Luo nodded. Interesting. Charlotte smiled. This made Luo's anxious heart calm down a little. Chapter 895 Shueisha's Funeral. Charlotte looked at the white spots on Luo's face. Tesla. Luo will be left to you. First cure his disease, then train him and go to Nakina to learn medical skills. Charlotte directly arranged Luo's future. Yes. Tesla nodded. Even if Dad doesn't say anything, Tesla will ask for it. During this period of time together, although it was only a few days. But Tesla can already see it. This little guy had an unwillingness to admit defeat, which made Tesla interested in him. The thought of accepting him as his disciple came up in his heart. I had learned before that he had learned medical skills from his father when he was young and had considerable talent in medical skills. That alone is great. In conjunction with the results of his surgery. The future will definitely not be bad. Accepting him as a disciple would not be regarded as a disgrace to one's own name. Charlotte then looked at Brother Indigo, who was standing beside him uneasily. Since Shueisha entrusted you to me, I can't let you be idle. If you have any requirements, tell me and I will make arrangements for you soon. Charlotte looked at Indigo and said. Sir, you just need to give me a laboratory and let me continue to study IQ. Indigo said cautiously. I was afraid that Charlotte would refuse. IQ is not only his own wish, but also the old captain's wish. It's a pity that the old captain is gone, but he still wants to develop IQ. Okay, you can continue your research, I will provide you with everything you need, and you can also take this and see if it can spark anything different from your IQ. Charlotte nodded, and then handed Indigo the only poison that Napoleon found from Hody Jones. Both IQ and evil drugs can stimulate the human body's potential and unleash power beyond itself. This is very useful for Charlotte today. Especially after seeing Im's strength, Charlotte also felt a sense of urgency in her heart. But training is too slow, and it takes time. It has no effect at all in the short term. Unless you find someone to fight with. And the only one in the New World who can barely fight him now is probably Whitebeard. But now the situation in the New World. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling seem to be guarding against thieves. As long as he has a little offensive intention. The two will join forces. The Navy won't just watch when the time comes. This guy from the Warring States period will definitely overwhelm everyone and reap the benefits after both of them lose. And considering Baybeard's current physical condition. After thinking about it, I might as well forget it. Save your energy and let him shine in the top battle. Charlotte felt like Whitebeard was holding his breath now. As long as this energy dissipates, Whitebeard will be useless. It depends on how long you can hold this anger. But the threat from him is imminent. After being unable to improve his strength for a short period of time, Charlotte turned his attention to drugs. Can forcibly increase combat power in a short period of time. And IQ and poisonous drugs are the last resort. Charlotte would not use it unless absolutely necessary. The side effects are too great. After arranging all this, Charlotte waved her hand and asked everyone to leave the castle. The next day, in front of a tombstone in the back mountain, withered trees and cherry blossoms intersecting and inserted diagonally on the grave. This is a tomb. Charlotte complied with Shueisha's last wish. His ashes were scattered in the sea near Kame Island, and his remains were buried on the back mountain. It would be convenient for Charlotte to visit him later. Most people in the Rockefeller Kingdom stood in front of the tombstone and watched silently. Xia Luo did not force him, he followed Xia Luo voluntarily. Charlotte stood at the front. Looking at the tombstone, there is a photo of Shueisha when he was young, as well as a few large characters. The Great Flying Pirate, the Golden Lion Shueisha. 10 words basically summed up his life. To be honest, it was quite a failure. Very ambitious, but not destined. There have been legends, peaks, and valleys. Life can be considered a rough life. I want to prove myself all my life. Want to prove beyond rocks. I also want to prove that I am better than Roger. But alas, fate was ill-fated. All in vain. Charlotte didn't even know how to evaluate him. Silently offering a bouquet of flowers. It can be regarded as the end of so many years of friendship. To be honest, Charlotte felt very sorry for Shueisha. Always using him and never treating him as a true friend. He has always treated Shueisha as a chess piece, attracting firepower and staying at the forefront. In the Rocks Pirates. At that time Charlotte was just starting out. Although his strength is good, he faces the many wolf-like captains of the Rocks Pirates. Those intrigues. Especially Wang Ji, John Silver Axe and the 3 people who had conflicts with him. Charlotte was very stressed at the beginning. Be careful and watch out for the black hands behind the 3 of them. At this time Shueisha appeared. Charlotte used Shueisha to try to attract her attention. Wandering around Shueisha gave Shueisha a distant attitude. Shueisha couldn't figure it out. He successfully put Shueisha in front, which made those who wanted to attack Charlotte worry and give up their minds. Successfully secured the position of captain. Otherwise, how could a single swordsman secure his position as the captain of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates on the Beehive Island where heroes abound? Later, he used Shueisha's hand to break through to the great swordsman. Completely established a foothold in this world. And when Rocks died, the entire Rocks Pirates fell apart. Charlotte was actually very dangerous at that time. The newly established Rockefeller Pirates were like a small boat in a storm. Overturn at any time. And at that time, his own strength had not yet reached the top, but he was sitting at the center of the new world. At the same time, he also faces the covetousness of pirates and the navy. And Charlotte, or the Rockefeller Pirates in the early stage, could survive this period of time safely, all because the Golden Lion Shueisha was at the front. It attracted the attention of most of the navy and pirates. Although this is his own choice. Now the 3 emperors of the new world, both Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling, know in their hearts that that period of time has become Shueisha's love. Let them get through the most difficult moments of starting a business. Charlotte knew this well. All in all, Shueisha spent half his life making wedding dresses for others. Charlotte sighed softly in her heart. The Red Earl came over. He glanced at Shueisha's tombstone. Are you pitying him? Asked the Red Earl. Charlotte shook her head after hearing this. The Red Earl didn't object. Shueisha is so arrogant. In his life, he has never bowed to anyone except Rocks. He chose to die. He probably didn't want to bow to you and chose this ending of self-destruction. Red Earl said. I know. Charlotte nodded. Of course he knew this. After all these years, doesn't Charlotte still understand Shueisha's temperament? The scene was silent again. Then the people behind him silently sent a bouquet of flowers and stood at the grave and mourned silently for 3 minutes. I can't go any further. Chapter 896 The Fruit of the Forest. This day, Charlotte is organizing the funeral for Shueisha. It can be regarded as making him still beautiful after death. It fits his personality of being in the limelight. I just don't know what he would think underground. It's all his own choice. It's getting dark. The funeral has come to an end. Charlotte's interest was obviously not high. He returned to his room in a daze. Sitting at the desk, silently recalling the past. Until evening. Napoleon came in with food. Grandpa, you haven't eaten for a day. This is today's dinner. Just eat some. Napoleon obediently carried the food and placed it on Charlotte's table. Charlotte raised her head and focused her deep eyes on Napoleon. "You are more thoughtful than your father." Charlotte's voice had a hint of age. "Grandpa, I made a bowl of soup specially." Napoleon put the dishes and chopsticks together and said, "Haha, who taught you this?" "Grandpa, I don't want to do this." Charlotte looked at her well-behaved grandson and smiled a little. Caesar, a reckless man, had such a filial son. God really has no eyesight. "No, I just saw Grandpa staying in the room all the time. He knew you were in a bad mood and wanted to make you happy." Napoleon smiled and shook his head. "Well, Grandpa is not unhappy, he is just a little bit lost. When people get old, they always like to be nostalgic." Charlotte shook her head. "Okay, leave dinner here, I'll eat it." Charlotte waved her hand and said. Then he continued to work hard. Develop future development plans. Napoleon looked back and left. Wait until no one is around. Charlotte put down her pen. He looked up at the starry sky outside the window. Is immortality really good? Aren't you lonely, I'm? Charlotte looked towards the direction of the red earth continent and murmured. Raise your right hand. The ring made of pure gold exudes a faint light. As more and more old guys from the same era leave. Charlotte felt increasingly lonely inside. The whole person looked a little lonely under the moonlight. The next day, Charlotte regained her composure. I looked at the devil fruit that was placed on the table yesterday. It seems like it's time to give those little guys some devil fruit. The only ones who haven't eaten devil fruits yet are David, Walker, and Dylan. No, there is also a grandson, Napoleon. Thinking of this, Charlotte waved her hand and took out the remaining devil fruits in the castle bracelet. Treasure chests piled on the table. Nowadays, Charlotte still has a lot of devil fruits. There are 3 natural ones. Rich fruits, oil fruits, and so on fruits. There are 11 Superman pieces. Slow fruit, cube fruit, thorn fruit, fungi fruit, sour fruit, crushing fruit, sonic fruit, and scourge fruit. And the newly obtained Piao fruit, doll fruit, and moving fruit. There are also 5 animal type and phantom type devil fruits. Vampire fruit, Kirin fruit, 3-headed Cerberus fruit, white tiger fruit, and the newly acquired werewolf fruit. And there are 2 animal type and ancient devil fruits. That is to say, I just got the mammoth and the elephant from Shurji. There is also an unknown devil fruit. There are 22 devil fruits in total. Charlotte took out many devil fruits. And just after Charlotte took out these devil fruits, Caesar and Tesla came together. But after seeing so many devil fruits, Caesar and Tesla immediately understood that it was time to divide the fruits again. Now in the entire Rockefeller family, only the 3 of them, David, have not yet eaten the fruit. Oh, right. The eldest brother's son didn't eat a devil fruit either. As predicted. Go, call David, the others, and Napoleon. Charlotte gave an order to Caesar. Okay, let's go now. When Caesar heard that he still had his son, he immediately ran out happily. At this time, these little guys are basically following their elder brothers and sisters in the training room to receive training from Barrett. When Caesar informed the 3 Davids, those who had eaten devil fruit immediately expressed their intention to go and watch. For an instant, a large number of half-grown teenagers suddenly came to Charlotte's office. These young people exude youth and vitality. The haze in Charlotte's heart was immediately dispelled. There were so many kids to keep company with. How could I be lonely? Charlotte shook her head inwardly. Dad, I heard that the fruits are going to be divided. Take out the fruits quickly. I want to pick the best one. David couldn't hold it any longer and started gearing up. Watching my brothers and sisters use various magical abilities every day. They have long been envious. Charlotte shook her head and smiled slightly. These children. But there was something wrong with Charlotte's shaking of her head in the eyes of the children. Dad, didn't you ask us to come here to share the fruits? Walker asked. Divide, why not divide? There are so many devil fruits, and you have reached your age, why don't you keep the devil fruits for the new year? Charlotte waved her hand. Open all the treasure chests. The devil fruit lies quietly in the treasure chest, waiting for its owner. David, come on up, pick a devil fruit you like. Charlotte waved her hand. David was not polite and walked forward directly. He looked at all the devil fruits. I quickly made up my mind. Or maybe you already have your heart set on belonging. After all, If you are willing to inquire about Charlotte's devil fruits, you will still know some of them. David pointed to one of the 3 natural devil fruits. Charlotte looked intently. It turns out to be a natural type sensen fruit. A very powerful devil fruit. In the original work, it is the devil fruit of future Navy Admiral Aramaki. But now that Charlotte has cut off her beard in advance, this devil fruit falls into Charlotte's hands. Charlotte smiled and nodded, motioning for David to get it himself. When David saw this, he immediately got it happily. But after getting it, David hesitated. Because he knows that devil fruits are very unpalatable. His brother and sister almost vomited when they ate it. And this scene also fell in the eyes of many teenagers who had eaten devil fruits. David must eat them all. Only in this way can you gain full abilities, said the most naughty Diana. Yes, a real man will eat them all, Brian also said. Yes, yes, don't lose your place. Coffee shouted to the crowd. Cheer up, David, swallow it. Sarah echoed. So David gritted his teeth amidst a burst of cheers and began to chew on the devil fruit. Just as soon as you enter. David's face turned green. But after hearing the cheers behind him, he endured the discomfort and ate one bite at a time. Well done, David. Rachel, who was dressed like a big sister, clapped her hands. Vomit. After eating, David retched. But this vomiting caused a vine to stick out from his throat. Chapter 897 Sour Fruit. Look closely. It turned out that David's tongue turned into a vine with a diameter of 5 centimeters. The long one rests on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw it. Seeing David's embarrassed look, I felt instantly better. This made Napoleon, who had never eaten a devil fruit before, or was seeing someone eating a devil fruit for the first time, bewildered. Is this devil fruit so scary? David retched for a while before he regained his composure. His tongue retracted and returned to its original shape. Then he looked at the group of heartless brothers and sisters behind him with a look of resentment. Finally, he focused on the only nephew who was not smiling. Sure enough, the eldest nephew is still reliable. Asshole, I will never let you go. David looked at his brothers and sisters who were laughing at him and said angrily. With an angry look on his face, David walked back to the team silently, not wanting to pay attention to these brothers and sisters. Hey. David, doesn't the devil fruit taste unpleasant? Brian looked at David with a smile. Doesn't it feel good? How can it not feel good? It smells so good. David turned his head and said arrogantly. To die is to face and suffer. Really, then I also have a candy with the same flavor as the devil fruit, do you want to eat it? Brian took out a beautifully wrapped candy. When David saw it, he immediately thought of those strange flavored candies sold on the street. His face instantly turned pale with fright. Brian was amused when he saw this scene. Why don't you pretend? I still like to see you acting unruly. Brian quietly took back the candy and stopped teasing David. Charlotte quietly enjoyed this warm moment. After seeing that he had regained his composure, he waved to Walker. Walker is not as out of the box as David. He looked at the devil fruits on the table with a calm face and carefully thought about which fruit to choose. After all, this is my lifelong event. I have no regrets after eating it. Walker's ideas coincide with many people in the family. Many little ones have begun to regret why they chose to eat devil fruits so early. As a result, their eyes turned red when they saw the precious devil fruits behind them. The people here are represented by Rolling, Sarah, and Kofi. Their devil fruits are Superman-type paper fruits. Superhuman glass fruit. Superhuman-type temperature fruit. At a younger age, they simply cannot develop particularly powerful abilities. Especially Rolling's paper fruit and Sarah's glass fruit. A softness is harmless. One is fragile and has no defense at all. Although Charlotte has said it many times, no fruit is weak as long as it is developed well. But how could they listen when they were in the rebellious stage? I regretted the devil fruit I chose in the first place. I want to switch to a more powerful devil fruit. How could such a thing be possible? You must know that after eating a devil fruit, you will never regret it, and you will follow it for the rest of your life. Unless you die, a devil fruit will never disappear. Or become a person with dual fruit abilities. This is one of the reasons why Charlotte wants Caesar Courant to study Blackbeard teach. It is precisely because of the precedent set by older brothers and sisters. Walker, who has a mature heart, is thinking carefully. No one around made a sound. Quietly waiting for Walker's choice. A long time. Walker exhaled. His eyes became firm. He looked at one of the Superman-type devil fruits. A sour fruit with a special superhuman body. Able to produce large amounts of acidic substances. Highly corrosive liquids such as sulfuric acid. It can also turn itself into sulfuric acid. It can even become pseudo-elemental like a natural devil fruit. These are records left by previous developers. Charlotte also has this. Walker reached out and took down the sour fruit and looked at his father. Dad, I choose this one. Walker said firmly. Charlotte hasn't said anything yet. The people behind him shouted. What's the point of Walker choosing this? Choose the phantom beast species. Not to mention its many abilities, the melee combat ability, recovery ability, and physical fitness will be greatly improved. It's no better than the sour fruit. Sarah looked at Walker and advised. As someone who has experienced it, he knows better how choosing a devil fruit will help his future. More importantly, Walker is his brother from the same mother. Sarah doesn't want Walker to regret it in the future. After hearing this, Walker turned to look at Brother Sarah. Then he shook his head slightly. No, Brother Sarah, I don't like fighting. The sour fruit is also very powerful. I just need to be able to protect myself. I'd better give the fantasy beast species to people with strong fighting talents to eat. Walker said, looking at Sarah. Do you want to think about this again? Sarah still advised. No, Brother Sarah, you know that compared to fighting, I prefer studying science, especially chemistry. This sour fruit is enough. Walker shook his head and said. Seeing how determined Walker was, Sarah had no choice but to give up. But Tesla, who had been watching, became interested. Unexpectedly, there are family members who like to study. This is good. Walker can come to my laboratory in the future. Whatever he wants to study, he can study with me. Tesla extended an olive branch. Thank you, Brother Tesla. Walker smiled back. Charlotte sat in the main seat and looked at the respectful appearance of the brothers with a smile on her face. The one who is a father. The most fearful thing is that his son's siblings will kill each other. All the things in the past life were something that Charlotte didn't want to see. Now they are like brothers and sisters. Charlotte was very satisfied. Okay, now that you've made your decision, let's eat it. If we continue to be so humble, I don't even know how long it will take. Charlotte pretended to be impatient. Walker smiled after hearing this. After nodding towards Tesla, he took a deep breath and bit it down. Instantly a sour smell filled the nose. For the first time since he could remember, Walker felt the urge to cry. It was so unpalatable. Say 1,000 words and 10,000 words. It is impossible to understand this nausea unless you have experienced it yourself. Walker resisted the urge to vomit and ate it all. Although I know it only takes a small bite. But the brothers and sisters in front of them all finished eating, and he, the younger brother, couldn't be left behind. Share the blessings and share the difficulties. This is the ancestral motto of the Rockefeller family. After eating the sour fruit with difficulty, Walker took a deep breath. Want to get rid of the sour odor in your mouth? After calming down for a while, only then did he carefully feel the extra special abilities in his body. Then he extended his hand. Start exerting force on your fingertips. Soon a light transparent liquid condensed from the fingers and covers the entire finger. Walker made a slight stroke into the air ahead. The covered fingers seemed to be stretched. Stay in mid-air along the previous stroke. Then Walker had a thought in his mind. Immediately cut open the elongated acid. The acid that came into contact with his fingers immediately fell to the ground. The powerful corrosive acid was corroding the floor below. Chapter 898 Werewolf Fruit. And the finger seemed to have a section broken off. Walker immediately poured out acid from the broken finger to replace the broken finger. Then remove the ability. The fingers covered in acid instantly returned to their original appearance. The finger was not broken. This ability is similar to that of Katakuri. He also has the ability to transform into elements of the natural system, but it doesn't have the convenience of the natural system. As someone who had fought against Katakuri, Caesar recognized the similarities between Walker and Katakuri at a glance. Charlotte also nodded. Walker, when you develop the fruit, after ensuring the strength of the corrosion, you can refer to Katakuri's move ability. Of course, you can also combine it with yourself to create the move that suits you best. Charlotte looked at Walker and gave her own advice. Dad, I understand. Walker suddenly felt confident about his future. Combined with Katakuri's moves, as long as he presses the steps, the guarantee is as high as that of a royal deputy. This allows him, who wants to be a scientist, to have considerable combat power in the future. His primary purpose is not to fight, but to protect himself. Just make sure you can protect yourself. How strong is it if you don't pursue the future? Charlotte nodded, and it could be seen that this son's heart was not focused on strength. Instead, focus on wisdom. Charlotte wouldn't say anything about this. Every child has every child's choice. Charlotte will not force it. Let everything take its course. If he feels that his own strength is insufficient and needs strength, he will wake up. Don't worry about being too late. Charlotte's existence ensures that they have a chance to regret. Just like Tesla. The battle with Kizaru in 1506 AD directly woke Tesla up. No need for Charlotte to say anything, he took the initiative to go to Thunder God Island for training. 2 years later, things were completely different. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't hold their heads up when pressed by one person. Therefore, the issue of educating children cannot be forced. Of course, Caesar is the exception. He has a very powerful talent, but he is lazy every day. This is looking for a fight. Walker walked down. Before leaving, I asked my dad for a devil fruit suppressor. After all, the ability of sour fruit is still very domineering. Very corrosive. An accident occurred accidentally. Charlotte cried without even crying. It was the turn of the last Dylan. Charlotte looked at Dylan, who was only 5 years old. The tendon meat on the body has already bulged. It seems that he has practiced a lot in private. This made Charlotte very satisfied. After all, in this world, strength speaks for itself. Dad. D Long was very silent. When he came to Charlotte, he called out first and waited for the next order. Very military style. Kind of like Barrett. I guess Barrett has trained this kid a lot. Choose one, choose the one that suits you. Charlotte stretched out her hand and said. Dylan glanced at these devil fruits. Clench your fists tightly. The muscles in his arms bulged. My clothes almost burst. Dylan recalled what Mr. Barrett had said to him. D Long, you are very suitable for taking the path of physical arts. In the future, your father will definitely let you choose devil fruits. If you have the chance, choose the animal type. Among the animal types, the fantasy beast species is the best. Choose one with good physical growth. Devil fruit, this will be of great help to you. Dylan recalled. His eyes wandered among the phantom beast devil fruits. Vampire fruit. Not too brittle. Although it is fast, it is not suitable for melee combat. Kirin fruit. It's balanced in all aspects and has many abilities, but it's not to his liking. White tiger fruit. It has strong killing ability and good physical amplification, but it's not to his liking. Three-headed Cerberus fruit. It can breathe hellfire, but its attacks focus on biting and killing, which is not suitable. There is only one last werewolf fruit from Dad. It has fast recovery ability, and it is still in human form, suitable for close combat, and its defense and speed are not weak. It also has bursts. Especially in the dark night, the body growth rate is doubled, and on the night of the full moon, the body growth rate reaches 10 times. But the price is sanity. Dylan can accept this. After all, if you can force him to a full moon night, what kind of reason do you need? His life is almost gone. Think of this. Dylan put his hand on the werewolf fruit. The hand block makes contact. There was a sense of excitement in my heart. Let yourself feel the urge. I want to eat this devil fruit immediately. This reminded Dylan of a story his father told him when he was a child. Devil fruits will look for their own host. Could it be that his fruit is this werewolf fruit? Have you chosen? Charlotte asked after watching Dylan put his hand on the werewolf fruit. Think about it, it's this werewolf fruit that chose me. Dylan looked at his father firmly and said. After hearing this, Xia Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the meaning? Does this fruit have a will of its own? Charlotte put her hand on the werewolf fruit. Dylan holds the werewolf fruit. The originally excited heart calmed down instantly. The excitement in my heart is gradually disappearing. Then he raised his head and looked at his father in confusion. Have you really thought about it? Charlotte asked again. After hearing this, De Long glanced at the devil fruit in his hand. Do not know why. A whimpering wolf face actually appeared in his mind, looking at him. Like a wounded wolf cub. I have decided, this is the werewolf fruit. Dylan looked at his father firmly and said. After hearing this, Charlotte retracted her hand. Then he nodded. Approved his decision. Dylan took the devil fruit and looked at the grey fruit. Eat it directly. He swallowed it one bite at a time with an expressionless face. As the devil fruit enters the stomach, a crazy will struck Dylan's brain. A sense of madness arose from his heart. Half-eaten devil fruit. Dylan dropped it directly. Then he raised his head. The hands become claws. An inhuman roar came from his throat. It sounds like a wolf roaring carefully. Ouch! A wolf roar filled with endless anger rose. Dylan's body changes rapidly. His body began to tremble and his muscles tensed, as if there was an uncontrollable force surging. Hair emerged from under his skin and grew rapidly, covering his entire body. Dylan's fingers became sharp and grew long claws, flashing with cold light. His head also changed, his ears became slender and pointed, and his eyes shone with a wild light. Dylan's mouth protruded forward, forming the fangs of a wolf, and a deep roar came from his mouth. As the transformation progressed, his body became larger and stronger, his limbs became full of strength, and his movements became agile and fast. And his thinking was gradually replaced by wildness, full of desire for blood and killing. Finally, Dylan completed his transformation into a ferocious werewolf. Chapter 899 Neptune Napoleon. The werewolf stood tall, exuding the aura of a beast, as if preparing for battle. A 3-meter-long werewolf appeared in front of everyone. The beast-like breath made many children present unable to breathe. It's like facing a ferocious beast. Charlotte was keenly aware of the strangeness in De Long's eyes at this moment. Charlotte also had this feeling when Hillet and Shueisha ate the phantom beast devil fruit. Could it be that there really is a demon living inside the devil fruit? Charlotte's eyes immediately became sharp, staring at the werewolf in front of him. The werewolf's eyes were also looking closely at Charlotte. Charlotte leaned forward. A horrifying aura erupted from his body, pressed directly on the werewolf. A heavy sense of oppression immediately hit the werewolf. The werewolf's crazy brain seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. He subconsciously stepped back and blocked his body with his claws. He backed away in fear. There was also the whimpering sound of a young wolf coming from his mouth. At the same time, Charlotte saw the werewolf's pupils gradually clearing through the gap between the werewolf's claws. It was a familiar feeling. It was Dylan's look. Charlotte regained her momentum. Dylan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he gradually withdrew from animalization. But Dylan's back was already wet with sweat. He didn't understand what had just happened. He just looked at his father with a horrified look on his face. Dylan, how did you feel just now? Charlotte asked quickly. Feel? Dylan shook his head, trying to wake himself up. For a moment just now, I felt that my body was not my own. I could only look at the outside world but couldn't control it. Dylan gasped for air. It's as if my will is enclosed in a dark space, and outside is my crazy side. It's like a second personality. De Long said with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for the explosive momentum that Dad had just burst out, which overwhelmed that crazy will, I'm afraid I can only sink into that dark space. How can this be? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Why don't I feel this way when I eat a devil fruit? Brian wondered. Idiot, what you ate is the superhuman type, and what T Long ate is the phantom beast type. Can it be the same? Brett said, rolling his eyes. Dad, when I ate the angel fruit, I also lost consciousness for a moment, as if I had lost control of my body. But I can still come back to my senses as long as I want. Is this because of my age? Shueisha also spoke. No one knows whether there is a soul inside the phantom beast devil fruit. Why didn't I feel this way before? Caesar scratched his head in confusion. Everyone glanced at the elder brother. Then turned his head. Joke, who can control Caesar? This matter still needs to be investigated, and we can't make a conclusion for the time being. However, Dylan, you have been training closely with Barrett during this period to master the power in your body. If there is anything wrong, come to me immediately. This is the Hailu stone bracelet, you accept it. Charlotte took out the Hailu stone bracelet and threw it to De Long and warned. There is no way to prove whether there is a soul inside a devil fruit, so we can only take precautions. It's Dad. Dylan put the bracelet on his wrist. Immediately, I felt that the trace of madness in my heart was dissipating. It made his whole body relax. Okay. Charlotte nodded. As the last 3 children all ate devil fruits. All of Charlotte's children have become devil fruit users. But now, there are still more than a dozen devil fruits in Charlotte's hand that no one can eat. This time, Charlotte set her sights on Napoleon, the only 3rd generation of the Rockefeller family. Napoleon, do you want to eat a devil fruit? Charlotte asked with a kind smile. Grandpa. Me? Napoleon hesitated. Because he heard that after eating a devil fruit, you will become a landlubber. Repulsed by the entire sea. This made him feel a little repulsed by devil fruits. Then he looked at Grandpa's expectant eyes. Napoleon made up his mind and finally shook his head. Grandpa, I don't want to eat devil fruits. I can feel that my body is repelled by devil fruits. Moreover, I have this part of the fishman blood in my body that can naturally control water flow and even sea water. I don't want to become a landlubber. Napoleon looked at his grandfather and said firmly. After hearing this, Charlotte's eyes showed disappointment. He took his hand back from the Kirin fruit. I thought Napoleon would become a capable person like his father. After all, Napoleon's physique was exactly the same as his father's, or even better. Eating animals, phantom beasts, and devil fruits will definitely get twice the result with half the effort for his future. Even Charlotte had thought about what fruit Napoleon would eat in the future. Kirin fruit is most suitable for Napoleon. Unfortunately, the little guy didn't want to eat it. But Charlotte reacted immediately. He said he could control seawater? Charlotte's eyes narrowed. It has been a year since Napoleon came to Kame Island. Charlotte didn't know that Napoleon still had this talent. Let's go to the beach and show me how you control the seawater. Charlotte stood up and said. Then he gave Klein a look. Klein understood immediately. He waved his hand and opened a space door. Charlotte took Napoleon's hand and walked in directly. In an instant, we arrived at a deserted shore. Others followed curiously. As Napoleon approached the shore, he felt the breath of the sea. The blood in his body began to boil. It was as if the sea was calling him. Napoleon didn't wait for his grandfather's instructions and walked straight towards the sea. With my feet in the seawater, I walked towards the sea. What's puzzling is that Napoleon seemed to be walking on the sea without sinking. The sea held up Napoleon. Napoleon's feet on the sea. Feel the intimacy of the sea. A force surged from my heart. Napoleon took out his trident from behind. Then he waved. The sea rolled up a water dragon and surrounded Napoleon. With Napoleon holding his trident high. The surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling. The sea curtain rose to cover the sky. This. Caesar looked at his son in disbelief. He actually has the power to control the sea. This can be called the nemesis of devil fruit users. Charlotte's pupils also widened and she looked at Napoleon in disbelief. This scene revived his long-lost past life memories again. Is this Aquaman? But isn't the Neptune of the One Piece world Shirahoshi? No, no. These 2 Neptunes are different. Napoleon could control the sea. As for Shirahoshi's current performance, he can only control the Neptune type. Could it be that Napoleon was born with the ultimate talent of a fishman? Ha 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 ha. Charlotte laughed wildly. He, Charlotte, actually has such a monster grandson. Control the sea. Chapter 900 Training Napoleon. In this world surrounded by ocean, he is equivalent to controlling the life of the entire world. He must be nurtured. Develop him into an absolute main force in the future. Even let Napoleon marry White Star. Charlotte remembered what Caesar told him a year ago. Neptune wanted to marry into the Rockefeller family. Charlotte nodded in agreement at that time. But because of the appearance of his grandson, he temporarily forgot about it. Now that I think about it, it would be better to do it sooner rather than later. But we can't just pass by so recklessly. And Napoleon is still young. They, the parents, can make the decision. Little did Napoleon know that just now his grandfather had already arranged his future marriage. With the 2 sea kings in hand, who in the world can stop him from unifying the world? What world government, what world domination? What he wants is to completely unify the entire planet. Just when Napoleon set off a huge storm, the sea king species in the distance of Kame Island seemed to be controlled. They gathered crazily towards Kame Island. However, due to the prosperity of Kame Island, almost all the sea kings near Kame Island were hunted. As a result, only a few scattered Neptune species that were not even 100 meters away gathered over. But no one in the shocked crowd noticed the movement in the sea. On the contrary, Napoleon felt that there were several lives under his feet. Then the Neptune species broke out of the water. Lift Napoleon up. Several sea kings gathered around Napoleon, their heads lowered. It's like meeting your own king in court. Napoleon just stood on the body of one of the largest sea kings. Like a king who has ascended the throne. Seeing this, Charlotte's heart beat sharply again. Neptune. This is the real Aquaman. What is the white star? Could it be that there are two Neptunes? What happened to this world? How much God favored Charlotte? Pluto has been obtained, and Neptune is his grandson. Now he has obtained 2 of the 3 ancient weapons without any effort. And the final king may be in the hands of the world government. It's really a serious problem for him. Before you can figure out what the King of Heaven is, Charlotte will only create some insignificant trouble for the world government in the dark. Like a hungry wolf hiding in the dark. He will never take action until his opponent is at a disadvantage. And once he takes action, it will be a sure kill. Just when Charlotte was thinking about the future, Charlotte's children were stunned. From the eldest brother Caesar down to the youngest Dylan. They were all frightened by their own son, eldest nephew. What kind of great power can this be achieved? You know, Napoleon is only 6 years old now. You can do this at the age of 6. In the future, wouldn't it be possible to control the sea and submerge any island in the world with just a wave of your hand? Even the Red Earth continent may not be able to withstand such an impact. I, eldest brother, really gave birth to a monster son, nephew. Napoleon persisted for less than 3 minutes before his face began to turn pale. Put down the trident in your hand. The power of controlling the sea in his body immediately dissipated. Napoleon put his feet on the sea and jumped to the shore. Grandfather. Napoleon walked to Charlotte and shouted with sweat on his face. Okay, I will personally teach you your training after Napoleon, no one can interfere. Charlotte waved her hand, hugged her eldest grandson and looked at everyone and said. When the others heard this, they looked envious. Dad really makes no secret of his love for his grandson. Even Caesar was a little envious. Let's go back and celebrate, Charlotte said. The group returned to the castle amidst shouts. After determining Napoleon's abilities, Charlotte also gave up the idea of letting Napoleon eat devil fruit. Begin to concentrate on cultivating Napoleon's physique. Just like him. He didn't inherit any of his swordsmanship talents. I have no interest in kendo. This made Charlotte feel helpless. I think of him as the greatest swordsman in the world. He actually didn't pass on his sword skills. It was quite a failure. Death stepped out of her own way of swordsmanship. Although other children also take the kendo path. But the talent is not that good. No one has broken through to the realm of great swordsmen. A person who clearly understands his own swordsmanship. Julie, the only one who has reached the peak of swordsmanship, has just arrived. Breakthrough into the great swordsman is still far away. This made Charlotte a little worried. Watching Napoleon train every move. The trident in his hand danced vigorously. But Charlotte always felt that something was wrong. Napoleon seemed to be too focused on one move and forgot what was in his heart. Everyone's most powerful weapon is the thoughts and ideas that exist in the heart. They can be invincible, fearless, and the brave are invincible. Fight with your own heart, not with rigid moves. Charlotte looked at Napoleon and said. Then his feet suddenly collapsed. Debris splattered. Charlotte flicked her finger. A stone shot straight towards Napoleon's face. The whistling wind startled Napoleon. He quickly turned around and swung his trident towards the stone. But the stone did not follow the trajectory. When it was about to approach the trident, its orbit suddenly changed. Shot straight into Napoleon's chest. Sometimes your eyes can deceive you, and your intuition can sometimes be wrong. Only the heart is the one that can truly be believed. Charlotte's voice fell. A flick of the wrist. Several more stones flew out. Napoleon was not given any time to react. The speed was so fast that Napoleon quickly retreated. Charlotte frowned slightly. Fear can't solve the problem, it will only make you more panicked and expose greater flaws. The scattered stones hit Napoleon's joints all over his body. Napoleon was knocked back quickly. Bruises appeared on his body. You have to feel it with your own heart. Charlotte flew out a stone again. Napoleon immediately closed his eyes when he saw this. Force yourself to calm down your ups and downs. Since you can't hide from it, face the reality head-on. After calming down the restless heart, Napoleon felt as if there was silence around him. The sound of crashing waves, the howling of the wind, all came to mind one by one. All the sounds around me are sorted one by one in my mind. Napoleon held his breath and concentrated, trying to catch the stone. You have to hear the sound first. After blocking out the surrounding sounds one by one, all that remained in Napoleon's mind was the sound of the last pebbles scratching the air. Napoleon opened his eyes suddenly. Then he turned his head to the right and stepped back. The stone was scratched out of his face in one dangerous move. Seeing this, Charlotte smiled. Learn to be careful. Charlotte popped up a stone again. The speed remains unchanged. Napoleon quickly waved his trident in front of the trajectory of the pebbles flying out. A sharp slash. Just when Shitzi wanted to go around, the trident turned sharply. Stop the stones in advance.